Part II of Book 7 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part II of Book 7. Athenian Stranger. What will be the manner of life among men who may be supposed to have their food and clothing provided for them in moderation, and who have entrusted the practice of the arts to others, and whose husbandry, committed to slaves paying a part of the produce, brings them a return sufficient for men living temperately; who, moreover, have common tables in which the men are placed apart, and near them are the common tables of their families, of their daughters and mothers, which, day by day, the rulers, male and female, are to dismiss, when they have inspected them and seen their mode of life; after which the magistrate and his attendants shall honour with libations those gods to whom that day and night are dedicated, and then go home. To men whose lives are thus ordered, is there no work to be done which is necessary and fitting, but shall each one of them live fattening like a beast? That, we say, is neither just nor honourable, nor can he who lives in that way fail of meeting his due, and the due reward of the idle fatted beast is that he should be torn in pieces by some other valiant beast, whose fatness is worn down by labours and toils. These regulations, if we duly consider them, will never perfectly take effect under present circumstances, nor as long as women and children and houses and all other things are the private property of individuals. But if we can attain the second best form of polity, with that we may be satisfied. And to men living under this second polity there remains a work to be accomplished which is far from being small or mean, and is in truth the greatest of all works, ordained by the appointment of righteous law. For the life which is wholly concerned with the virtue of body and soul may truly be said to be twice, or more than twice, as full of toil and trouble as the pursuit after Pythian and Olympic victories, which debars a man from every employment of life. For there ought to be no bye-work which interferes with the due exercise and nourishment of the body, or the attainments and habits of the soul. Night and day are not long enough for the accomplishment of their perfection and consummation, and to this end all freemen ought to arrange the time of their employments during the whole course of the 24 hours, from morning to evening, and from evening to the morning of the next sunrise. There may seem to be some impropriety in the legislator determining minutely the little details of the management of the house, including such particulars as the duty of wakefulness in those who are to be perpetual watchmen of the whole city. For that any citizen should continue during the whole night in sleep, and not be seen by all his servants, always the first to awake and the first to rise, this, we say, should be deemed base and unworthy of a free man, whether the regulation is to be called a law or only a practice. Also, that the mistress of the house should be awakened by some of her handmaidens, instead of herself first awakening them, is what her slaves, male and female, and her children, and, if that were possible, everything in the house, should regard as base. If they rise early, they may all of them do much of their public and of their household business, as magistrates in the city, and masters and mistresses in their private houses, before the dawn. Much sleep is not required by nature, either for our souls or bodies, or for the actions in which they are concerned. For no one who is asleep is good for anything, any more than if he were dead. But he of us who has the most regard for life and reason keeps awake as long as he can, reserving only so much time for sleep as is expedient for health, and much sleep is not required if the habit of not sleeping be once formed. Magistrates in states who keep awake at night are terrible to the bad, whether enemies or citizens, and are honoured and reverenced by the just and temperate, and are useful to themselves and to the whole state. A night thus spent, in addition to all the above-mentioned advantages, infuses a sort of courage into the minds of the citizens. When the day breaks, the time has arrived for youth to go to their schoolmasters. Now, neither sheep nor any other animals can live without a shepherd, nor can children be left without tutors, or slaves without masters. And of all animals the boy is the most unmanageable, inasmuch as he has the fountain of reason in him not yet regulated. He is the most insidious, sharp-witted, and insubordinate of animals. Wherefore he must be bound with many bridles. In the first place, when he gets away from mothers and nurses, he must be under the control of tutors, on account of his childishness and foolishness. Then again, being a free man, he must have teachers, and be educated by them in anything which they teach, and must learn what he has to learn. But he is also a slave, and in that regard any freeman who comes in his way may punish him, and his tutor and his instructor, if any of them does anything wrong. And he who comes across him and does not inflict upon him the punishment which he deserves, shall incur the greatest disgrace. And let the guardian of the law, who is the guardian of education, see to him who, coming in the way of the offences which we have mentioned, does not chastise them when he ought, or chastises them in a way which he ought not. Let him keep a sharp lookout, and take especial care of the training of our children, directing their natures and always turning them to good according to the law. And how can our law sufficiently train the director of education himself? For as yet all has been imperfect, and nothing has been said either clear or satisfactory. Now, as far as possible, the law ought to leave nothing to him, but to explain everything, that he may be the interpreter and tutor of others. About dances and music and choral strains I have already spoken, both as to the character and the selection of them, and the manner in which they are to be improved and consecrated. But we have not yet spoken, O illustrious guardian of education, of the manner in which your pupils are to use those strains which are written in prose, although you have been informed what Martian strains they are to learn and practice. What relates in the first place to the learning of letters, and secondly to the lyre, and also to calculation, which, as we were saying, is needful for them all to learn, and any other things which are required with a view to war, and the management of house and city, and, looking to the same object, what is useful in the revolutions of the heavenly bodies, the stars and sun and moon, and the various regulations about these matters which are necessary for the whole state. I am speaking of the arrangements of days in periods of months, and of months in years, which are to be observed, in order that times and sacrifices and festivals may proceed in regular and natural order, and keep the city alive and awake, and pay to the gods the honours due to them, and cause men to have a better understanding about them. All these things, O my friend, have not yet been sufficiently declared by the legislator. Attend, then, to what I am now going to say. We were telling you, in the first place, that you were not sufficiently informed about letters, and the objection made was to this effect, that you were never told whether he who was meant to be a respectable citizen should apply himself in detail to that sort of learning, or not apply himself at all. And the same remark was made about the lyre. But now we say that he ought to attend to them. A fair time for a boy of 10 years old to spend in letters is 3 years. At 13 years he should begin to handle the lyre, and he may continue at this for another 3 years, neither more nor less. And whether his father or himself like or dislike the study, he is not to be allowed to spend more or less time in learning music than the law allows. And let him who disobeys the law be deprived of those youthful honours of which we shall hereafter speak. Hear, however, first of all, what the young ought to learn in the early years of life, and what their instructors ought to teach them. They ought to be occupied with their letters until they are able to read and write. But the acquisition of perfect beauty or quickness in writing, if nature has not stimulated them to acquire these accomplishments in the given number of years, they should let alone. And as to the learning of compositions committed to writing, which are unaccompanied by song, whether metrical or without rhythmical divisions, compositions in prose, as they are termed, having no rhythm or harmony, seeing how dangerous are the writings handed down to us by many writers of this class, what will you do with them, O most excellent guardians of the law? Or how can the lawgiver rightly direct you about them? I believe that he will be in great difficulty. Cleinias. What is the nature of this perplexity, stranger, under which you seem to be labouring? Athenian Stranger. That is a fair question, Cleinias, and to you, who are my partners in the work of education, I must state the difficulties of the case. Cleinias. To what do you refer in this instance? Athenian Stranger. I will tell you. There is a difficulty in opposing many myriads of mouths. Cleinias. Well, and have we not already opposed the popular voice in many important enactments? Athenian Stranger. That is quite true, and you mean to imply that the road which we are taking may be disagreeable to some, but is agreeable to as many others, or if not to as many, at any rate to persons not inferior to the others, and in company with them you bid me, at whatever risk, proceed along the path of legislation which has opened out of our present discourse, and to be of good cheer, and not to faint. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And I do not faint. I say, indeed, that we have a great many poets writing in hexameter, trimeter, and all sorts of measures, some who are serious, others who aim only at raising a laugh, in which the aforesaid myriads declare that the youth who are rightly educated should be brought up and saturated. They should be constantly hearing them read at recitations, and learning them, getting off whole poets by heart, while others select choice passages and long speeches, and make compendiums of them, saying that these shall be committed to memory, and that in this way a man is to be made good and wise by varied experience and learning. And you want me to say plainly in what they are right, and in what they are wrong. Cleinias. Yes, I do. Athenian Stranger. But how can I, in one word, rightly comprehend all of them? I am of opinion, and if I am not mistaken, there is a general agreement that every one of these poets has said many things well, and many things the reverse of well. And if this be true, then I do affirm that much learning brings danger to youth. Cleinias. Then how would you advise the guardian of the law to act? Athenian Stranger. In what respect? Cleinias. I mean, to what pattern should he look as his guide in permitting the young to learn some things, and forbidding them to learn others? Do not shrink from answering. Athenian Stranger. My good Cleinias, I rather think that I am fortunate. Cleinias. In what? Athenian Stranger. I think that I am not wholly in want of a pattern. For when I consider the words which we have spoken from early dawn until now, and which, as I believe, have been inspired by heaven, they appear to me to be quite like a poem. When I reflected upon all these words of ours, I naturally felt pleasure; for of all the discourses which I have ever learnt or heard, either in poetry or prose, this seems to me to be the justest and most suitable for young men to hear. I cannot imagine any better pattern than this which the guardian of the law and the educator can have. They cannot do better than advise the teachers to teach the young these and the like words; and if they should happen to find writings, either in poetry or prose, or even unwritten discourses like these of ours, and of the same family, they should certainly retain them, and commit them to writing. And, first of all, the teachers themselves should be constrained to learn and approve them, and any of them who will not, shall not be employed by them as colleagues; but those whom they find agreeing in their approval they shall make use of, and shall commit to them the instruction and education of youth. And here, and on this wise, let my fanciful tale about letters and teachers of letters come to an end. Cleinias. I do not think, Stranger, that we have wandered out of the proposed limits of the argument; but whether we are right or not in the whole design, I cannot be very certain. Athenian Stranger. That, Cleinias, may be expected to become clearer when, as we have often said, we arrive at the end of the whole discussion about laws. Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. And now that we have done with the teacher of letters, the teacher of the lyre has to receive orders from us. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. I think that we have only to recollect our previous discussions, and we shall be able to give suitable regulations touching all this part of instruction and education to the teachers of the lyre. Cleinias. To what do you refer? Athenian Stranger. We were saying, if I remember rightly, that the 60-years-old choristers of Dionysius were to be specially quick in their perceptions of rhythm and musical composition, that they might be able to distinguish good and bad imitation, that is to say, the imitation of the good or bad soul when under the influence of passion, rejecting the one and exhibiting the other in hymns and songs, charming the souls of youth, and inviting them to follow and attain virtue by the way of imitation. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. And with this view, the teacher and the learner ought to use the sounds of the lyre for the sake of the purity of the notes, the player who teaches, and his pupil giving note for note in unison. But diversity of notes, and variations on the lyre, when the strings give one sound, and the poet or composer of the melody gives another; also when they make concords and harmonies in which lesser and greater intervals, slow and quick, or high and low notes, are combined; or again, when they make complex variations of rhythms, adapting them to the sounds of the lyre. All that sort of thing is not suited to those who have to acquire a speedy and useful knowledge of music in 3 years; for opposite principles are confusing, and create a difficulty in learning, and our young men ought to be quick to learn. Moreover, the acquirements which are demanded of them are not few or trifling. This will be shown hereafter as we proceed. Let our educator attend to those principles concerning music. But as to the songs and words themselves, which the masters of choruses are to teach, and the character of them, they have been already described by us, and are the same which we said are to be consecrated and adapted to the several feasts, and to furnish an innocent and useful amusement to cities. Cleinias. That again is true. Athenian Stranger. Then let the musical president who has been elected receive these rules from us as the very truth, and may fortune attend him. And let us proceed to lay down other rules about dancing and gymnastic exercise in general. Having said what remained to be said about the teaching of music, let us speak in like manner about gymnastic. For boys and girls ought to learn to dance and practice gymnastic exercises, ought they not? Cleinias. Yes. Athenian Stranger. Then the boys ought to have dancing masters, and the girls dancing mistresses to exercise them. Cleinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. Then, once more, let us call him who will have the chief trouble the superintendent of youth. He will have plenty to do if he is to have the charge of music and gymnastic. Cleinias. But how will an old man be able to attend to such great charges? Athenian Stranger. Oh, my friend, there will be no difficulty, for the law has already given, and will give him permission to select as his assistants in this charge any citizens, male or female, whom he desires, and he will know whom he ought to choose, and will be anxious not to do wrong in these matters, from a sense of responsibility, and from a consciousness of the importance of his office, and also because he will consider that if young men have been and are well brought up, then all things go swimmingly, but if not, it is not meet to say, nor do we say what will follow, lest the regarders of omens should take alarm about our infant state. Many things have been said by us about dancing and about gymnastic movements in general, for we include under gymnastics all military exercises, such as archery, and all hurling of weapons, and the use of the light shield, and all fighting with heavy arms, and military evolutions, and movements of armies, and encampments, and all that relates to horsemanship. Of all these things there ought to be public teachers receiving pay from the state, and their pupils should be the men and boys in the state, and also the girls and women who are to know all these things. While they are yet girls, they should have practised dancing in arms, and the art of fighting. When they are grown-up women, applying themselves to evolutions and tactics, and the mode of grounding, and taking up arms, if for no other reason, yet in case the whole people should have to leave the city, and carry on operations of war outside, that the young who are left to guard, and the rest of the city, may be equal to the task. And, on the other hand, what is far from being an impossibility, when enemies, whether barbarian or Hellenic, come from without with mighty force, and make a violent assault upon them, and thus compel them to fight for the possession of the city. Great would be the disgrace of the state if the women had been so miserably trained that they could not, like birds, fight for their young against some fierce animal, and die, or undergo any danger, but must instantly rush to the temples, and crowd at the altars and shrines, and pour upon human nature the reproach that of all animals man is the most cowardly. Cleinias. That, stranger, is certainly an unseemly thing to happen in a state, and also a great misfortune. Athenian Stranger. Suppose that we carry our law to the extent of saying that women ought not to neglect military matters, but that all citizens, male and female alike, shall attend to them. Cleinias. I quite assent to that. Athenian Stranger. Of wrestling we have spoken in part, but of what I should call the most important part we have not spoken, and cannot easily speak without showing at the same time by gesture as well as in word what we mean. That we shall be enabled to determine when word and action combine, and then we may explain clearly what has been said, pointing out that of all movements wrestling is most akin to the military art, and is to be pursued for the sake of this, and not this for the sake of wrestling. Cleinias. That is excellent. Athenian Stranger. Thus far we have spoken of the palestra, and we will now proceed to speak of other movements of the body. Such motion may be called dancing, which is a general term, and includes two kinds: one of nobler figures, imitating the honourable; the other of the more ignoble figures, imitating the mean. And of the serious, and also of the mean, there are two further divisions. Of the serious, one kind is of those engaged in war and vehement action, and is the exercise of a noble person and a manly heart. The other exhibits a temperate soul in the enjoyment of prosperity and modest pleasures, and may be truly called, and is, the dance of peace. The warrior dance is different from the peaceful one, and may be rightly termed Pyrrhic. This imitates the modes of avoiding blows and darts, by dropping or giving way, or springing aside, or rising up or falling down. Also the opposite postures, which are those of action, as for example the imitation of archery, and the hurling of javelins, and of all sorts of blows. And when the imitation is of brave bodies and souls, and the action is direct and muscular, giving for the most part a straight movement to the limbs of the body, that, I say, is the true sort; but that which allows the opposite is not right. The dance of peace is always to be considered in this point of view. Does a man, or does he not, bear himself seemly in the dance, and after the manner of well-conditioned men? But before proceeding, I must distinguish the dancing about which there is any doubt from that about which there is no doubt. How shall we distinguish them? There are dances of the Bacchic sort, in which they imitate, as they say, the nymphs, and Pan, and drunken Silenuses, and satyrs, after whom they name them, making purifications, and celebrating mysteries. All this sort of dancing cannot be distinguished as having either a peaceful or a warlike character, or indeed as having any meaning whatever, and may, I think, be most truly described as distinct from the warlike dance, and distinct from the peaceful, and not suited for a city at all. Having left this behind us, we will now proceed to the dances of war and peace, about which there can be no doubt in our state. Now, the unwarlike muse, which honours in dance the gods and the sons of the gods, may be classed under a single head as that which is celebrated in the consciousness of prosperity, and this may be again divided into classes: one, in which there is an escape from toils and dangers to good, and this has greater pleasures; the other, which is celebrated on account of preservation and increase of former good, and in which the pleasure is less exciting. In all these cases, every man, when the pleasure is greater, moves his body more, and when the pleasure is less, moves his body less; and again, if he be more orderly and disciplined in courage, he moves less, But if he be a coward, and has no training or self-control, he makes greater and more violent movements, and, in general, when he is speaking or singing, he is not altogether able to control his body, and in this manner the imitation of words in gestures has created the entire art of dancing. And in these various kinds of imitation, one man moves in an orderly, another in a disorderly manner, and as the ancients may be observed to have given many names, which are according to nature, and deserving of praise, so there is an excellent one which they have given to those dances of men in their times of prosperity, who are moderate in their pleasures. Whoever he was gave them a very true, and poetical, and rational name when he called them Emeliae, or dances of order, thus establishing two kinds of dances of the nobler sort, the dance of war, which he called the Pyrrhic, and the dance of peace, which he called Emeliae, or the dance of order, giving to each their appropriate and becoming name. These things the legislator should indicate in general outline, and the guardian of the law should inquire into them, and search them out, combining dancing with music, and assigning to the several sacrificial feasts that which is suitable to them. And when he has consecrated them all in due order, he shall for the future change nothing, whether of dance or song. Thenceforward the city and the citizens shall continue to have the same pleasures, themselves being, as far as possible, alike, and shall live well and happily. I have described the dances which are appropriate to noble bodies and generous souls. But it is necessary also to consider and know uncomely persons and thoughts, and those which are intended to produce laughter in comedy, and have a comic character, both in respect to style, and song, and dance, or any other mode of imitation. For serious things cannot be understood without laughable things, nor opposites at all without opposites, if a man is really to have intelligence of either. But he cannot carry out both in action, if he is to have ever so small a share of virtue. And for this very reason he should learn them both, in order that he may not in ignorance do or say anything which is ridiculous and out of place. He should command slaves and hired strangers to imitate such things, and should never take any serious interest in them himself, nor should any free person of either sex be discovered learning them, and there should always appear to be some element of novelty in the imitation. Let these then be laid down both in law and in our narrative as the regulations of laughable amusements which are generally called comedy. And if any of the serious or tragic poets, as they are termed, come to us and say, O strangers, may we go to your city and country, or may we not? And shall we bring or carry with us our poetry? What is your will about these matters? How shall we answer the divine men? I think that our answer should be as follows. Best of strangers, we will say to them, we also are poets according to our ability of the best and noblest tragedy, for our whole state is an imitation of the best and noblest life, which we affirm to be indeed the very truth of tragedy. You are poets, and we are poets, your rivals and antagonists in the noblest of dramas, which true law, and that only, can carry out in act, as our hope is. Do not then suppose that we shall all in a moment allow you to erect your stage in the agora, or introduce the fair voice of your actors, speaking above our own, and permit you to harangue our women and children, and the mass of mankind about our institutions in language other than our own, and very often the opposite of our own. For we, or any other state, would be quite mad which permitted you to do this, until the magistrates had determined whether your poetry might be recited, and was fit for publication or not. Wherefore, O ye sons and scions of the tender Muses, first of all show your songs to the magistrates, and let them compare them with our own, and if they are the same or better, we will give you a chorus; but if not, then, my friends, we cannot. Let these, then, be the customs ordained by law about all dances, and the teaching of them, and let matters relating to slaves be separated from those relating to masters, if you do not object. Cleinias. We can have no hesitation in assenting when you put the matter thus. Athenian Stranger. There still remain 3 studies suitable for free men. Calculation in arithmetic is one of them. The measurement of length, surface, and depth is the second. And the third has to do with the revolutions of the stars in relation to one another. Not every one has need to toil through all these things in a strictly scientific manner, but only a few, and who they are to be we will hereafter indicate. That will be a better way. Not to know what is necessary for mankind in general, and what is the truth, is disgraceful to every one, and yet to enter into these matters minutely is neither easy nor at all possible for every one. But there is something in them which is necessary and cannot be set aside, and probably he who made the proverb about God originally had this in view when he said, quote, that not even God himself can fight against necessity. Close quote. He meant, if I am not mistaken, divine necessity. For as to the human necessities of which men often speak, when they talk in this manner, nothing can be more ridiculous than such an application of the words. Cleinias. And what necessities of knowledge are there, stranger, which are divine and not human? Athenian Stranger. I conceive them to be those of which he who has no use, nor any knowledge at all, cannot be a god, or demigod, or hero to mankind, or able to take any serious thought or charge of them. And very unlike a divine man would he be who is unable to count 1, 2, 3, or to distinguish odd and even numbers, or is unable to count at all, or reckon night and day, and who is totally unacquainted with the revolution of the sun and moon and the other stars. There would be great folly in supposing that all these are not necessary parts of knowledge to him who intends to know anything about the highest kinds of knowledge, but which these are, and how many there are of them, and when they are to be learned, and what is to be learned together, and what apart, and the whole correlation of them. This is what we have to ascertain, and in proceeding to the other parts of knowledge, these studies must be rightly apprehended first, and take the lead. That is the necessary order of nature, against which we say that no god contends, or ever will contend. Cleinias. I think, stranger, that what you have now said is very true, and agreeable to nature. Athenian Stranger. Yes, Cleinias, I quite agree with you. But it is difficult for the legislator to consider these studies first. At some other time we may pursue them further. Cleinias. You seem, stranger, to be afraid of the habitual ignorance of your hearers in such matters. There is no reason for your fears, and therefore speak out, concealing nothing. Athenian Stranger. I certainly am afraid of the difficulties to which you allude. But I am still more afraid of those who apply themselves to this sort of knowledge, and apply themselves badly. For entire ignorance is not so terrible or extreme an evil, and is far from being the greatest of all. Too much cleverness and too much learning, accompanied with ill bringing up, are far more fatal. Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. All freemen, I conceive, should learn as much of these various disciplines as every child in Egypt is taught when he learns his alphabet. In that country, systems of calculation have been actually invented for the use of children, which they learn as a pleasure and amusement. They have to distribute apples and garlands, adapting the same number either to a larger or less number of persons, and they distribute pugilists and wrestlers as they follow one another, or pair together by lot. Another mode of amusing them is by taking vessels of gold, and brass, and silver, and the like, and mingling them, or distributing them without mingling. As I was saying, they adapt to their amusement the numbers in common use, and in this way make more intelligible to their pupils the arrangements and movements of armies and expeditions, and in the management of a household they make people more useful to themselves, and more wide awake, and again in measurements of things which have length, and breadth, and depth, they free us from that ludicrous and disgraceful ignorance of all these things, which is natural to man. Cleinias. What kind of ignorance do you mean? Athenian Stranger. Oh, my dear Cleinias, I, like yourself, have late in life heard with amazement of our ignorance in these matters. To me we appear to be more like pigs than men, and I was ashamed not only on my own behalf, but on that of all Hellenes. Cleinias. About what? Say, stranger, what you mean. Athenian Stranger. I will, or rather, I will show you my meaning by a question, and do you please to answer me. You know, I suppose, what length is? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And what breadth is? Cleinias. To be sure. Athenian Stranger. And you know that these are two distinct things, and that there is a third thing called depth? Cleinias. Of course. Athenian Stranger. And do not all these seem to you to be commensurable with one another? Cleinias. Yes. Athenian Stranger. You mean to say that length is naturally commensurable with length, and breadth with breadth, and depth in like manner with depth? Cleinias. Undoubtedly. Athenian Stranger. But if some things are commensurable, and others wholly incommensurable, and you think that all things are commensurable, how do you imagine that you stand? Cleinias. Not very well. I see that plainly. Athenian Stranger. As regards length and breadth, when compared with depth, or breadth and length when compared with one another, are not all the Hellenes agreed that these are commensurable with one another in some way? Cleinias. Quite true. Athenian Stranger. But if they are absolutely incommensurable, and yet all of us regard them as commensurable, have we not reason to be ashamed of our compatriots? And might we not say to them, O ye best of Hellenes, is not this one of the things of which we were saying that not to know them is disgraceful, and of which to know only what is necessary is no great distinction? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And there are other things akin to these, in which there spring up other errors of the same family. Cleinias. What are they? Athenian Stranger. The natures of commensurable and incommensurable quantities in their relation to one another. A man who is good for anything ought to be able, when he reflects, to distinguish them. This is a game at which the old should love to contend, and different persons should put forth problems to one another, passing their time in an amusement far more agreeable and worthy of age than the old man's game of draughts. Cleinias. I dare say, and I certainly think that these studies are not wholly unlike a game of draughts. Athenian Stranger. These, then, as I maintain, Cleinias, are the studies which our youth ought to learn, for they are innocent and not difficult, and if they be learnt as an amusement, they will do good and no harm at all to our state. If any one is of another mind, let us hear what he says. Cleinias. To be sure. Athenian Stranger. Then, if these studies are such as we say, we will certainly include them, or if they are not, they shall be excluded. Cleinias. That is plain and absolute. And may we not now, Stranger, prescribe these studies as necessary, and so fill up the lacuna of our laws? Athenian Stranger. They shall be regarded as pledges which may be refused hereafter by the rest of the state, if they do not please either us who impose them, or you upon whom they are imposed. Cleinias. That is a fair condition. Athenian Stranger. Next, let us see whether we are willing that the study of astronomy shall or shall not be proposed for our youth. Cleinias. Proceed. Athenian Stranger. But here occurs a strange phenomenon, which certainly cannot in any point of view be tolerated. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. They say that we ought not to inquire into the supreme God and the nature of the universe, nor busy ourselves in searching out the causes of things, and that this is impious, whereas the very contrary of this is the truth. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. Perhaps what I am saying may seem paradoxical and at variance with the usual language of age, but when any one has any good and true notion which is for the advantage of the state, and in every way acceptable to God, he cannot abstain from expressing it. Cleinias. That is reasonable enough, but shall we find any notion of this sort which has to do with the stars? Athenian Stranger. My good friends, at this day all of us Hellenes speak falsely, if I may use such an expression, of those great gods, the sun and the moon. Cleinias. What is the falsehood? Athenian Stranger. We say that they and divers other stars, which we call planets or wanderers, do not keep the same path. Cleinias. Yes, Stranger, that is certainly true. And in the course of my life, I have often myself seen the morning star and the evening star, and divers others, not proceeding in their own path, but wandering out of their path in all manner of ways, and I have seen the sun and moon doing as they always do. Athenian Stranger. That is what I mean, Megillus and Cleinias, and I maintain that our citizens and our youth ought to learn about the nature of the gods in heaven, so far as to be able to offer sacrifices and pray to them in pious language, and not to blaspheme about them. Cleinias. In that you are right, if such a knowledge be only attainable, and if we are wrong in our mode of speaking now, and can be better instructed, and learn to use better language, then I quite agree with you that such a degree of knowledge as will enable us to speak rightly should, if attainable, be acquired by us. We admit this, and do you try to explain to us your whole meaning, and we, on our part, will endeavour to understand you. Athenian Stranger. There is some difficulty in understanding my meaning, but not a very great one, nor will any great length of time be required. And of this I am myself a proof, for I did not know these things long ago, nor in the days of my youth, and yet I can explain them to you in a brief space of time. Whereas, if they had been difficult, I could certainly never have explained them all, old as I am, to old men like yourselves. Cleinias. True. But what is this study which you describe as wonderful, and fitting for youth to learn, but of which we are ignorant? Try and explain this to us as clearly as you can. Athenian Stranger. I will. For, O my good friends, this doctrine about the wandering of the sun and the moon and the other stars is not the truth, but the very reverse of the truth. Each of them moves in the same path, not in many paths, but in one only, which is circular, and the varieties are only apparent. Nor are we right in supposing that the swiftest of them is the slowest, nor, conversely, that the slowest is the quickest. And if what I say is true, only just imagine that we had a similar notion about horses running at Olympia, or about men who ran in the long course, and that we addressed the swiftest as the slowest, and the slowest as the swiftest, and sang the praises of the vanquished as though he were the victor. In that case our praises would not be true, nor very agreeable to the runners, though they be but men. And now to commit the same error about the gods, which would have been ludicrous and erroneous in the case of men, is not that ludicrous and erroneous? Cleinias. Worse than ludicrous, I should say. Athenian Stranger. At all events, the gods cannot like that we should be spreading a false report of them. Cleinias. Most true, if such is the fact. Athenian Stranger. And if we show that such is really the fact, then all these matters ought to be learned up to a certain point. But if we cannot show this, they may be let alone, and let this be our decision. Cleinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. And now we may say that our laws touching education and learning are complete. And the same may be said of hunting and the like. For the legislator appears to have a duty imposed upon him which goes beyond mere legislation. There is something over and above law which lies in a region between admonition and law, and has several times occurred to us in the course of discussion. For example, in the education of very young children, there were things, as we maintain, which are not to be defined, and to regard them as matters of positive law is a great absurdity. Now, our laws, and the whole constitution of our state, having been thus delineated, the praise of the virtuous citizen is not complete when he is described as the person who serves the laws best and obeys them most. But the highest form of praise is that which describes him as the good citizen who goes through life undefiled, and is obedient to the words of the legislator, both when he is giving laws and when he assigns praise and blame. This is the truest word that can be spoken in praise of a citizen, and the true legislator ought not only to write his laws, but also to interweave with them all such things as seem to him honourable and dishonourable. And the perfect citizen ought to seek to corroborate these no less than the principles of law which are sanctioned by punishments. I will adduce an example which will clear up my meaning. Hunting is of wide extent, and has a name under which many things are included. For there is a hunting of creatures in the water, and of creatures in the air, and there is a great deal of hunting of land animals of all sorts, and not of wild beasts only. the hunting after man is also worthy of consideration. There is the hunting after him in war, and there is often a hunting after him in the way of friendship, which is praised and also blamed. And there is thieving and the hunting which is practised by robbers, and of armies against armies. Now the legislator, in laying down laws about hunting, can neither abstain from noting these things, nor can he make threatening ordinances, which will assign rules and penalties about all of them. What is he to do? He will have to praise and blame hunting with a view to the discipline and exercise of youth; and, on the other hand, the young man must listen obediently. Neither pleasure nor pain should hinder him, and he should regard as his standard of action the praises and injunctions of the legislator, rather than that which he threatens under a penalty as a matter of law; which, being premised, there will follow next in order moderate praise and censure of hunting, the praise being assigned to that which will make the souls of young men better, and the censure to that which has the opposite effect. And now let us address young men in the form of a pious wish for their welfare. O my friends, we will say to them, may no desire or love of hunting in the sea, or of angling, or of catching the creatures in the sea, ever take possession of you, either when you are awake, or when you are asleep, by hook, or with creels, which latter is a very lazy contrivance. And let not any desire of catching men and of piracy by sea enter into your souls, and make you cruel and lawless hunters. And as to the desire of thieving in town or country, may that never enter into your most passing thoughts, nor let the insidious practice of catching birds, which is hardly worthy of freemen, come into the head of any youth. There remains, therefore, for our athletes only the hunting and catching of land animals, of which the one sort is called hunting by night, in which the hunters sleep in turn and are lazy. This is not to be commended any more than that which has intervals of rest, in which the wild strength of beasts is subdued by nets and snares, and not by the victory of a laborious spirit. Thus only the best kind of hunting is allowed at all, that of quadrupeds, which is carried on with horses and dogs and men's own persons, and they get the victory over the animals by running them down and striking them and hurling at them, those who have a care of godlike manhood hunting them with their own hands. The praise and blame which is to be assigned to all these things has now been declared. And let the law be as follows. Let no one hinder our sacred hunters from following the chase wherever and whithersoever they will, but the nightly hunter, who trusts to his nets and springs, shall not be allowed to hunt anywhere. The fowler in the mountains and in waste places shall be permitted, but on cultivated ground and on consecrated wilds he shall not be permitted, and any one who meets him may stop him. As to the hunter in waters, he may hunt anywhere except in harbours, or sacred streams, or marshes, or pools, provided only that he do not trouble the water with poisonous mixtures. And now we may say that all our enactments about education are complete. Cleinias. That is well. End of Book 7. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Book 8 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Book 8. Athenian Stranger. Next, with the help of the Delphian oracle, we have to institute festivals, and make laws about them, and to determine what sacrifices will be for the good of the city, and to what gods they shall be offered. But when they shall be offered, and how often, may be partly regulated by us. Cleinias. The number? Yes. Athenian Stranger. Then we will first determine the number, and let the whole number be 365, one for every day, so that one magistrate at least will sacrifice daily to some god or demigod on behalf of the city, and the citizens, and their possessions. And the interpreters, and priests, and priestesses, and prophets shall meet, and, in company with the guardians of the law, ordain those things which the legislator of necessity omits. And I may remark that they are the very persons who ought to take note of what is omitted. The law will say that there are 12 feasts dedicated to the 12 gods, after whom the several tribes are named, and they shall sacrifice to each of them every month, and appoint choruses, and musical, and gymnastic contests, appropriating them suitably to the several gods and seasons of the year. And they shall have festivals of women, distinguishing those which ought to be separated from the men's festivals, and those which ought not. Further, they shall not confuse the infernal deities and their rites with the gods who are termed heavenly and their rites, but shall separate them, giving to Plato his own in the 12th month, which is sacred to him according to the law. To such a deity warlike men should entertain no aversion, but they should honour him as being always the best friend of man. For the connection of soul and body is no way better than the dissolution of them, as I am ready to maintain quite seriously. Moreover, those who would regulate these matters rightly should consider that our city among existing cities has indeed no fellow, either in respect of leisure or command of the necessaries of life, but also, like an individual, ought to live happily. And those who would live happily should in the first place do no wrong to one another, and ought not themselves to be wronged by others. To attain the first is not difficult, but there is great difficulty in acquiring the power of not being wronged. No man can be perfectly secure against wrong, unless he has become perfectly good, and cities are like individuals in this. For a city, if good, has a life of peace, but if evil, a life of war within and without. Wherefore the citizens ought to practice war, not in time of war, but rather while they are at peace. And every city which has any sense should go out to war, at least for 1 day in every month, and for more if the magistrates think fit, taking no thought about winter cold or summer heat. And they should go out in one body, including their wives and their children, when the magistrates determine to lead forth the whole people, or again in portions only when they are summoned. And they should always provide that there should be games and sacrificial feasts. And they should have tournaments, imitating, in as lively a manner as they can, real battles. And they should distribute prizes of victory and valour to the competitors, passing censures and encomiums on one another according to the characters which they bear in the contests and in their whole life, honouring him who seems to be the best, and blaming him who is the opposite. And let poets celebrate them, not however every poet, but only one who in the first place is not less than 50 years of age. Nor should he be one who, although he may have musical and poetical gifts, has never in his life done any noble or illustrious action. But those who are good and honourable in the state, poets of noble actions, let their poems be sung, even though they be not musical. And let the judgment of them rest with the instructor of youth, and the other guardians of the laws, who shall give them this privilege, and they alone shall be free to sing, but the rest of the world shall not have this liberty. Nor shall any one dare to sing a song which has not been approved by the judgment of the guardians of the laws, not even if his strain be sweeter than the songs of Thamyris and Orpheus, but only such poems as have been judged sacred and dedicated to the gods, and such as are the works of good men, works of praise or blame, which have been deemed to fulfil their design fairly. The regulations about war and about liberty of speech in poetry ought to apply equally to men and women. The legislator may be imagined to memorialize himself in the following terms: With what object did I bring up my citizens and order the whole city? Were they not to be competitors in the greatest of all contests, and have they not innumerable rivals? To be sure, would be the natural reply. Well, but if we were training boxers, or pancratiasts, or any other sort of athletes, would they never meet until the hour of contest arrived? And should we do nothing to prepare ourselves previously? Surely, if we were boxers, we should have been learning to fight for many days before, and exercising ourselves by imitating all those blows and wards which we were intending to execute in the hour of conflict. And in order that we might come as near to reality as possible, instead of cestices, we should have our arms bound round with boxing gloves, that the blows and the wards might be practised by us to the utmost of our power. And if there should be a deficiency of competitors, without fearing the laughter of fools, should we not have ventured to hang up a lifeless image and practice at that? Or if we had no adversary at all, animate or inanimate, should we not venture, in the dearth of antagonists, to spar with ourselves? In what other manner would any one suppose that we could study the art of self-defence? Cleinias. The way which you mention, stranger, would be the only way. Athenian Stranger. And shall the warriors of our city, who are destined, when occasion calls, to enter the greatest of all contests, and to fight for their lives, and their children, and their property, and the whole city, be worse prepared than combatants of this sort? And will the legislator, out of fear that their practising with one another may appear ridiculous, not command them to go out to practise war, and ordain that every day the soldiers shall perform lesser exercises without arms, making dancing and all gymnastic tend to this end? Will he not require that they shall practice some gymnastic exercises, great or small, as often as every month, and that they shall have contests one with another in every part of the country, seizing upon posts, and lying in ambush, and imitating in every respect the reality of war, fighting with boxing gloves, and hurling javelins, and using weapons somewhat dangerous, and, as nearly as possible, like the true ones, in order that the sport may not be altogether without fear, but may have terrors, and, to a certain degree, show the man who has courage, and the man who has not, and that the honour and dishonour which are assigned to them respectively may prepare the whole city for the true conflict of life. If any one dies in these mimic contests, the homicide is involuntary, and we will make the slayer, when he has been purified according to law, to be pure of blood, considering that if a few men should die, others as good as they will be born. But that if fear is dead, then that the citizens will never find a test of superior and inferior in desert, which is a far greater evil to the state than the other. Cleinias. We are quite agreed, stranger, that we should legislate about such things, and that the whole state should practice them. Athenian Stranger. And what is the reason why dances and contests of this sort hardly ever exist in states, at least not to any extent worth speaking of? Is this due to the ignorance of mankind and their legislators? Cleinias. Perhaps. Athenian Stranger. Certainly not, sweet Cleinias. There are two causes which are quite enough to account for the deficiency. Cleinias. What are they? Athenian Stranger. One cause is the love of wealth, which wholly absorbs men, and never for a moment allows them to think of anything but their own private possessions. On this the soul of every citizen hangs suspended, and can attend to nothing but his daily gain. And every man is ready to learn any branch of knowledge, and to follow any pursuit which tends to this end, and he laughs at every other. That is one reason why a city will not be in earnest about any good and honourable pursuit. From an insatiable love of gold and silver, every man is willing to endure the practice of any art or contrivance, seemly or unseemly, in the hope of becoming rich, and will make no objection to performing any action, holy or unholy, and utterly base, if only, like a beast, he have the power of eating and drinking all sorts of things, and procuring for himself in every sort of way the gratification of his lusts. Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. Let this, then, be deemed one of the causes which prevents states from pursuing in an efficient manner the art of war, or any other noble aim, but makes the orderly and temperate part of mankind into merchants and captains of ships, and servants, and converts the valiant sort into thieves and burglars and robbers of temples, and violent, tyrannical persons, many of whom are not without ability, but they are unfortunate. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. Must not they be utterly unfortunate whose souls are compelled to pass through life always hungering? Cleinias. Then that is one cause, stranger, but you implied that there was another. Athenian Stranger. Thank you for reminding me. Cleinias. The insatiable, lifelong love of wealth, as you were saying, is one cause which absorbs mankind, and prevents them from rightly practising the arts of war. I admit that, and now tell me what is the other? Athenian Stranger. Do you imagine that I delay because I am in a perplexity? Cleinias. No, we do not think that, but we think that you are too severe upon this sort of temper, of which you seem in the present discussion to have a peculiar dislike. Athenian Stranger. That is a very fair rebuke, stranger, and I will now proceed to the second cause. Cleinias. Proceed. Athenian Stranger. I say that governments are a cause. Democracy, oligarchy, tyranny, concerning which I have often spoken in the previous discourse. In reality, they are not governments, for none of them exercises a voluntary rule over voluntary subjects. They may be truly called states of discord, in which the government is voluntary, and the subjects always obey against their will, and have to be coerced, and the ruler fears the subject, and will not, if he can help, allow him to become either noble, or rich, or strong, or valiant, or warlike at all. These two are the causes of almost all evils, and of the evils of which I have been speaking, they are the special causes. But the state for which we are legislating has escaped them both, for her citizens have the greatest leisure, and they are not subject to one another, and will, I think, be made by these laws the reverse of lovers of money. Such a constitution may be reasonably supposed to be the only one existing which will accept the education which we have described, and the martial pastimes which have been perfected according to our idea. Cleinias. Good. Athenian Stranger. Then, next, we must remember about all gymnastic contests that only the warlike sort of them are to be practised and to have prizes of victory, and those which are not military are to be given up. The military sort had better be completely described and established by law. And first we will lay down what relates to running and swiftness. Cleinias. That we will. Athenian Stranger. Certainly the most military of all qualities is general activity of body, whether of foot or hand. For running away and taking an enemy, quickness of foot is required, but hand-to-hand conflict and combat need vigour and strength. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. Neither of them can attain their greatest efficiency without arms. Cleinias. How can they? Athenian Stranger. Then our herald, in accordance with the prevailing practice, will first summon the runner. He will appear armed, for to an unarmed competitor we will not give a prize. And he shall enter first who is to run the single course in armour. Next, he who is to run the double course. Third, he who is to run the horse course. And fourthly, he who is to run the long course. The fifth class, whom we start, shall be the first who goes forth in complete armour. And he shall run a course of 60 stadia to some temple of Ares. Him we will call the heavy-armed runner. He shall run over smooth ground, and his competitor shall be an archer, and carry the equipments of an archer, and he shall run a distance of 100 stadia over the mountains, and across every sort of country, to the temple of Apollo and Artemis. This shall be the order of the contest, and we will wait for them until they return, and will give a prize to the conqueror in each. Cleinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. Let us suppose that there are 3 sorts of contests: one of boys, another of beardless youths, and a third of men. For the youths we will fix the length of the contest at 2/3, and for the boys at half of the entire course, whether they contend as archers or as heavy-armed. Touching the women, let the girls who are not grown up compete naked in the stadium, and the double course, and the horse course, and the long course, and let them run on the race ground itself. Those who are 13 years of age and upwards until their marriage shall continue to share in contests if they are not more than 20, and shall be compelled to run up to 18, and they shall descend into the arena in suitable dresses. Let these be the regulations about contests in running, both for men and women. Respecting contests of strength, instead of wrestling and similar contests of the heavier sort, we will institute conflicts in armour of 1 against 1, and 2 against 2, and so on up to 10 against 10. As to what a man ought not to suffer or do, and to what extent, in order to gain the victory, as in wrestling, the masters of the art have laid down what is fair and what is not fair, so in fighting in armour we ought to call in skilful persons, who shall determine for us, and be our assessors in the work of legislation. They shall say who deserves to be victor in this sort of combats, and what he is not to do or suffer, and in like manner what rule determines who is defeated. And let the same ordinances apply to women until they are married, as well as to men. The combat with light shields shall be instead of the pancratium. They shall contend with bows and light shields, and javelins and slings, and throwing of stones by hand. And they shall make laws about them, and give rewards and prizes to him who best fulfils the ordinances of the law about them. Next in order we shall have to legislate about the horse contests. Now, we do not need many horses, for they cannot be of much use in a country like Crete, and hence we naturally do not take much pains about the rearing of them, or about their races. There is no one who keeps a chariot among us, and any rivalry in such matters would be altogether out of place. There would be no sense, nor any semblance of sense in instituting contests which are not after the manner of our country. And therefore we give our prizes for single horses, and for colts who have not cast their teeth, and for those who are intermediate between the full-grown and the colts, and also for the full-grown horses themselves. And thus our equestrian games will accord with the nature of the country. Let them have conflict and rivalry in these matters, in accordance with the law. And let the colonels and generals of horse have given to them in common the decision about all courses, and about the armed competitors in them. But for the unarmed we ought not to legislate, either in gymnastic exercises, or in these contests. On the other hand, the Cretan bowman or javelin man, who fights in armour on horseback, is useful, and therefore we may as well place a competition of this sort among our amusements. Women are not to be forced to compete by laws and ordinances. But if the previous instructions have grown into a habit with them, and their nature does not refuse to share in the contest, maidens and boys alike, let them be allowed, and no blame to them. Thus the competition and the mode of learning gymnastic have been described, and we have spoken also of the toils of the contest, and of daily exercise in the house of the teacher. Likewise, what relates to music has been, for the most part, completed. But what relates to the rhapsodes, and their vocation, and the contests of choruses which are to perform at feasts, shall be arranged when the months, and days, and years have been appointed for gods and demigods, whether every third year, or again every fifth year, or in whatever way or manner the gods may put into men's minds the distribution and order of them. At the same time we may expect that the musical contests will be celebrated in turn by the command of the judges, and the instructor of youth, and the guardians of the law meeting together for this very purpose, and themselves becoming legislators of the times and nature and conditions of the choral contests, and of dancing in general. What they ought severally to be in language and song, and in the admixture of harmony with rhythm, and the dance, has been often declared by the original legislator, and his successors ought to follow him, making the games and sacrifices duly to correspond at fitting times, and appointing public festivals. It is not difficult to determine how these and the like matters may have a regular order, nor again does any transposition of them involve any great gain or loss to the state. There is, however, another matter which is of great importance, and of which men are hard to be persuaded. To legislate about this should be the work of God, if there were any possibility of obtaining from him an ordinance. But seeing that divine aid is not to be had, there appears to be a need of some bold man, who specially honours plainness of speech, and will say outright what is best for the city and citizens, ordaining what is good and convenient for the whole state, amid the corruptions of human souls, opposing the mightiest lusts, and having no man his helper but himself, standing alone, and following reason only. Cleinias. What is this, stranger, that you are saying? For thus far we do not understand your meaning. Athenian Stranger. I dare say, and I will endeavour to explain myself more clearly. When I came to the subject of education, I beheld young men and maidens holding friendly intercourse with one another, and there naturally arose in my mind a sort of apprehension. I could not help thinking how one is to deal with a city in which youths and maidens are well nurtured, and have nothing to do, and are not undergoing the excessive and servile toils which extinguish wantonness, and whose only cares during their whole life are sacrifices, and festivals, and dances. How, in such a state as this, will they abstain from desires which thrust many a man and woman into perdition, and from which reason, assuming the functions of law, commands them to abstain? The ordinances already made may possibly get the better of most of these desires. The prohibition of excessive wealth is a very considerable gain in the direction of temperance, and the whole education of our youth imposes a law of moderation on them. Moreover, the eye of the rulers is required always to watch over the young, and never to lose sight of them; and these provisions do, as far as human means can effect anything, exercise a regulating influence upon the desires in general. But how can we take precautions against the loves of boys and girls, and of men and women, from which innumerable evils have come upon individuals and cities? How shall we devise a remedy which will be a way of escape out of so great a danger? Truly, Cleinias, there is a difficulty about that. In many ways the island of Crete and Lacedaemon furnish a great help to those who make peculiar laws; but in the matter of love, as we are alone, I must confess that they are quite against us. For if any one following nature should lay down the law which existed before the days of Laius, and declare that nature deprecated unnatural lusts, adducing the animals as a proof that such unions were monstrous, he might prove his point, but he would be wholly at variance with the custom of your states. Further, this practice is repugnant to a principle which we say that a legislator should always observe. For we are always inquiring which of our enactments tends to virtue, and which not. And suppose we grant that this love is accounted by law to be honourable, or at least not disgraceful, how about virtue? Will such passions implant in the soul of him who is seduced the habit of courage, or in the soul of the seducer the principle of temperance? Who will ever believe this? Or rather, who will not blame the effeminacy of him who yields to pleasures and is unable to hold out against them? Will not all men censure as womanly him who imitates the woman? And what human being will establish by law such a practice? Certainly no one who has in his mind the image of true law. How can we prove that what I am saying is true? He who would rightly consider these matters must see the nature of friendship and desire, and of these so-called loves, for they are of two kinds, and out of the two arises a third kind, having the same name, and this similarity of name causes all the difficulty and obscurity. Cleinias. How is that? Athenian Stranger. Likeness in virtue and equality is a principle of friendship, and that which is in want is the friend of that which has abundance, though they are different in kind. And when either of these friendships becomes excessive, we term the excess love. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. The friendship which arises from contraries is horrible and coarse, and has often no tie of communion. But that which arises from likeness is gentle, and has a tie of communion which lasts through life. As to the mixed sort, which is made up of them both, there is, first of all, a difficulty in determining what he who is possessed by this third love desires. Moreover, he is drawn different ways, and is in doubt between the two principles, the one exhorting him to enjoy the beauty of youth, and the other forbidding him. For the one is a lover of the body, and hungers after beauty, like some fruit of autumn, and would fain satisfy himself without any regard to the character of the beloved. The other holds the desire of the body to be a secondary matter, and looking rather than loving with his soul, and desiring the soul of the other in a becoming manner, regards the satisfaction of the bodily love as wantonness. He reverences and respects temperance, and courage, and magnanimity, and wisdom, and wishes to live chastely with the chaste object of his affection. Now, the sort of love which is made up of the other two is that which we have described as the third. Seeing, then, that there are these three sorts of love, ought the law to prohibit and forbid them all to exist among us? Is it not rather clear that we should wish to have in the state the love which is of virtue, and which desires the beloved youth to be the best possible, and the other two, if possible, we should hinder? What do you say, my friend Megillus? Megillus. I think, stranger, you are altogether right in what you have been saying. Athenian Stranger. I knew well, my friend, that I should obtain your assent, and without further analyzing the intentions of your law in reference to these matters, I will accept your assent to the argument. I will endeavour to pacify Cleinias, and gain his assent at some other time. I am satisfied with your admissions, and now let us go through the laws. Megillus. Very right. Athenian Stranger. At this very moment I see a way of imposing this law, which in one respect is easy, but in another is of the utmost difficulty. Megillus. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. We are all aware that most men, in spite of their lawless natures, are very strictly and precisely restrained from intercourse with the fair, and this not at all against their will, but entirely with their will. Megillus. When is that? Athenian Stranger. When any one has a brother or sister who is fair, and about a son or daughter the same unwritten law holds, and is a most perfect safeguard, so that no open or secret connection ever takes place between them. Nor does the thought of such a thing ever enter at all into the minds of most of them. Megillus. Very true. Athenian Stranger. Does not a little word extinguish all pleasures of that sort? Megillus. What is that word? Athenian Stranger. The declaration that they are unholy, hated of God, and most infamous, and is not the reason of this that no one has ever said the opposite, but every one from his earliest days has heard men saying the same about them always and everywhere, whether in comedy or in the graver language of tragedy. When the poet introduces on the stage a Thyestes, or an Oedipus, or a Macarius, having secret intercourse with his sister, he, when he is found out, is ready to kill himself as the penalty of his sin. Megillus. You are very right in saying that rumour, which no breath of opposition ever assails, has a marvellous power. Athenian Stranger. Am I not also right in saying that the legislator, who wants to master any of the passions which master man, may easily know how to subdue them? He will consecrate the evil report of them among all, slaves and freemen, women and children, throughout the city. That will be the surest foundation of the law which he can make. Megillus. Yes, but how will he ever succeed in making all mankind willing to use the same language about these things? Athenian Stranger. A good objection. But I was saying just now that I had a way to make men use natural love and abstain from unnatural, not intentionally destroying the seeds of human increase, or sowing them in stony places, in which they will take no root, and that I would command them to abstain too from any female field of increase in which that which is sown is not likely to grow. Now, if a law to this effect could only be made perpetual, and gain an authority such as already prevents intercourse of parents and children, such a law extending to other sensual desires, and conquering them, would be the source of 10,000 blessings. For, in the first place, moderation is the appointment of nature, and deters men from all frenzy and madness of love, and from all adulteries, and immoderate use of meats and drinks, and makes them good friends to their own wives. And innumerable other benefits would result if such a law could only be enforced. I can imagine some lusty youth who is standing by, and who, on hearing this enactment, declares in scurrilous terms that we are making foolish and impossible laws, and fills the world with his outcry. That was what induced me to say that I knew a way of enacting and perpetuating such a law, which was very easy in one respect, but in another most difficult. There is no difficulty in seeing that such a law is possible, and in what way; for, as I was saying, the ordinance, once consecrated, would master the soul of every man, and terrify him into obedience. But matters have now come to such a pass that the enactment of the law seems to be impossible, and not likely to take place even in our modest state, just as the continuance of an entire state in the practice of common meals is also deemed impossible. And although this latter is partly disproven by the fact of their existence among you, still, even in your cities, the common meals of women would be regarded as unnatural and impossible. I was thinking of the rebelliousness of mankind when I said that the permanent establishment of these things is very difficult. Megillus. Very true. Athenian Stranger. Shall I try and find some sort of persuasive argument which will prove to you that such enactments are possible, and not beyond human nature? Cleinias. By all means. Athenian Stranger. Is a man more likely to abstain from the pleasures of love, and to do what he is bidden about them, when his body is in a good condition, or when he is in an ill condition, and out of training? Cleinias. He will be far more temperate when he is in training. Athenian Stranger. And have we not heard of Icus of Tarentum, who, with a view to the Olympic and other contests, in his zeal for his art, and also because he was of a manly and temperate constitution, never had any connection with a woman or a youth during the whole time of his training? And the same is said of Chryson, and Astylus, and Diopompus, and many others; and yet, Cleinias, they were far worse educated in their minds than yours and my fellow citizens, and in their bodies far more lusty. Cleinias. It is quite true that this is often affirmed as a matter of fact by the ancients about these athletes. Athenian Stranger. And shall they be willing to abstain from what is ordinarily deemed a pleasure for the sake of a victory in wrestling, running, and the like, and our young men be incapable of a similar endurance for the sake of a much nobler victory, which is the noblest of all, as from their youth upwards we will tell them, charming them, as we hope, into the belief of this by tales in prose and verse? Cleinias. Of what victory are you speaking? Athenian Stranger. Of the victory over pleasure, in winning which they will live happily, or, if conquered, the reverse of happily. And further, will not the fear of impiety enable them to master that which other inferior people have mastered? Cleinias. That may be certainly expected of them. Athenian Stranger. And since we have reached this point in our legislation, and have fallen into a difficulty by reason of the vices of mankind, I affirm that our ordinance should simply run in the following terms. Our citizens ought not to fall below the nature of birds and beasts in general, who are born in great crowds, and remain until the age for procreation virgin and unmarried. When, arriving at the proper time of life, they are coupled, male and female, and graciously pair together, and live the rest of their lives in holiness and innocence, abiding firmly in their original compact. Surely they ought to be better than the animals. But if they are corrupted by the other Hellenes, and the common practice of barbarians, and they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears of the so-called illicit love everywhere prevailing among them, and they themselves are not able to get the better of the temptation, the guardians of the law, exercising the functions of lawgivers, shall devise a second law against them. Cleinias. And what law would you advise them to pass if this one failed? Athenian Stranger. Clearly, Cleinias, the one which would naturally follow. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. Our citizens should not allow pleasures to strengthen with indulgence, but should by toil divert the aliment and exuberance of them into other parts of the body. And this will happen if no immodesty be allowed in the practice of love. Then they will be ashamed of frequent intercourse, and they will find pleasure, if seldom enjoyed, to be a less imperious mistress. They should not be found out doing anything of the sort. Concealment shall be honourable and sanctioned both by custom and unwritten law. On the other hand, to be detected shall be esteemed dishonourable, but not to abstain wholly. In this way there will be a second legal standard of honourable and dishonourable, having a second notion of right. Three principles will comprehend all those corrupt natures, whom we call inferior to themselves, which is their common class, and will compel them not to transgress. Cleinias. What are they? Athenian Stranger. The principle of piety, the love of honour, and the desire of beauty, not in the body, but in the soul. These are perhaps romantic aspirations, but they are the noblest of aspirations, if they could only be realized in any state, and, God willing, in the matter of love we may be able to enforce one of two things: either that no one shall venture to touch any person of the free-born or noble class except his wedded wife, or sow the unconsecrated and bastard seed among harlots, or in barren and unnatural lusts; or, at least, we may abolish altogether the connection of men with men. And as to women, if any man has to do with any but those who come into his house duly married by sacred rites, whether they be bought or acquired in any other way, and he offends publicly in the face of all mankind, we shall be right in enacting that he be deprived of civic honours and privileges, and be deemed to be, as he truly is, a stranger. Let this law, then, whether it is one, or ought rather to be called two, be laid down respecting love in general, and the intercourse of the sexes, which arises out of the desires, whether rightly or wrongly indulged. Megillus. I, for my part, stranger, would gladly receive this law. Cleinias shall speak for himself, and tell you what is his opinion. Cleinias. That I will, Megillus, when an opportunity offers. At present, I think that we had better allow the stranger to proceed with his laws. Megillus. Very good. Athenian Stranger. We had got about as far as the establishment of the common tables, which in other places would be difficult, but in Crete no one would think of introducing any other custom. There might arise a question about the manner of them, whether they shall be such as they are here in Crete, or such as they are in Lacedaemon, or is there a third kind which may be better than either of them? The answer to this question might be easily discovered, but the discovery would do no good, for at present they are very well ordered. Leaving the common tables, we may therefore proceed to the means of providing life. Now, in cities, the means of life are gained in many ways, and from divers sources, and, in general, from two sources, whereas our city has only one. For most of the Hellenes obtain their food from sea and land, but our citizens from land only, and this makes the task of the legislator less difficult. Half as many laws will be enough, and much less than half, and they will be of a kind better suited to freemen. For he has nothing to do with laws about shipowners, and merchants, and retailers, and innkeepers, and tax collectors, and mines, and money lending, and compound interest, and innumerable other things. Bidding good-bye to these, he gives laws to husbandmen, and shepherds, and bee-keepers, and the guardians and superintendents of their implements, and he has already legislated for greater matters, as, for example, what relates to marriage, and the procreation and nurture of children, and education, and the establishment of offices. And now he must direct his enactments to those who labour in providing food. Let us first of all, then, have a class of laws, which shall be called the laws of husbandmen, and let the first of them be the laws of Zeus, the god of boundaries. Let no one shift the boundary line either of a fellow citizen who is a neighbour, or, if he dwells at the extremity of the land, of any stranger who is contiguous to him, considering that this is truly to move the immovable, and every one should be more willing to move the largest rock, which is not a landmark, than the least stone, which is the sworn arbiter of friendship and hatred between neighbours. For Zeus, the god of kindred, and Zeus, the god of strangers, are the witnesses to them, and, when aroused, terrible are their wars. He who obeys the law will never know the fatal consequences of disobedience. But he who despises the law shall be liable to a double penalty, the first coming from the gods, and the second from the law. For let no one voluntarily remove the boundaries of his neighbour's land, and if any one does, let him who will inform the landowners, and let them bring him into court, and if he be convicted of redividing the land by stealth or by force, let the court determine what he ought to suffer or pay. In the next place, many small injuries done by neighbours to one another, through their multiplication, may cause a weight of enmity, and make neighbourhood a very disagreeable and bitter thing. Wherefore a man ought to be very careful of committing any offence against his neighbour, and especially of encroaching on his neighbour's land. For any man may easily do harm, but not every man can do good to another. He who encroaches on his neighbour's land, and transgresses his boundaries, shall make good the damage, and, to cure him of his impudence, and also of his meanness, he shall pay a double penalty to the injured party. Of these and the like matters the wardens of the country shall take cognizance, and be the judges of them, and assessors of the damage. In the more important cases, as has been already said, the whole military force, belonging to any one of the 12 divisions, shall decide, and in the lesser cases, the officers. Or again, if any one pastures his cattle on his neighbour's land, they shall see the injury and adjudge the penalty. And if any one, by decoying the bees, gets possession of another's swarms, and draws them to himself by making noises, he shall pay the damage. Or if any one sets fire to his own wood, and takes no care of his neighbour's property, he shall be fined at the discretion of the magistrates. And if in planting he does not leave a fair distance between his own and his neighbour's land, he shall be punished in accordance with the enactments of many lawgivers, which we may use, not deeming it necessary that the great legislator of our state should determine all the trifles which might be decided by any legislator. For example, husbandmen have of old had excellent laws about waters, and there is no reason why we should let the stream of our discourse diverge from them. He who likes may draw water from the fountainhead of the common stream on his own land, if he do not cut off the spring which clearly belongs to some other owner. And he may take the water in any direction which he pleases, except through a house, or temple, or sepulchre, but he must be careful to do no harm beyond the channel. And if there be in any place a natural dryness of the earth, which absorbs the rain from heaven, and there is a deficiency in the supply of water, let him dig down on his own land as far as the brick clay, and if at this depth he finds no water, let him carry water from his neighbours, as much as is required for his servants' drinking. And if his neighbours too are limited in their supply, let him have a fixed measure, which shall be determined by the wardens of the country. This he shall receive each day, and on these terms have a share of his neighbour's water. If there be heavy rain, and one of those on the lower ground injures some tiller of the upper ground, or some one who has a common wall, by refusing to give them an outlet, or again, if some one living on the higher ground recklessly lets off the water on his lower neighbour, and they cannot come to terms with one another, let him, if he will, summon the other in the city before the warden of the city, or in the country before the warden of the country, and let him obtain a decision determining what each of them is to do. And he who will not abide by the decision shall suffer for his malignant and morose temper, and pay a fine equivalent to double the damage to the injured party, because he was unwilling to submit to the magistrates. Now, the participation of fruits shall be ordered on this wise. The goddess of autumn has two gracious gifts: one, the joy of Dionysus, which is not treasured up; the other, which nature intends to be stored. Let this be the law, then, concerning the fruits of autumn. He who tastes the common or storing fruits of autumn, whether grapes or figs, before the season of vintage, which coincides with Arcturus, either on his own land or on that of others, let him pay 50 drachma, which shall be sacred to Dionysus, if he pluck them from his own land, and if from his neighbour's land, a mina, and if from any other's, 2/3 of a mina. And he who would reap the fresh grapes, or the fresh figs, as they are now termed, if he take them off his own land, let him pluck them how and when he likes; but if he takes them from the ground of others without their leave, let him in that case be always punished in accordance with the law, which ordains that he should not move what he has not laid down. And if a slave touches any fruit of this sort, without the consent of the owner of the land, he shall be beaten with as many blows as there are grapes on the bunch, or figs on the fig tree. Let a metic, if he pleases, purchase and gather the fresh autumnal fruit; and if a stranger is passing along the road, and desires to eat the autumnal fruit, let him, if he will, take of the fresh grape for himself, and a single follower without price, as a tribute of hospitality. But the law forbids strangers from sharing in the sort which is not used for eating. And if any one, whether he be master or slave, takes of them in ignorance, let the slave be beaten, and the master be dismissed with admonitions, and instructed to take of the other autumnal fruits which are unfit for making raisins and wine, or for laying by as dried figs. As to pears and apples and pomegranates and similar fruits, there shall be no disgrace in taking them secretly; but he who is found out, if he be of less than 30 years of age, shall be struck and beaten off, but not wounded, and no freeman shall have any right of satisfaction for such blows. Of these fruits the stranger may partake just as he may of the fruits of autumn. And if an elder who is more than 30 years of age take of them and eat them on the spot, and carry away nothing, let him partake, like the stranger, of all such fruits. If, however, he will not obey the law, let him run the risk of failing in the competition of virtue, in case any one takes notice of his actions before the judges. Water is the greatest element of nutrition in gardens, but is easily polluted. You cannot poison the soil, or the sun, or the air, which are the other elements of nutrition in plants, or divert them or steal them. But all these things may very likely happen in regard to water, which must therefore be protected by law. And let this be the law: if any one intentionally pollutes the water of another, whether the water of a spring, or collected in reservoirs, either by poisonous substances, or by digging, or by theft, let the injured party bring the cause before the wardens of the city, and claim in writing the value of the loss. And if he be found guilty of injuring the water by deleterious substances, let him not only pay damages, but purify the stream or the vessel which contains the water, in such manner as the laws of the interpreters order the purification to be made by the parties in each case. With respect to the gathering in of the fruits of the soil, let a man, if he pleases, carry his own fruits through any place in which he either does no harm to any one, or himself gains 3 times as much as his neighbour loses. Now of these things the archons should be made cognizant, as of all other things in which a man intentionally does injury to another, or to the property of another, by fraud or force, in the use which he makes of his own property. All these matters a man should lay before the magistrates, and receive damages, supposing the injury to be under 3 mina; or if he have a charge against another which involves a larger amount, let him bring the suits into the public courts, and have the evildoer punished. But if any of the magistrates appears to give unjust punishments in the penalties which he imposes, let him be adjudged to pay double to the injured party. Any one may bring the offences of magistrates, in any particular case, before the public courts. There are innumerable little matters relating to the modes of punishment, and writs of action, and the summonses, and witnesses to summons. For example, whether 2 witnesses should be required for a summons, or how many, and all such details which cannot be omitted in legislation, and are beneath the wisdom of an aged legislator. These lesser matters, as they indeed are, in comparison with the greater ones, let a younger generation regulate by law, after the patterns which have preceded, and according to their own experience of the usefulness and necessity of them. And when they are duly regulated, let there be no alteration, and let the citizens live in the observance of them. Now of artisans, let the regulations be as follows. In the first place, let no native, or servant of a native, be occupied in handicraft arts. For a citizen who is to make and preserve the public order of the state has an art which requires much study and many kinds of knowledge, and does not admit of being made a secondary occupation. And hardly any human being is capable of pursuing 2 professions, or 2 arts, rightly, or of practising one art himself, and superintending someone else who is practising another. Let this, then, be our first principle in the state. No one who is a smith shall also be a carpenter, and if he be a carpenter, he shall not superintend the smith's art rather than his own, under the pretext that in superintending many servants who are working for him, he is likely to superintend them better, because more revenue will accrue to him from them than from his own art. But let every man in the state have one art, and get his living by that. Let the wardens of the city labour to maintain this law, and if any citizen inclines to any other art rather than the study of virtue, let them punish him with disgrace and infamy, until they bring him back into his own right course. And if any stranger profess two arts, let them chastise him with bonds and money penalties, and expulsion from the state, until they compel him to be one only, and not many. But as touching payments for hire, and contracts of work, or in case any one does wrong to any of the citizens, or they do wrong to any other, up to 50 drachma, let the wardens of the city decide the case. But if a greater amount is involved, then let the public courts decide according to law. Let no one pay any duty either on the importation or exportation of goods. And as to frankincense and similar perfumes used in the service of the gods, which come from foreign parts, and purple and other dyes which are not produced in the country, or the materials of any art which have to be imported, and which are not necessary, no one should import them, nor again should any one export anything which is wanted in the country. Of all these things let there be inspectors and superintendents taken from the guardians of the law, and they shall be the 12, next in order to the 5 seniors. Concerning arms and all military implements, if there be need of introducing any art, or plant, or metal, either for the purpose of making chains, or bridles, and reins for animals, let the commanders of the horse and the generals have authority over their importation and exportation. The city shall give and receive them, and the guardians of the law shall make fit and proper laws about them. But let there be no retail trade for the sake of money-making, either in this or any other article, in the city or country at all. With respect to food and the distribution of the produce of the country, the right and proper way seems to be nearly that which is the custom of Crete. For there all are required to distribute the fruits of the soil into 12 parts, and in this way consume them. Let the 12th portion of each, as for instance of wheat and barley, which the rest of the fruits of the earth shall follow, as well as the animals which are sold in each of the 12 divisions, be further divided into 3 parts, one part for freemen, another for their servants, and a third part for craftsmen, and in general for the strangers and any sojourners who may be dwelling in the city, and must live like other men. And there may be those who come on some business which they have with the state, or with any individual. Let only a third part of all necessaries be required to be sold; out of the other 2/3 no one shall be compelled to sell. And how will they be best distributed? In the first place, we see clearly that the distribution will be of equals in one point of view, and in another point of view of unequals. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. I mean that the earth of necessity produces and nourishes the various articles of food, sometimes better and sometimes worse. Cleinias. Of course. Athenian Stranger. Such being the case, let no one of the 3 portions be greater than either of the other 2, neither that which is assigned to masters and slaves, nor again that of the stranger, but let the distribution to all be alike, and let every one of the citizens who gets his 2 portions have power to determine how much, and of what quality, he will distribute to slaves and freemen, and what remains he shall distribute by measure and number among the animals who have to be sustained from the earth, taking the whole number of them. In the second place, our citizens should have separate houses duly ordered, and this shall be the order of them. There shall be 12 hamlets, one in the middle of each 12th lot, and in each hamlet they shall first separate off a market place, and the temples of the gods under their attendant demigods, and if there be any local deities of the magnates, or holy seats of other ancient deities, whose memory has been preserved, to these let them pay their ancient honours; but Hestia, and Zeus, and Athene, and whatever other god may preside in each of the 12 portions, shall have temples everywhere, and the first erection of houses shall be around these temples, where the ground is highest, in order to provide the safest and most defensible place of retreat for the guards. All the rest of the country they shall settle in the following manner. They shall make 13 divisions of the craftsmen. One of them shall dwell in the city, and this again they shall subdivide into 12 lesser divisions. Among the 12 districts of the city distributed in the outskirts all around, and in each village, they shall settle various classes of craftsmen, with a view to the convenience of the husbandmen. And the chief officers of the wardens of the country shall watch over all these matters, and see how many of them, and which class of them, each place requires, and fix them where they are likely to give the least inconvenience, and to be most useful to the husbandman. And the officers of the wardens of the city shall see to similar matters in the city. Now, the wardens of the agora ought to see to the details of the agora. Their first care, after the temples have been cared for, should be to prevent any one from doing any wrong in dealings between man and man. In the second place, as being inspectors of temperance and violence, they should chastise him who requires chastisement. Touching articles of sale, they should first see whether the articles which the citizens are under regulations to sell to strangers are sold to them as the law ordains. And let the law be as follows. On the first day of the month, the persons in charge, whoever they are, whether strangers or slaves, who have the charge, shall produce to the strangers the portion which falls to them, in the first place, a 12th portion of the corn. The stranger shall purchase corn for the whole month, and other food, on the first market day, and on the 10th day of the month the one party shall sell, and the other buy, liquids sufficient to last during the whole month. And on the 23rd day there shall be a sale of animals, and of utensils, and of other things which husbandmen require, such as skins and all kinds of clothing, either woven or made of felt, and other goods of the same sort, and strangers shall be compelled to buy and purchase them from others. As to the retail trade, in these things, whether of barley or wheat made into flour, or any other kind of food, no one shall sell them to citizens or their slaves, nor shall any one buy of any such persons, but let the stranger sell them in the market of strangers, to artisans and their slaves, making an exchange of wine and food, which is commonly called retail trade. And butchers shall likewise offer for sale dismembered animals to the strangers, and artisans and their servants. Let any stranger who likes buy fuel from day to day wholesale, from those who have the care of it in the country, and let him sell to the strangers as much as he pleases, and when he pleases. As to other goods and implements which are likely to be wanted, they shall sell them in the common market at any place which the guardians of the law and the wardens of the market and city, choosing according to their judgments, shall determine. At such places they shall exchange money for goods, and goods for money, neither party giving credit to the other; and he who gives credit, whether he obtain his money or not, must be satisfied, for in such exchanges he will not be protected by law. But whenever property has been bought or sold, greater in quantity or value than is allowed by the law, which has determined within what limits a man may increase and diminish his possessions, let the excess be registered in the books of the guardians of the law. Or In case of diminution, let there be an erasure made, and let the same rule be observed about the registration of the property of the metics. Any one who likes may come and be a metic on certain conditions. A foreigner, if he likes and is able to settle, may dwell in the land, but he must practice an art, and not abide more than 20 years from the time at which he has registered himself; and he shall pay no sojourner's tax, however small, except good conduct, nor any other tax for buying and selling. But when the 20 years have expired, he shall take his property with him and depart. And if in the course of these years he should chance to distinguish himself by any considerable benefit which he confers on the state, and he thinks that he can persuade the council and assembly either to grant him delay in leaving the country, or to allow him to remain for the whole of his life, let him go and persuade the city, and whatever they assent to at his instance shall take effect. For the children of the metics being artisans, and of 15 years of age, let the time of their sojourn commence after their 15th year, and let them remain for 20 years, and then go where they like. But any of them who wishes to remain, may remain if he can persuade the council and assembly. And if he do not remain, let him erase all the entries which have been made by him in the registry kept by the archons. End of Book 8. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 1 of Book 9 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part 1 of Book 9. Next, in the natural order of legislation, after the actions of which I have spoken, will come suits of law. Those which relate to agriculture have been already described, but the more important have not been described. Having mentioned them severally under their usual names, we will proceed to say what punishments are to be inflicted for each offence, and who are to be the judges of them. Cleinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. There is a sense of disgrace in legislating, as we are about to do, for all the details of crime in a state which, as we say, is to be well regulated, and will be perfectly adapted to the practice of virtue. To assume that in such a state there will arise some accomplice in crimes as great as any which are ever perpetrated in other states, and that we must legislate for him by anticipation, and threaten and make laws against him, if he should arise, in order to deter him, and punish his acts under the idea that he will arise, this, as I was saying, is in a manner disgraceful. But seeing that we are not like the ancient legislators, who gave laws to demigods and sons of gods, being themselves, according to the popular belief, the offspring of the gods, and legislating for others, who were also the children of divine parents, whereas we are only men who are legislating for the sons of men, there is no uncharitableness in apprehending that some one of our citizens may be like a seed hardened by the ox's horn, and have a heart which cannot be softened any more than those seeds can be softened by fire. Among our citizens there may be those who cannot be subdued by all the strength of the laws, and for their sake, though an ungracious task, I will proclaim my first law about the robbing of temples, in case such a crime should ever be committed. I do not expect or imagine that any well-brought-up citizen will ever take the disorder, but their servants and strangers servants may attempt many crimes of this sort, and with a view to them especially, and yet not without a provident eye to the weakness of human nature generally, I will proclaim the law about robbers of temples and similar incurable, or almost incurable criminals. Having already agreed that such enactments ought always to have a short prelude, we may speak to the criminal whom some tormenting desire by night and by day tempts to go and rob a temple, in words of admonition and exhortation. O sir, we will say to him, the impulse which moves you to rob temples is not a malady of man, nor yet from heaven, but a sort of madness which is begotten in men from ancient and unexpiated crimes, the curse of which revolves in a cycle. Against this you must guard as well as you can, and how you are to guard I will explain to you. When any such thought comes into your mind, go and perform expiations. Go as a suppliant to the temples of the gods, who avert evils. Go to the society of those who are called good men among you. Hear them tell, and yourself try to repeat after them, that every man should honour the noble and the just. Fly from the company of the wicked. Fly, and turn not back. And if thy disorder is lightened sensibly by the use of these remedies, well and good. But if not, then acknowledge death to be nobler than life, and depart hence. These are the preludes which we sing to all those who have thoughts of unholy and treasonable actions, and to him who obeys them the law has nothing more to say. But to him who is disobedient, when the prelude is over, cry with a loud voice. He who is taken in the act of robbing temples, if he be a slave or stranger, shall have his evil deed engraven on his face and hands, and shall be beaten with as many stripes as may seem good to the judges, and be cast naked beyond the borders of the land. And if he suffers this punishment, he will probably be corrected and improved. For no penalty which is inflicted according to law is designed for evil, but always makes him who suffers either better or not so bad. And if any citizen be found doing anything of this sort, I mean to say, if he be guilty of any great and unmentionable wrong, either in relation to the gods, or his parents, or the state, let the judge deem him to be incurable, remembering what an education and training he has had from youth upward, and yet has not abstained from the greatest of crimes. The penalty of death is to him the least of evils, and others will be benefited by his example, if he be dishonoured and dispatched beyond the borders of the land. But let his children and family, if they avoid the ways of their father, have glory, and let honourable mention be made of them as having nobly and manfully escaped out of evil into good. None of them should have their goods confiscated to the state, in which the lots ought always to continue the same and equal. Touching the exaction of penalties, when a man appears to have done anything which deserves a fine, he shall pay the fine if he have anything in excess of the lot which is assigned to him, but more than that he shall not pay. And with a view to exactness, let the guardians of the law refer to the registers, and inform the judges of the precise truth, in order that none of the lots may go uncultivated for want of money. And if any one seems to deserve a greater penalty, unless some of his friends are willing to be surety for him, and liberate him by becoming partners in the fine, let him be imprisoned for a time, and otherwise dishonoured. And let no one be outlawed for any offence whatever, nor be banished beyond the frontier, but let him receive punishment, death, or bonds, or blows, or uncomfortable positions, standing or posted at a temple on the borders of the land, or let let him pay money penalties, as we said before. In cases of death, let the judges be the guardians of the law, and a court selected according to merit from last year's magistrates. But how the causes are to be introduced, and the summonses, and manner of proceeding, and the like, may be left to the younger generation of legislators to determine. The manner of voting we must determine ourselves. Let the vote be given openly, but before they come to the vote, let the judges sit in order of seniority over against plaintiff and defendant, and let all the citizens who can spare time hear and take a serious interest in listening to such causes. First of all, the plaintiff shall make one speech, and then the defendant shall make another, and after the speeches have been made, the eldest judge shall begin to examine the parties, and proceed to make a satisfactory inquiry into what has been said. And after the oldest has spoken, every one shall proceed in order to investigate what he would desire to have stated or not stated by either party. He who has nothing more to ask shall pass over the examination to another. And on so much of what has been said as is to the purpose, they shall put the seals of all the judges with their signatures in writing, and place the writings on the altar of Hestia. On the next day they shall meet again, and in like manner put their questions, and go through the cause, and again set their seals upon the evidence. And when they have 3 times done this, and have had witnesses and evidence enough, they shall each of them give a holy vote, after promising by Hestia that they will decide justly and truly to the utmost of their power, and so they shall put an end to the suit. Next, after what relates to the gods, follows what relates to the dissolution of the state. Whoever, by promoting a man to power, enslaves the laws, and subjects the city to factions, using violence, and stirring up sedition contrary to law, him we will deem the greatest enemy of the whole state. But he who takes no part in such proceedings, and yet being the chief magistrate of the state, knowing of them or not knowing of them, by reason of cowardice does not interfere on behalf of his country, such a one we must consider nearly as bad. Every man who is worth anything will inform the magistrates, and bring the conspirator to trial for making a violent and illegal attempt to change the government. The judges of the traitor shall be the same as of the robbers of temples, and let the whole proceeding be carried on in the same way, and the vote of the majority condemned to death. But let there be a general rule that the disgrace and punishment of the father is not to be visited on the children, except in the case of someone whose father, grandfather, and great-grandfather have successively undergone the penalty of death. Such persons the city shall send away with all their possessions, reserving only and wholly their appointed lot to their original city and country. And out of the citizens who have more than one son of not less than 10 years of age, they shall select 10 whom their father or grandfather, by the mother's or father's side, shall appoint, and let them send to Delphi the names of those who obtain the lot, and him whom the god appoints they shall establish as heir of the house which has failed, and may he have better fortune than his predecessors. Cleinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. Once more, let there be a third general law respecting the judges, who are to give judgment, and the manner of conducting suits, against those who are tried on an accusation of treason. And as concerning the remaining or departure of their descendants, there shall be one law for all 3, for the traitor, and the robber of temples, and the subverter by violence of the laws of the state. For a thief, whether he steal much or little, let there be one law, and one punishment for all alike. In the first place, let him pay double the amount of the theft if he be convicted, and if he has so much over and above the allotment. If he have not, he shall be bound until he pay the penalty, or persuade him who has got the sentence against him to forgive him. But if a person is convicted of a theft against the state, then if he can persuade the city, or if he will pay back twice the amount of the theft, he shall be set free from his bonds. Cleinias. What makes you say, stranger, that the theft is all one, whether the thief has taken much or little, and whether from sacred or secular places? And these are not the only differences in thefts. Seeing, then, that they are of many kinds, ought not the legislator to adapt himself to them, and impose upon them entirely different penalties? Athenian Stranger. Excellent. I was running on too fast, Cleinias, and you impinged upon me, and brought me to my senses, reminding me of what indeed had occurred to my mind already. That legislation was never yet rightly worked out, as I may say in passing. To what am I referring? That was not a bad image in which I likened the men for whom laws are now made to slaves who are doctored by slaves. For of this you may be very sure, that if one of those empirical physicians who practice medicine without science were to come upon the gentleman physician talking to his gentle patient, and using the language almost of philosophy, beginning at the beginning of the disease, and discoursing about the whole nature of the body, he would burst into a hearty laugh. He would say what most of those who are called doctors always have at their tongue's end. Foolish fellow, he would say, you are not healing the sick man, but you are educating him, and he does not want to be made a doctor, but to get well. Cleinias. And would he not be right in saying that? Athenian Stranger. Perhaps he would, and he might remark upon us that he who discourses about laws, as we are now doing, is giving the citizens education and not laws. That would be rather a telling observation. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. But we are fortunate. Cleinias. In what way? Athenian Stranger. Inasmuch as we are not compelled to give laws, but we may take into consideration every form of government, and ascertain what is best, and what is most needful, and how they may both be carried into execution, and we may also, if we please, choose what is best, or, if we prefer, what is most necessary. Which shall we do? Cleinias. There is something ridiculous, stranger, in our proposing such an alternative, as if we were legislators, simply bound under some great necessity which cannot be deferred to the morrow. But we, as I may by the grace of heaven affirm, like gatherers of stones, or beginners of some composite work, may collect a heap of materials, and afterwards, at our leisure, select what is suitable for our intended construction. Let us then suppose ourselves to be at leisure, not of necessity building, but rather like men who are partly providing materials, and partly putting them together. And we may truly say that some of our laws, like stones, are already fixed in their places, and others lie about provisionally, and are put by. Athenian Stranger. Certainly, in that case, Cleinias, our view of law will be more in accordance with nature. For there is another matter affecting legislators, which I must earnestly entreat you to consider. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. divers other persons, and not legislators only, have composed writings and speeches. Cleinias. To be sure. Athenian Stranger. Shall we give heed rather to the writings of those others, poets and the like, who either in metre or out of metre have recorded their own notes of life, and not to the writings of legislators, or shall we give heed to them above all? Cleinias. Yes, to them above all others. Athenian Stranger. And of those who write about the beautiful, the good, and the just, ought any one but the legislator to advise concerning them, and to teach what they are, and how they are to be pursued by those who intend to be happy? Cleinias. Certainly not. Athenian Stranger. And is it more disgraceful for Homer, and Tertius, and other poets to lay down evil precepts in their writings respecting life and the pursuits of men, but not so disgraceful for Lycurgus and Solon and others who were legislators as well as writers? Of all the writings which there are in cities, are not those which relate to laws, when you unfold them, found to be by far the noblest and the best? And do not other writings either agree with them, or if they disagree, are they not ridiculous? We should consider whether the laws of states ought to appear in the character of loving and wise parents, or of tyrants and masters, who command and threaten, and, after writing their decrees on walls, go their ways; and whether, in discoursing of laws, we shall regard them as parents, a view which may or may not be attainable, but to which we, at any rate, will show our readiness to give effect, and be prepared to undergo whatever may be the result. And may the result be good, and by the favour of heaven it shall be good. Cleinias. Excellent, and let us do as you say. Athenian Stranger. Then we will now consider accurately, as we proposed, what relates to robbers of temples, and all kinds of thefts, and offences in general. And we must not be annoyed if in the course of legislation we have enacted some things, and have not made up our minds about some others. For as yet we are not legislators, but are only preparing to be legislators, in which attempt we hope to succeed. Let us then, as I propose, consider these matters, if you do not object. Cleinias. By all means. Athenian Stranger. Concerning all principles of honour and justice, let us endeavour to ascertain how far we are consistent with ourselves, and how far we are inconsistent; acknowledging, indeed, that our aim is to contradict the majority. And we may note how far the many are inconsistent with one another. Cleinias. What are the inconsistencies which you observe in us? Athenian Stranger. I will endeavour to explain. If I am not mistaken, we are agreed that justice and just men and things and actions are all fair, so that if a person were to maintain that just men, even when they are deformed in body, are still perfectly beautiful in respect of the excellent justice of their minds, no one would say that there was any inconsistency in this. Cleinias. They would be quite right. Athenian Stranger. Perhaps; but let us consider further, that even if all things which are just are fair and honourable, there are always passive states deemed by us to be equivalent to the active ones. Cleinias. And what is the inference from that? Athenian Stranger. The inference is that a just action, in partaking of the just, partakes also in the same degree of the fair and honourable. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And Must not a suffering which partakes of the just principle be admitted to be, in the same degree, fair and honourable, if the argument is consistently carried out? Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. But if we admit suffering to be just and yet dishonourable, and the term dishonourable is applied to justice, then the just and the honourable will disagree. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. A thing not difficult to understand. The laws which have been already enacted would seem to announce principles directly opposed to what we are saying. Cleinias. To what? Athenian Stranger. We were saying, if I am not mistaken, that the robber of temples, and he who was the enemy of law and order, might justly be put to death. And we were proceeding to make divers other enactments of a similar nature. But we refrained, because we saw that these inflictions of sufferings are infinite in number and degree, and are at once the most just and also the most dishonourable of all sufferings. And if this is true, are not the just and the honourable at one time all the same, and at another time in the most diametrical opposition? Cleinias. That appears to be the case. Athenian Stranger. In this discordant and inconsistent fashion does the language of the many rend asunder the honourable and just? Cleinias. That, Stranger, appears to be true. Athenian Stranger. Then now, Cleinias, let us see how far we are consistent about these matters. Cleinias. Consistent in what? Athenian Stranger. I think that I have clearly stated in the former part of the discussion, but if I did not, let me now state. Cleinias. What? Athenian Stranger. That all bad men are always involuntarily bad, and if this is true, that I must proceed to make a further inference. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. That the unjust man may be bad, but that he is bad against his will. Now, that an action which is done involuntarily should be voluntary is a contradiction. Wherefore, he who maintains that injustice is involuntary will deem that the evildoer does evil involuntarily. That I too must now admit, for I say that all men do evil involuntarily. And if any one, from motives of strife or party, says that there are men who are evildoers against their will, and yet that many do evil willingly, I certainly cannot agree with him. But then, how can I avoid being inconsistent with myself, if you, Cleinias, and you, Megillus, say to me, well, Stranger, and how about legislating for the city of the Magnetes? Shall we legislate or not? What do you advise? Certainly we will, I should reply. Then will you determine for them what are voluntary and what are involuntary crimes? And shall we make the punishments greater of voluntary errors and crimes, and less for the involuntary? Or shall we make the punishment of all to be alike, under the idea that there is no such thing as voluntary crime? Cleinias. Very good, Stranger. And what shall we say in answer to these objections? Athenian Stranger. That is a very fair question. In the first place, let us— Cleinias. Do what? Athenian Stranger. Let us remember what has been well said by us already, that our ideas of justice were in the highest degree confused and inconsistent. Bearing this in mind, let us proceed to ask ourselves once more whether we have discovered a way out of the difficulty. Have we ever determined in what respect these two classes of actions differ from one another? For in all states, and by all legislators whatsoever, two kinds of actions have been distinguished, the one voluntary, the other involuntary, and they have legislated about them accordingly. But shall this new word of ours, like an oracle of God, be only spoken, and have no explanation or verification? How can a word not understood be the basis of legislation? That is impossible. Before proceeding to legislate, then, we must prove that they are two, and what is the difference between them, that when we impose the penalty upon either, every one may understand our proposal, and be able in some way to judge whether the penalty is fitly or unfitly enacted. Cleinias. I agree with you, stranger, for one of two things is certain. Either we must not say that all crimes are involuntary, or we must show the meaning and truth of this statement. Athenian Stranger. Of these two alternatives, the one is quite intolerable. Not to speak what I know to be the truth would be to me unlawful and unholy. But if they do not differ as voluntary and involuntary, I must endeavour to find some other distinction in them. Cleinias. Very true, stranger. That is the only way in which the matter can be considered by us. Athenian Stranger. Reflect, then. There are hurts of various kinds done by the citizens to one another in the intercourse of life, affording plentiful examples both of the voluntary and involuntary. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. I would not have any one suppose that all these hurts are injuries, and that injuries are of two kinds, one voluntary and the other involuntary. For the involuntary hurts are quite as many and as great as the voluntary. And please to consider whether I am right or not in what I am going to say. For I deny, Cleinias and Megillus, that he who harms another involuntarily does him an injury involuntarily. Nor should I legislate about such an act under the idea that I am legislating for an involuntary injury. But I should rather say that such a hurt, whether great or small, is not an injury at all. And on the other hand, if I am right, when a benefit is wrongly conferred, the author of the benefit may often be said to injure. For I maintain, O my friends, that the mere giving or taking away of anything is not to be described either as just or unjust, but the legislator has to consider whether any one does good or harm to another out of a just principle and intention. On the distinction between injustice and hurt he must fix his eye, and when there is hurt he must, as far as he can, make the hurt good by law, and save that which is ruined, and raise up that which is fallen, and make that which is dead or wounded whole. And when compensation is given, the law must always seek to win over the doers and sufferers of the several hurts from feelings of enmity to those of friendship. Cleinias. That is good. Athenian Stranger. Then, as to unjust hurts or gains, supposing that some one by doing wrong causes a gain to another, of these we may heal as many as are capable of being healed, regarding them as diseases of the soul, and the cure of injustice will take the following direction. Cleinias. What direction? Athenian Stranger. When any one commits any injustice, small or great, the law will admonish and compel him either never at all to do the like again, or never voluntarily, or at any rate in a far less degree, and he must in addition pay for the hurt. Whether the end is to be attained by word or action, with pleasure or pain, by giving or taking away privileges, by means of penalties or gifts, or in whatsoever way the law shall make a man hate injustice, and love or not hate the nature of the just. This is the noblest work of law. But if the legislator sees any one who is incurable, for him he will make a law and fix a penalty. He knows quite well that to such men themselves there is no profit in the continuance of their lives, and that they would do a double good to the rest of mankind if they would take their departure, inasmuch as they would be an example to other men not to offend, and they would relieve the city of bad citizens. In such cases, and in such cases only, the legislator ought to inflict death as the punishment of offences. Cleinias. What you have said appears to me to be very reasonable. But will you favour me by stating a little more clearly the difference between hurt and injustice, and the various complications of the involuntary and voluntary which arise in these cases? Athenian Stranger. I will endeavour to comply with your request. Concerning the soul, thus much would be generally said and allowed, that one element in her nature is passion, which may be described either as a state or a part of the soul, and is hard to be striven against and contended with, and by irrational force overturns many things. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. And pleasure is not the same with passion, but has an opposite power, working by persuasion and by the force of deceit in all things. Cleinias. Quite true. Athenian Stranger. A man may truly say that ignorance is a third cause of crimes. Ignorance, however, may be conveniently divided by the legislator into two sorts. There is simple ignorance, which is the source of lighter offences, and double ignorance, which is accompanied by conceit of wisdom, and he who is under the influence of the latter fancies that he knows all about matters of which he knows nothing. This second kind of ignorance, when possessed of power and strength, will be held by the legislator to be the source of great and monstrous crimes, but when attended with weakness, will only result in the errors of children and old men, and these he will treat as errors, and will make laws accordingly for those who commit them, which will be the mildest and most merciful of all laws. Cleinias. That is reasonable. Athenian Stranger. We, all of us, remark of one man that he is superior to pleasure and passion, and of another that he is inferior to them, and this is true. Cleinias. Quite true. Athenian Stranger. But no one was ever yet heard to say that one of us is superior and the other inferior to ignorance? Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. All these are motives of which we say that they incite men to the fulfilment of their will, although they may often contend one with another, and draw an individual in opposite directions at the same time. Cleinias. That is very often the case. Athenian Stranger. And now I can define to you clearly, and without ambiguity, what I mean by the just and unjust, according to my notion of them. When anger and fear, and pleasure and pain, and jealousies and desires tyrannize over the soul, whether they do any harm or not, I call them all injustice. But when the opinion of the best, whatever may be the supposed relation of the best to them in states or individuals, gets the upper hand, and orders the souls of individuals, even though sometimes in error, yet what is done in accordance therewith, and the principle in individuals which obeys this rule, and is best for the whole life of man, is to be called just, although the action done in error is thought by the multitude to be involuntary injustice. Leaving the question of names, about which we are not going to quarrel, and having already delineated three sorts of errors, we may begin by recalling them somewhat more vividly to our memory. One kind was of the painful sort, which we denominate anger and fear. Cleinias. Quite right. Athenian Stranger. There was a second class of pleasures and desires, and a third class of hopes, which aimed at true opinion about the best. This latter being further subdivided into three, there arise five kinds of actions, and for these five kinds we will make laws of two kinds. Cleinias. What are the five kinds of which you are speaking? Athenian Stranger. There is the kind of actions done by violence, and in the light of day, and another kind of actions which are done in darkness and with secret deceit, or sometimes both with violence and deceit. The laws concerning these last ought to have a character of severity. Cleinias. Naturally. Athenian Stranger. And now let us return from this digression, and complete the work of legislation. Laws have been already enacted by us concerning the robbers of the gods, and concerning traitors, and also concerning those who corrupt the laws for the purpose of subverting the government. A man may very likely commit some of these crimes, either in a state of madness, or when affected by disease, or under the influence of extreme old age, or in a fit of childish wantonness, himself no better than a child. And if this be made evident to one of the judges elected to try the cause, on the appeal of the criminal or his advocate, and he be judged to have been in this state when he committed the offence, he shall simply pay for the hurt which he may have done to another, but he shall be exempt from other penalties, unless he have slain some one, and have on his hands the stain of blood. And in that case he shall go to another land and country, and there dwell for a year. And if he return before the expiration of the time which the law appoints, or even set his foot at all on his native land, he shall be bound by the guardians of the law as a public prisoner for 2 years, and then go free. Having begun to speak of homicide, let us endeavour to lay down laws concerning every different kind of homicide, and first of all concerning violent and involuntary homicides. If any one in an athletic contest, and at the public games, involuntarily kills a friend, and he dies either at the time or afterwards of the blows which he has received, or if the like misfortune happen to any one in war, or military exercises, or mimic contests, of which the rulers enjoin the practice, whether with or without arms, when he has been purified according to the law brought from Delphi relating to these matters, he shall be innocent. And so, in the case of physicians, if their patient die against their will, they shall be held guiltless by the law. And if one slay another with his own hand, but unintentionally, whether he be unarmed, or have some instrument or dart in his hand, or if he kill him by giving him food or drink, or by the application of fire or cold, or by suffocating him, whether he do the deed by his own hand, or by the agency of others, he shall be regarded as the agent, and shall suffer the following penalties. If he kill a slave, thinking that he is his own, he shall bear the master of the dead man harmless from loss, or shall pay a penalty of twice the value of the dead man, and the judges shall assess the value of the slave. But they must use purifications greater and more than in the case of those who committed homicide at the games. What they are to be, the interpreters whom the god appoints shall be authorized to declare. And if a man kills his own slave, when he has been purified according to law, he shall be quit of the homicide. And if a man kills a free man unintentionally, he shall undergo the same purification as he did who killed the slave. But let him not forget also a tale of the olden time, which is to this effect. He who has suffered a violent end, if he has had the soul of a free man in life, is, when newly dead, angry with the author of his death, and, being himself full of fear and panic by reason of his violent death, when he sees his murderer walking about in his own accustomed haunts, he is said to become disordered, which disorder of his, aided by the guilty recollection of the other, is communicated by him with overwhelming force to the murderer and his deeds. Wherefore he must get out of the way of the sufferer for the entire period of a year, and must not be found in any of the places that belong to him in the whole country. And if the dead man be a stranger, he shall abstain from the whole country of the stranger during a like period. If any one voluntarily obey this law, the next of kin to the deceased, seeing all that has happened, shall take pity on him, and make peace with him, and deal with him as he ought. But if any one is disobedient, and either ventures to go to any of the temples and sacrifice unpurified, or will not continue in exile during the appointed time, the next of kin to the deceased shall proceed against him for murder, and if he be convicted, every part of his punishment shall be doubled. And if the next of kin do not proceed against the perpetrator of the crime, then the pollution shall be deemed to fall upon his own head. The sufferer shall call for vengeance upon him, and he who has a mind to proceed against him may compel him to be absent from his country during 5 years, according to law. If a stranger involuntarily kill a stranger who is dwelling in the city, he who likes shall prosecute the cause according to the same rules. If he be a metic, let him be absent for a year; or if he be an entire stranger, in addition to the purification, whether he slay a stranger, or a metic, or a citizen, he shall be banished for life from the country, which is under the dominion of our laws. And if he return contrary to law, let the guardians of the law punish him with death, and let them hand over his property, if he have any, to him who is next of kin to the sufferer. And if he be wrecked and driven on the coast against his will, he shall take up his abode on the sea-shore, wetting his feet in the sea, and watching for an opportunity of sailing. But if he be brought by land, and is not his own master, let the magistrate, whom he first comes across in the city, release him, and send him unharmed over the border. If any one slays a free man with his own hand, and the deed be done in passion, in the case of such actions we must begin by making a distinction. For a deed is done from passion either when men suddenly, and without intention to kill, cause the death of another by blows, and the like on a momentary impulse, and are sorry for the deed immediately afterwards; or again, when, after having been insulted in deed or word, men pursue revenge, and kill a person intentionally, and are not sorry for their deed. And therefore we must assume that there are 2 kinds of homicide, both of them arising from passion, which may be justly said to be in a mean between the voluntary and involuntary. At the same time they are neither of them anything more than a likeness or shadow of either. He who treasures up his anger, and avenges himself, not immediately and at the moment, but with insidious design, and after an interval, is like the voluntary. But he who does not treasure up his anger, and takes vengeance on the instant, and without malice prepense, approaches to the involuntary. And yet even he is not altogether involuntary, but is only the image or shadow of the involuntary. Wherefore, about homicides committed in hot blood, there is a difficulty in determining whether in legislating we shall reckon them as voluntary or as partly involuntary. The best and truest view is to regard either as a likeness only of the voluntary or involuntary. We may, however, divide them accordingly as they are done, with or without premeditation. And we may make the penalties heavier for those who commit homicide with angry premeditation, and lighter for those who do not premeditate, but smite upon the instant. For that which is like a greater evil should be punished more severely, and that which is like a less evil should be punished less severely. This shall be the rule of our laws. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. Let us proceed. If any one slays a free man with his own hand, and the deed be done in a moment of anger, and without premeditation, let the offender suffer in other respects as the involuntary homicide would have suffered, undergoing an exile of 2 years, that he may learn to school his passions. But he who slays another from passion, yet with premeditation, shall undergo the same penalty as the former, and to this shall be added an exile of 3 instead of 2 years. His punishment is to be longer, because his passion is greater. The manner of their return shall be on this wise, and here the law has difficulty in determining exactly. For in some cases the murder which is judged by the law to be worse may really be the less cruel, and he who is judged the less cruel may be really the worse, and may have executed the murder in a more savage manner, whereas the other may have been gentler. But in general, the degrees of guilt will be such as we have described them. Of all these things the guardians of the law must take cognizance. When either of them has completed his term of exile, they shall send 12 judges to the borders of the land. These, in the interval, shall have been informed of the actions of the criminals, and they shall judge respecting their pardon and reception, and the homicides shall abide by their judgment. But if after they have returned home, either of them in a moment of anger repeats the deed, let him be an exile and return no more; or if he return, let him suffer as the stranger who was to suffer in a similar case. He who kills his own slave shall undergo a purification. But if he kills the slave of another in anger, he shall pay twice the amount of the loss to his owner. And if a homicide is disobedient to the law, and without purification pollutes the agora, or the games, or the temples, he who pleases may bring to trial the next of kin to the dead man for permitting him, and the murderer with him, and may compel the one to exact and the other to suffer a double portion of fines and purifications, and the accuser may himself receive the fine which is imposed by law. If a slave in a fit of passion kills his master, the kindred of the deceased man may do with the murderer, provided only they do not spare his life, whatever they please, and they will be pure. Or if he kills a free man who is not his master, the owners shall give up the slave to the relatives of the deceased, and they shall be under an obligation to put him to death. But this may be done in any manner which they please. And if, which is a rare occurrence, but does sometimes happen, a father or a mother in a moment of passion slay a son or daughter by blows, or some other violence, they shall undergo the same purification as in other cases, and be exiled during 3 years. But when they return from exile, the wife shall separate from the husband, and the husband from the wife, and they shall never afterwards beget children together, or live under the same roof, or partake of the same sacred rites with those whom they have deprived of a child or of a brother. And he who is impious and disobedient in such a case shall be brought to trial for impiety by any one who pleases. If in a fit of anger a husband kills his wife, or the wife her husband, they shall undergo the same purification, and their term of exile shall be 3 years. And when he who has committed any such crime returns, let him have no communion in sacred rites with his children, neither let him sit at the same table with them. And the father or son who disobeys shall be liable to be brought to trial for impiety by any one who pleases. If a brother or sister, in a fit of passion, kills a brother or a sister, they shall undergo a purification and a year's exile, as was the case with parents who kill their offspring. They shall not come under the same roof, or share in the sacred rites of those whom they have deprived of their brethren, or of their children. And he who is disobedient shall be justly liable to the law concerning impiety, which relates to these matters. If any one is so violent in his passion against his parents, that in the madness of his anger he dares to kill one of them, if the dead man, when dying, of his own accord acquits the murderer, let him undergo the purification which is assigned to those who have been guilty of involuntary homicide, and do as they do, and he shall be pure. But if he be not acquitted, the perpetrator of such a deed shall be amenable to many laws, for he shall be amenable to the extreme punishments for assault, and impiety, and robbing of temples, in that he has robbed his parent of life. And if a man could be slain more than once, most justly would he who, in a fit of passion, has slain father or mother, undergo many deaths. How can he, whom even in defence of his life, and when about to suffer death at the hands of his parents, no law will allow to kill his father or his mother, who are the authors of his being, and whom the legislator will command to endure any extremity rather than this, how can he, I say, lawfully receive any other punishment? Let death, then, be the appointed punishment of him who, in a fit of passion, slays his father or his mother. But if brother kill brother in a civil broil, or under other like circumstances, if the other have begun, and he only defend himself, let him be free from guilt, as he would be if he had slain an enemy. And if a citizen kill a citizen, or a stranger, or if a stranger kill a citizen, or a citizen a stranger, let him be free from guilt in like manner. And so in the case of a slave who has killed a slave. But if a slave have killed a free man in self-defence, let him be subject to the same law as he who has killed a father. And let the law about the remission of penalties in the case of parricide apply equally to every other remission. Whenever any sufferer of his own accord remits the guilt of homicide to another, and declares his act to have been involuntary, let the perpetrator of the deed undergo a purification, and remain in exile for a year, according to law. End of Part I of Book 9. Recording in memory of Geoffrey Edwards. Part II of Book 9 of Laws by Plato. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part II of Book 9. Athenian Stranger. Enough has been said of murders, violent and involuntary, and committed in passion. We have now to speak of voluntary crimes done with every sort of injustice and premeditation, through the influence of pleasures, and desires, and jealousies. Cleinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. Let us first speak, as far as we are able, of the number and nature of these causes of them. The greatest is lust, which gets the mastery of the soul maddened by desire, and this is most commonly found to exist where the passion reigns, which is strongest and most prevalent among the mass of mankind. I mean, where the power of wealth breeds endless desires of never to be satisfied acquisition, originating in natural disposition, and a miserable want of education. Of this want of education, the false admiration of wealth, which is brooded about among Hellenes and barbarians, is the cause. They deem that to be the first of goods, which in reality is only the third. And in this way they wrong both posterity and themselves. For nothing can be nobler and better than that the truth about wealth should be spoken in all states, namely, that riches are for the sake of the body, as the body is for the sake of the soul. They are good, and wealth is intended by nature to be for the sake of them, and is therefore inferior to them both, and third in order of excellence. This argument would seem to show that he who would be happy ought not to seek to be rich, or rather he should seek to be rich justly and temperately, and then there would be no murders in states, which require to be purged away by other murders. But now, as I said at first, avarice is the chiefest cause and source of voluntary homicide, and hence the worst trials arise. A second cause is the habit of ambition. This creates jealousies, which are troublesome companions, above all to the jealous man himself, and in a less degree to the chiefs of the state. And a third cause is cowardly and unjust fear. This has been the occasion of many murders. When a man is doing or has done something which he desires that no one should know him to be doing or to have done, he will take the life of those who are likely to inform of such things, if he have no other means of getting rid of them. Let this be said as a prelude concerning all these matters, and I must not omit to mention a tradition which is believed by many, and has been received from those who are learned in the mysteries. They say that such crimes will be punished in the world below, and that when the perpetrators return to this world, they will suffer what they did by a compensation of nature, and end their lives in like manner by the hand of another. If he who is about to commit a crime believes this, and is induced by the prelude to fear such a penalty, there is no need to proceed with the proclamation of the law. But if he be unbelieving, let the following law be declared and registered against him. Whoever shall wrongfully and of design slay with his own hand any of his kinsmen, shall in the first place be deprived of legal privileges. He shall not pollute the temples, or the agora, or the harbours, or any other place of meeting, whether he is forbidden of men or not. For the law, which represents the whole state, forbids him, and always is and will be in the attitude of forbidding him. And he who, being of the kindred of the deceased, whether on the male or female side, does not prosecute the homicide when he ought, and proclaim him an outlaw, shall in the first place be involved in the pollution, and incur the hatred of the gods, even as the curse of the law stirs up the voices of men against him; and in the second place he shall be in the power of any one who is willing to inflict retribution on behalf of the dead. And he who wishes to punish him shall observe all the precautionary ceremonies of lavation, and any others which the gods command in cases of this kind. Let him make proclamation, and then go forth, and compel the perpetrator to suffer the execution of justice according to the law. Now the legislator may easily show that these things must be accompanied with prayers and sacrifices to certain gods, who are concerned with the prevention of murders in states. But who these gods are, and what should be the true manner of bringing such trials before the god, the guardians of the law, aided by the interpreters, and the prophets, and the god, shall determine. And when they have determined, let them carry on the prosecution at law. The cause shall have the same judges who were appointed to decide finally in the case of those who plunder temples. Let him who is convicted be punished with death, and let him not be buried in the country of the murdered man, for this would be shameless as well as impious. But if he fly, and will not stand his trial, let him fly for ever. Or if he set foot anywhere on any part of the murdered man's country, let any relation of the deceased, or any other citizen who may first happen to meet with him, kill him with impunity, or bind and deliver him to the archons who determine suits, that they may put him to death, and let the prosecutor demand surety of him whom he prosecutes. 3 sureties, sufficient in the opinion of the magistrates who try the cause, shall be provided by him, and they shall promise to produce him at the trial. But if he is unwilling or unable to appoint sureties, then the magistrates shall take him, and keep him in bonds, and produce him at the day of trial. If a man do not murder with his own hand, but has contrived the death of another, and is the author of the deed in intention and design, having his soul not pure of the guilt of murder, and he is dwelling in the city, let him be tried in the same way, except in what relates to the sureties. And also, if he be found guilty, he shall have burial in his native land, but in all other respects this case shall be as the former. And whether a stranger shall kill a citizen, or a citizen a stranger, or a slave, there shall be no difference as touching the mere intention and the actual performance, except in the matter of sureties, and these, as has been said, shall be required of the actual murderer only, and he who proclaims the crime shall bind them over at the time. If a slave slay a free man voluntarily, either with his own hand or in intention, and he be convicted, let the public executioner take him either to the sepulchre, or to a place at which he can see the sepulchre of the dead, and inflict upon him as many stripes as the person who took him orders, and if he survives, let him put him to death. And if any one kills a slave who has done no wrong, because he is afraid that he may inform of some base and evil deeds of his own, or for some similar reason, in such a case let him pay the penalty of murder, as he would have done if he had slain a citizen. There are things about which it is terrible and unpleasant to legislate, but impossible not to legislate. If, for example, there should be murders of kinsmen, either perpetrated by the hands of kinsmen, or by their contrivance, and out of malice prepense, which may often happen in ill-regulated states, and perhaps even in a country where a man would not expect to find them, we must repeat once more the tale which we narrated a little while ago, in the hope that he who hears us will be the more disposed to abstain voluntarily on these grounds from murders which are utterly abominable. For the tale or tradition, whether under this or some other name, has been plainly set forth by priests of old. They have pronounced that the justice which inspects and avenges the blood of kindred follows the law of retaliation, and ordains that he who has done any murderous act should of necessity suffer that which he has done. He who has slain a father shall himself be slain at some time or other by his children; and if he have slain his mother, he shall of necessity take a woman's nature, and lose his life at the hands of his offspring in after ages. For where a family is polluted with blood, there is no other purification, nor can the pollution be washed out until the homicidal soul which did the deed has given life for life, and has propitiated and laid to sleep the wrath of the whole family. These are the retributions of heaven, and by such punishments men should be deterred. But if they are not deterred, and any one should be incited by some fatal misery to deprive his father, or mother, or brethren, or children of life, voluntarily and of purpose, for him the earthly lawgiver legislates as follows: there shall be the same proclamations about outlawry, and there shall be the same sureties which have been enacted in the former cases. But in his case, if he be convicted, the servants of the judges and the magistrates shall slay him at an appointed place, where three ways meet, and cast him naked out of the city, and all the magistrates, on behalf of the whole city, shall carry stones, and each of them shall cast a stone upon the head of the dead man, and deliver the city from pollution, and after that they shall bear him to the borders of the land, and throw him out unburied according to law. And what shall he suffer who slays him who of all men is said to be nearest and dearest to him? I mean the suicide who deprives himself by violence of his appointed share of life, not because the law of the state compels him, nor yet under the compulsion of some painful and inevitable fortune which has come upon him, nor because he has had to suffer from irremediable and intolerable shame, but who from indolence or cowardice imposes upon himself an unjust penalty. For him, what ceremonies there are to be of purification and burial, God knows; and about these the next of kin should inquire of the interpreters and of the laws, and do according to their injunctions. Those who meet their death in this way shall be buried alone, and none shall be laid by their side. They shall be buried ingloriously in the borders of the 12 portions of the land, in such places as are uncultivated and nameless, and no column or name shall mark the place of their interment. And if a beast of burden or other animal cause the death of any one, except in the case of anything of that kind happening in the public contests, the kinsmen of the deceased shall prosecute the slayer for murder, and the wardens of the country, such and so many as the kinsmen appoint, shall try the cause, and let the beast, when condemned, be slain by them, and cast beyond the borders. And if any lifeless thing deprive a man of life, except in the case of a thunderbolt, or other fatal dart sent from the Gods, whether a man is killed by lifeless objects falling upon him, or his falling upon them, the nearest of kin shall appoint the nearest neighbour to be a judge, and thereby acquit himself and the whole family of guilt, and he shall cast forth the guilty thing beyond the border, as has been said about the animals. If a man is found dead, and his murderer be unknown, and after a diligent search cannot be detected, there shall be the same proclamation as in the previous cases, and the same interdict on the murderer, and they shall proceed against him, and announce in the agora that he who has slain such and such a person, and has been convicted of murder, shall not set his foot in the temples, nor at all in the country of the murdered man. And if he appears and is discovered, he shall die, and be cast forth unburied beyond the border. Let us enact this, which shall be one of our laws about murder. Enough of murder. And now let the cases in and for which the murderer may be rightly deemed pure be recited. If a man catch a thief coming into his house by night to steal, and he take him and kill him, or if he slay a footpad in self-defence, he shall be guiltless. And any one who does violence to a free woman or a youth shall be slain with impunity by the injured person, or by his or her father, or brothers, or sons. If a man find his wife suffering violence, he may kill the violator, and be guiltless in the eye of the law. Or if a person, in warding off death from his father, who is doing no wrong, or from his mother or children, or brethren or wife, kill another, he shall assuredly be guiltless. Thus much as to the nurture and education of the living soul of man, with which he can live, and without which, if he unfortunately be without them, he cannot live; and also concerning the punishments which are to be inflicted for violent deaths. Let thus much be enacted. Of the nurture and education of the body we have spoken before, and now we have to speak of deeds of violence, voluntary and involuntary, which men do to one another. These we will distinguish according to their nature and number, and determine what will be the suitable penalties of each. This appears to be their proper place in the series of our enactments. The poorest legislator will have no difficulty in determining that wounds and mutilations arising out of wounds should follow next in order after deaths. Let wounds be divided, as homicides were divided, into those which are involuntary, and which are given in passion, or from fear, and those which are voluntary and premeditated acts. Concerning all this we must make some such proclamation as the following. Mankind must have laws, and conform to them, or their life would be as bad as that of the most savage beast. And the reason of this is, that no man's nature is able to know what is best for the social state of man, or, knowing, always able to do what is best. In the first place, there is a difficulty in apprehending that the true art of politics is concerned, not with private, but with public good. For public good binds together states, but private only distracts them. Nor do men always see that the gain is greater both to the individual and the state, when the state and not the individual is first considered. In the second place, even if a person know, as a matter of science, that this is the truth, but is possessed of absolute and irresponsible power, he will never be able to abide in this principle, or to persist in regarding the public good as primary in the state, and the private good as secondary. Human nature will be always drawing him into avarice and selfishness, avoiding pain and pursuing pleasure without any reason, and will bring these to the front, observing the juster and better, and so working darkness in his soul will at last fill with evils both him and the whole city. For if in the order of nature, and by divine destiny, a man were able to apprehend the truth about these things, he would have no need of laws to rule over him. For there is no law or order which is above knowledge, nor can mind, without impiety, be deemed the subject or slave of any man, but rather the lord of all. I speak of mind, true and free, and in harmony with nature. But then there is no such mind anywhere, or at least not much, and therefore we must choose the second best, which is law and order. Yet these look at things as they exist for the most part only, and are unable to survey the whole of them. I have told you my reason for saying this. And now we will determine what penalty he ought to pay or suffer who has hurt or wounded another. Any one may easily imagine the questions which ought to be asked. What did he wound? Or whom? Or how? Or when? For there are innumerable particulars of this sort, which greatly vary from one another. And to allow courts of law to determine all these things, or not to determine any of them, is alike impossible. There is one particular which they must determine in all cases, the question of fact. And then again, that the legislator should not permit them to determine what punishment is to be inflicted in any of these cases, but should himself decide about all of them, small or great, is next to impossible. Cleinias. Then what is to be the inference? Athenian Stranger. The inference is that some things should be left to courts of law, and the others the legislator must decide for himself. Cleinias. And what ought the legislator to decide? And what ought he to leave to the courts of law to decide? Athenian Stranger. I may reply that in a state in which the courts are bad and mute, and decide causes secretly and clandestinely, or, what is worse, when they are disorderly and noisy, as in a theatre, clapping or hooting in turn this or that orator, I say that where this is the case, there arises a very serious evil which affects the whole state. Unfortunate is the necessity of having to legislate for such courts. But where the necessity exists, the legislator should only allow them to ordain the penalties for the smallest offences. If the state for which he is legislating be of this character, he must take most matters into his own hands, and speak distinctly. But when a state has good courts, and the judges are well trained and scrupulously tested, the determination of the penalties or punishments which shall be inflicted on the guilty may fairly and with advantage be left to them. And we are not to be blamed for not legislating concerning all that large class of matters, which judges, far worse educated than they are in our state, would be able to determine, assigning to each offence the due proportion of wrong done and suffered. They are skilful judges for whom we are legislating, and therefore to them the greater part may be left. At the same time, as I have often said, we should exhibit to the judges, as we have done, the outline and form of the punishments to be inflicted, and then they will not transgress the just rule. That was an excellent practice which we observed before, and now that we are resuming the work of legislation, may with advantage be repeated by us. Let the enactment about wounding be in the following terms. If any one has a purpose and intention to slay another who is not his enemy, and whom the law does not permit him to slay, and he wounds him but is unable to kill him, he who had the intent and has wounded him is not to be pitied. As a murderer he is to be regarded and indicted for the crime of murder, and nothing else. Still, having respect to the fortune which has in a manner favoured him, and to the Providence who in pity to him and to the wounded man saved the one from a fatal blow, and to the other from an accursed fate and calamity, as a thank-offering to this deity, and in order not to oppose his will, in such a case the law will remit the punishment of death, and only compel the offender to emigrate to a neighbouring city during his life, where he shall remain in the enjoyment of all his possessions. But if he have injured the wounded man, he shall make such compensation for the injury as the court deciding the cause shall assess, and the same judges shall decide who would have decided if the man had died of his wounds. And if a child intentionally wound his parents, or a servant his master, death shall be the penalty. And if a brother or a sister intentionally wound a brother or a sister, and is found guilty, death shall be the penalty. And if a husband wound a wife, or a wife a husband, with intent to kill, let him or her undergo perpetual exile. If they have sons or daughters who are still young, the guardians shall take care of their property, and have charge of the children as orphans. If their sons are grown up, they shall be under no obligation to support the exiled parent, but they shall possess the property themselves. And if he who meets with such a misfortune has no children, his kindred, to the degree of sons of cousins of the exiled man, both on the male and female side, shall meet together, and, after consulting with the guardians and the priests, shall appoint a 5040th citizen to be the heir of the house, considering and reasoning that no house of the 5040 belongs to the inhabitant or to the whole family, in the same sense as it is the public and private property of the state. Now, the state should seek to have its houses as holy and happy as possible. And if any one of the houses be unfortunate and stained with impiety, and the heir leave no posterity, and dies unmarried, or married and childless, having suffered death as the penalty of murder, or some other crime committed against the gods, or against his fellow citizens, of which death is the penalty distinctly laid down in the law, or if any of the citizens be in perpetual exile, and also childless, that house shall first of all be purified, and undergo expiation according to law. And then let the kinsmen of the house, as we were just now saying, and the guardians of the law, meet and consider what family there is in the state which is of the highest repute for virtue, and also for good fortune, in which there are a number of sons, and let them adopt one of them, and introduce him to the father and forefathers of the dead man, and call him their son, for the sake of the omen, that he may be the continuer of their family, the keeper of their hearth, and the minister of their property and sacred rights, with better fortune than his father had. And when they have made this supplication, they shall make him heir according to law, and the offending person they shall leave nameless and childless and portionless, when calamities such as these overtake him. Now, there is not in all things a limit which touches limit. Many things have a common boundary which is betwixt and between them. And we were saying that what is done from passion is of this nature, and is in a mean between the voluntary and involuntary. If a person be convicted of having inflicted wounds in a passion, in the first place he shall pay twice the amount of the injury, if the wound be curable, or if incurable, 4 times the amount of the injury. Or if the wound be curable, and at the same time cause great and notable disgrace to the wounded person, he shall pay 4-fold. And in case any one in wounding another injures not only the sufferer, but also the city, and makes him incapable of defending his country against the enemy, he, besides the other penalties, shall pay a penalty for the loss which the state has incurred. And the penalty shall be, that in addition to his own times of service, he shall serve on behalf of the disabled person, and shall take his place in war. Or if he refuse, he shall be liable to be convicted by law of deserting his duty. The amount of the injury, whether to be paid 2-fold, or 3-fold, or 4-fold, shall be fixed by the judges who convict him. And if, in like manner, a brother wounds a brother, the parents and kindred of either sex, including the children of cousins, whether on the male or female side, shall meet, and when they have judged the cause, they they shall entrust the assessment of damages to the parents, who are the natural persons to determine. And if the estimate be disputed, then the arbitrators on the male side shall make the estimate, or if they cannot, they shall commit the matter to the guardians of the law. And when similar charges of wounding are brought by children against their parents, those who are more than 60 years of age, having children of their own, and not adopted, shall be required to decide. And if any one is convicted, they shall determine whether he ought to die, or suffer some other punishment, either greater than this, or at any rate not much less. None of the kinsmen of the offender shall be allowed to judge the cause, not even if he be of the age permitted by the law. If a slave in a fit of anger wound a free man, the owner of the slave shall give him up to the wounded man, who may do as he pleases with him; and if he do not give him up, he shall make good the injury. And if any one says that the slave and the wounded man are conspiring together, let him argue the point; and if he is cast, he shall pay the injury 3 times over. But if he convict the other two, the free man who conspired with the slave shall be liable to be made a slave. And if any one unintentionally wounds another, he shall simply pay for the harm; for no legislator is able to control chance. In his case, the judges shall be the same as those who are appointed in the case of children and their parents, and they shall estimate the amount of the injury. All the preceding injuries, and every kind of assault, are deeds of violence, and every man, woman, or child ought to consider that the elder has the precedence of the younger in honour, both among the Gods and also among men who would live happily. Wherefore it is a foul thing and hateful to the Gods to see an elder man assaulted by a younger in the city. And it is reasonable that a young man, when struck by an elder, should lightly endure his anger, laying up in store for himself a like honour when he is old. Let this be the law. Every one shall reverence his elder in word and deed. He shall respect any one who is 20 years older than himself, whether male or female, regarding him or her as his father or mother; and he shall abstain from laying hands on any one who is of an age to have been his father or his mother, as a tribute to the Gods who preside over birth. And in like manner he shall abstain from a stranger, whether he be an old inhabitant or newly arrived. He shall not venture to correct such a one by blows, either as the aggressor or in self-defence. If he thinks that some stranger has struck him out of wantonness or insolence, and ought to be punished, he shall take him to the wardens of the city, but let him not strike him, that he may be kept far away from the possibility of lifting up his hand against a citizen; and let the wardens of the city take the offender and examine him, not forgetting their duty to the God of strangers; and in case the stranger appear to have struck the citizen unjustly, let them inflict upon him as many blows as he has himself inflicted, and quell his insolence. But if he have done no wrong, then they shall threaten and rebuke the accuser, and let them both go. If a person strike another of the same age, or somewhat older than himself, who has no children, whether he be an old man who strikes an old man, or a young man who strikes a young man, let him defend himself in the natural way, without a weapon, and with his hands only. He who, being more than 40 years of age, dares to fight with another, whether he be the aggressor or in self-defence, shall be regarded as rude and ill-mannered and slavish. This will be a disgraceful punishment, and therefore suitable to him. The obedient nature will readily yield to such exhortations, but the disobedient, who heeds not the prelude, shall have the law ready for him. If any man smites another who is older than himself, either by 20 or by more years. In the first place, he who meets him, not being younger than the combatants, or their equal in age, shall separate them, or be disgraced according to law. But if he be the equal in age of the person who is struck, or younger, he shall defend the person injured as he would a brother, or father, or still older relative. Further, let him who dares to smite an elder be tried for assault, as I have said, and if he be found guilty, let him be imprisoned for a period of not less than a year, or for a longer period, at the pleasure of the judges. But if a stranger or a metic smite one who is older by 20 years or more, the same law shall hold about the bystanders assisting, and he who is found guilty in such a suit, if he be a stranger and not a sojourner, shall be imprisoned during a period of 2 years. And let him who is a metic and disobeys the laws be imprisoned for 3 years, unless the court assign him a longer time of punishment. And let him who was present in any of these cases, and did not assist according to law, be punished. If he be of the highest class, by paying a fine of a mina, or if he be of the second class, of 50 drachmas, or if of the third class, by a fine of 30 drachmas, or if he be of the fourth class, by a fine of 20 drachmas, and the generals, and taxiarchs, and phylarchs, and hipparchs shall form the court in such cases. Laws are partly framed for the sake of good men, in order to instruct them how they may live on friendly terms with one another, and partly for the sake of those who refuse to be instructed, whose spirit cannot be subdued, or softened, or hindered from going to all evil. These are the persons who cause the word to be spoken which I am about to utter. For them the legislator legislates of necessity, and in the hope that there may be no need of his laws. He who shall dare to lay violent hands upon his father or mother, or any still older relative, having no fear either of the wrath of the gods above, or of the punishments that are spoken of in the world below, but transgresses in contempt of ancient and universal tradition, as though he knew what he does not know, requires some extreme measure of prevention. Now, death is not the worst that can happen to men. Far worse are the punishments which are said to pursue them in the world below. But although they are most true tales, they work on such souls no prevention. For if they had any effect, there would be no slayers of mothers, or impious hands lifted up against parents, and therefore the punishments of this world, which are inflicted during life, ought not in such cases to fall short, if possible, of the terrors of the world below. Let our enactment, then, be as follows. If a man dare to strike his father or his mother, or their fathers or mothers, he being at the time of sound mind, in the first place, any chance person, as has been already said, shall be required to come to the rescue, and the metic or stranger who comes to the rescue shall be called to the first place in the games, and if he do not come to the rescue, he shall suffer the punishment of perpetual exile. He who is not a metic, if he comes to the rescue, shall have praise, and if he do not come, blame. And if a slave come to the rescue, let him be made free. But if he do not come to the rescue, let him receive 100 strokes of the whip, by order of the wardens of the agora, if the occurrence takes place in the agora. Or if in any place in the city, the wardens of the city who are present shall punish him. Or if in the country, then the chief officers of the wardens of the country. And if the person present be a native of the land, whether he be a youth, or man, or woman, let him come to the rescue, and call upon the impious offender by name. And he who does not come to the rescue shall fall under the curse of Zeus, the god of kindred and of ancestry, according to law. And if any one is found guilty of assaulting a parent, let him in the first place be for ever banished from the city into the country, and let him abstain from all sacred rites; and if he do not abstain, the wardens of the country shall punish him with blows, or in any way which they please; and if he return, he shall be put to death. And if any freeman eat or drink, or have any other sort of intercourse with him, or only meeting him has voluntarily touched him, he shall not enter into any temple, nor into the agora, nor into the city, until he be purified; for he should consider that he has become a partaker of a fatal crime. And if he disobey the law, and pollute the city and the temples contrary to law, the magistrate who sees him and does not indict him, when he gives an account of his magistracy, shall be liable to the heaviest charges in this particular. If a slave strike a freeman, whether a stranger or a citizen, let any one who is present come to the rescue, or pay the penalty already mentioned, and let those who are standing by in company with the wounded man bind him, and deliver him up to the injured person, and he, receiving him, shall bind him in chains, and inflict on him as many stripes as he pleases; but having punished him, he must surrender him to his master according to law, and not deprive him of his property. Let the law be as follows: the slave who strikes a freeman, not at the command of the magistrates, his owner shall receive bound from the man whom he has stricken, and not release him until the slave has persuaded the man whom he has stricken that he ought to be released and live. And let there be the same laws about women in relation to women, and about men and women in relation to one another. End of Book 9. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 1 of Book 10 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part 1 of Book 10. And now, having spoken of assaults, let us sum up all acts of violence under a single law, which shall be as follows. No one shall take or carry away any of his neighbour's goods, neither shall he use anything which is his neighbour's without the consent of the owner, for these are the offences which are, and have been, and will ever be, the source of all the aforesaid evils. The greatest of them are excesses and insolences of youth, and are offences against the greatest when they are done against religion, and especially great when in violation of public and holy rights, or of those in which tribes and phratries partake; and in the second degree, great when they are committed against private rights and sepulchres; and in the third degree, not to repeat the acts formerly mentioned, when insults are offered to parents. The fourth kind of violence is when any one, regardless of the authority of the rulers, takes or carries away, or makes use of anything which belongs to them, not having their consent. And the fifth kind is when the violation of the civil rights of individual citizens invites retaliation. There should be a common law embracing all these cases, for we have already said in general terms what shall be the punishment of sacrilege, whether fraudulent or violent; and now we have to determine what is to be the punishment of those who speak or act insolently toward the gods. But first we must give them an admonition, which may be in the following terms. No one ever intentionally did any unholy act, or uttered any unlawful word, retaining a belief in the existence of the gods, But he must have supposed one of three things: either that they did not exist, that is the first possibility; or secondly, that if they did, they took no care of man; or thirdly, that they were easily appeased by sacrifices, or turned from their course by prayers. Cleinias. What shall we say or do to these persons? Athenian Stranger. My good friends, let us first hear the jests which I suspect that they in their superiority will utter against us. Cleinias. What jests? Athenian Stranger. They will make some provoking speech of this sort: O inhabitants of Athens, and Sparta, and Knossos, they will reply, in that you speak truly; for some of us deny the very existence of the Gods, while others, as you say, are of opinion that they do not care about us, and others that they are turned from their course by gifts. Now we have a right to claim, as you yourself allowed, in the matter of the laws, that before you are hard upon us and threaten us, you should argue with us and convince us. You should first attempt to teach and convince us that there are Gods. Let that be shown to us by reasonable evidences; and also that they are too good to be unrighteous, or to be propitiated, or turned from their course by gifts. For when we hear these and like things said of them by those who are esteemed to be the best of poets and orators, and prophets and priests, and innumerable others, the thoughts of most of us are not set upon abstaining from unrighteous acts, but upon doing them and making atonement for them. When lawgivers profess that they are gentle and not stern, we think that they should first of all use persuasion to us, and show us the existence of Gods, if not in a better manner than other men, at any rate in a truer; and who knows but that we shall hearken to them? If then our request is a fair one, please to accept our challenge. Cleinias. But is there any difficulty in proving the existence of the Gods? Athenian Stranger. How would you prove their existence? Cleinias. How? In the first place, the earth, and the sun, and the stars, and the universe, and the fair order of the seasons, and the division of them into years and months, furnish proofs of their existence; and also there is the fact that all Hellenes and barbarians believe in them. Athenian Stranger. I am afraid, my sweet friend, though I will not say I am ashamed, of the contempt with which the profane will be likely to assail us. For you do not understand the nature of their complaint, and fancy that their minds rush into impiety only from a love of sensual pleasure. Cleinias. Why, stranger, what other reason is there? Athenian Stranger. One which you who live in another part of the world would never guess. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. A very grievous sort of ignorance, which is imagined to be the greatest wisdom. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. At Athens there are tales preserved in writing, which the virtue of your state, as I am informed, refuses to admit. They speak of the Gods in prose as well as verse, and the oldest of them tell of the origin of the heavens and the world; and as they proceed not far from the beginning, they narrate the birth of the Gods, and how, after they were born, they behaved to one another. Whether these stories have a good or a bad influence, I should not like to be severe upon them, because they are ancient; but I must say that looking at them with reference to the duties of children to their parents, I cannot praise them, or think that they are useful, or at all true. Of the words of the ancients I have nothing more to say, and I should wish to say of them only what is pleasing to the God. But as to our younger generation and their wisdom, I cannot let them off when they do mischief. For do but mark the effect of their words, when you and I argue that there are Gods, and produce the sun, moon, and stars as Gods or divine beings. If we would listen to the aforesaid philosophers, we should say that they are earth and stones only, which can have no care at all of human affairs, and that all this is a cooking up of words, and a make-believe. Cleinias. One such teacher, O stranger, would be bad enough. And you imply that there are many of them, which is worse. Athenian Stranger. Well then, what shall we say or do? Shall we assume that some one is accusing us among unholy men, and that they, and not we, are the real defendants in the matter of legislation? They will say of us, how dreadful that we should legislate on the supposition that there are Gods! And shall we make a defence? Or shall we leave them and return to our laws, lest the preamble should become longer than the law? For the discourse will certainly extend to great length, if we are to treat the impiously disposed as they desire, partly arguing with them as they demand, partly frightening them, or inspiring aversion in them, and then proceed to the requisite enactments. Cleinias. Yes, stranger. But then, how often have we repeated already that there is no reason why brevity should be preferred to length? For there is nobody to hurry us, and it would be paltry and ridiculous to prefer the shorter to the better. It is a matter of no small consequence that our reasons in proof of the assertion that there are Gods, and that they are good, and regard justice more than men, should carry some sort of conviction with them. This would be the best and noblest preamble of all our laws. And therefore, without impatience, and without hurry, let us summon, as far as possible, all the power of persuasion which we possess, and unreservedly consider the whole matter. Athenian Stranger. When I see you thus earnest, I feel impelled to offer up a prayer, and can no longer refrain. Tell me, I say, who can preserve calmness, having to speak of the existence of the Gods? For he must hate and abhor the men who are and have been the cause of these words of ours. I speak of those who will not believe the words which they have heard as babes and sucklings from their mothers and nurses, who used them as charms, both in jest and earnest, whom also they have heard and seen offering up sacrifices and prayers, sights and sounds delightful to children, of their parents sacrificing in the most earnest manner on behalf of them and of themselves, and with eager interest talking to the Gods, and beseeching them as though they were firmly convinced of their existence. Moreover, they see and hear the genuflections and prostrations which are made by Hellenes and barbarians to the rising and setting sun and moon, in all the various turns of good and evil fortune, not as if they thought that there were no Gods, but as if there could be no doubt of their existence, and no suspicion of their non-existence. When men, knowing all these things, despise them on no real grounds, as would be admitted by all who have any particle of intelligence, and when they force us to say what we are now saying, how can any one in gentle terms remonstrate with the like of them, when he has to begin by proving to them the very existence of the Gods? Yet the attempt must be made, for it would be unseemly that one half of mankind should go mad with lust, and the other half in righteous indignation at them. Our address to these lost and perverted natures should not be spoken in passion. Let us suppose ourselves to select some one of them, and gently reason with him, smothering our anger. O my son, we say to him, you are young, and the advance of time will make you reverse many of the opinions which you now hold. Wait, therefore, until the time comes, and do not attempt to judge of high matters at present. And that is the highest of which you think nothing, to know the Gods rightly, and to live accordingly. And in the first place, let me indicate to you one point which is of great importance, and of the truth of which I am quite certain. You and your friends are not the first who have held this opinion about the Gods. There have always been persons more or less numerous who have had the same disorder. I have known many of them, and can tell you this, that no one who had taken up in youth this opinion, that the Gods do not exist, ever continued in the same until he was old. The two other notions certainly do continue in some cases, but not in many. The notion, I mean, that the Gods exist, but take no heed of human things, and also the notion that they do take heed of them, but are easily propitiated with sacrifices and prayers. What may be the true doctrine, if you are patient, and take my advice, you will hereafter discover by the help of the legislator and of others. In the meantime, take heed lest you offend about the Gods, for the duty of the legislator, now and always, will be to teach you the truth of these matters. Cleinias. Your address, stranger, thus far is excellent. Athenian Stranger. Most true, Megillus and Cleinias, but I am afraid that we have unconsciously lighted on a strange doctrine. Cleinias. What doctrine do you mean? Athenian Stranger. The wisest of all doctrines, in the opinion of many. Cleinias. I wish that you would speak plainer. Athenian Stranger. The doctrine that all things which are, or have been, or will be, exist, some by nature, some by art, and some by chance. Cleinias. Is not that true? Athenian Stranger. Well, philosophers are probably right. At any rate, we may as well follow in their track, and examine what is the meaning of them and their disciples. Cleinias. By all means. Athenian Stranger. They say that the greatest and fairest things are done by nature and chance, and the lesser by art, which receives from nature all the greater and primeval creations, and fashions them in detail, and these lesser works are generally termed artificial. Cleinias. What do you and they mean? Athenian Stranger. You will understand their meaning better if I take the elements as an example. They mean to say that fire and water and earth and air all exist by nature and chance, and not by art, and that as to the bodies which come next in order, earth and sun and moon and stars, they are created by the help of these absolutely inanimate existences, and that they are severally moved by chance and some inherent influence according to certain affinities of hot with cold, or of dry with moist, or of soft with hard, and other chance admixtures of opposites which have united of necessity, and that on this manner the whole heaven has been created, and all that is in the heaven, including animals and all plants, and that all the seasons come from these elements, not by the action of mind, as they say, or of any God, or from art, but, as I was saying, by nature and chance only, and that art sprang up after these and out of them, mortal and of mortal birth, and produced in play certain images and very partial imitations of the truth, having an affinity to one another, such as music and painting create. and their companion arts. And there are other arts which have a serious purpose, and these cooperate with nature. Such, for example, as medicine, and husbandry, and gymnastic. And they say that politics cooperate with nature, but in a less degree, and have more of art. Also, that legislation is entirely a work of art, and is based on assumptions which are not true. Cleinias. How do you mean? Athenian Stranger. In the first place, my dear friend, they would say that the Gods exist neither by nature or by art, but only by the laws of states, which are different in different places, according to the agreement of those who make them; and that the honourable is one thing by nature, and another thing by law; and that the principles of justice have no existence at all in nature, but that mankind are always disputing about them, and altering them; and that the alterations which are made by art and by law have no basis in nature, but are of authority for the moment and at the time at which they are made. These, my friends, are the sayings of wise men, poets, and prose writers, which find a way into the minds of young men. They are told by them that the highest right is might, and in this way the young fall into impieties, under the idea that the Gods are not such as the law bids them imagine them, and hence arise contentions; the philosophers inviting them to lead a true life according to nature, which is to live in real dominion over others, and not in legal subjection to them. Cleinias. What a dreadful picture, stranger, have you given of young men, and how great is the injury which they inflict on states and families! Athenian Stranger. True, Cleinias; but then what should the lawgiver do when this evil is of long standing? Should he only rise up in the state and threaten all mankind, declaring that if they will not say and think that the Gods are such as the law ordains, and this may be extended generally to the honourable, the just, and all other important principles which have to do with virtue and vice, he will insist on their actions conforming to the copy which the law gives them, and that he who will not submit to the established religion shall die, or suffer stripes and bonds, or privation of citizenship, or in some cases be punished by loss of property and exile. Should he not, rather, when he is making laws for men, at the same time infuse the spirit of persuasion into his words, in order to mitigate the severity of them as far as he can? Cleinias. Why, stranger, if such persuasion be at all possible, then a legislator who has anything in him ought never to weary of persuading men. He ought to leave nothing unsaid in support of the ancient opinion that there are Gods, and of all those other truths which you were just now mentioning. He ought to support the law, and also art, and acknowledge that both alike exist by nature, or by that which is not inferior to nature, if they are the creations of mind in accordance with right reason, as you appear to me to maintain. And I am disposed to agree with you in thinking. Athenian Stranger. Yes, my enthusiastic Cleinias. But are not these things, when spoken to a multitude, hard to be understood, not to mention that they take up a dismal length of time? Cleinias. Why, stranger, shall we, whose patience failed not when drinking or music were the themes of discourse, weary now of discoursing about the Gods, and about divine things? And the greatest help to rational legislation is that laws, when once written down, are always at rest. They can be put to the test at any future time, and therefore, if on first hearing they seem difficult, there is no reason for apprehension about them, because any man, however dull, can understand them if he go over them often. Nor, if they are tedious but useful, is there any reason or religion in any man refusing to maintain this argument of ours to the utmost of his power. Megillus. I am of opinion, stranger, that Cleinias is right in saying that. Athenian Stranger. Yes, Megillus, and we should do as he proposes. For if impious discourses were not scattered, as I may say, throughout the world, there would have been no need of the argument in support of the existence of the Gods. But seeing that they are spread far and wide, such arguments are needed. And who should come to the rescue of the greatest laws, when they are being undermined by bad men, but the legislator himself? Megillus. There is no more proper champion of them. Athenian Stranger. Well then, tell me, Cleinias, for I must ask you to be my partner, does not he who talks in this way conceive fire, and water, and earth, and air to be the first elements of all things? These he calls nature, and out of these he supposes the soul to be formed afterwards. And this is not a vague suspicion of his, but he really means and confidently asserts that this is the case. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. Then, by heaven, we have discovered the source of this vain opinion of all those physical investigators, and I would have you examine them with the utmost care, for their impiety is a very serious matter. They not only make a bad and mistaken use of their dialectic, but they lead away the minds of others. That is my opinion of them. Cleinias. Very true, but I should like to know in what way this happens. Athenian Stranger. I am afraid that the argument might seem singular. Cleinias. Do not hesitate, stranger. I see that you are afraid of such a discussion carrying you out of the limits of legislation. But if there be no other way of showing our agreement in the belief of the Gods, whom the law is now said to approve, let us take this way, my good sir. Athenian Stranger. Then I suppose that I must repeat the singular argument of those who manufacture the soul according to their own impious notions. They affirm that which is the first cause of the generation and destruction of all things to be not first, but last, and that which was last to be first, and hence they have fallen into error about the true nature of the Gods. Cleinias. Still, I do not understand you. Athenian Stranger. Nearly all of them, my friends, seem to be ignorant of the nature and power of the soul, especially in what relates to her origin. They do not know that she is among the first of bodies, and before them all, and is the chief author of their changes and transpositions. And if this is true, and if the soul is older than the body, must not the things which are of the soul's kindred be of necessity before those which appertain to the body? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. Then thought and care, and mind and art, and law will be prior to that which is hard and soft, and heavy and light, and the great and primitive works and actions will be works of art. They will be the first, and after them will come nature and works of nature, which, however, is a wrong term to apply to them. These will follow, and be under the government of art and mind. Cleinias. But why is the word nature wrong? Athenian Stranger. Because those who use the term mean to say that nature is the first creative power. But if the soul turn out to be the primeval element, and not fire or air, then in the truest sense, and beyond other things, the soul may be said to have a natural or creative power. And this would be true if you proved that the soul is older than the body, but not otherwise. Cleinias. You are quite right. Athenian Stranger. Shall we then, in the next place, proceed to consider this point? Cleinias. By all means. Athenian Stranger. I fear that we may be quite deceived, and that the greenness with which we let the argument escape us may ludicrously contrast with the ripeness of our ages. Who knows but we may be aiming at the greater, and fail of attaining the lesser? Suppose that we three have to pass a rapid river, and I, being the youngest of the three, and experienced in rivers, have the duty thrown upon me of making the attempt first by myself, leaving you in safety on the bank. I am to examine whether the river is passable by older men like yourselves, and if such appears to be the case, then I will invite you to follow, and help you across by my knowledge. But if the river is impassable by you, then I shall have had all the danger myself. Does not that seem to be a very fair proposal? I mean to say that the argument in prospect is likely to be too violent, and indeed almost impassable to men of your dialectical powers, and I should be afraid that the stream of questions addressed to you might create in you, who are unaccustomed to be questioned, giddiness and confusion of mind, and hence a feeling of unpleasantness and unsuitableness might arise. I think, therefore, that I had better first ask and answer the questions myself, while you listen in safety. In that way I can carry on the argument until I have completed the proof that the soul is prior to the body. Cleinias. Excellent, stranger, and I hope that you will do as you propose. Athenian Stranger. Come then, and if we are to call upon the gods, let us call upon them now, in all seriousness, to come to the demonstration of their own existence, and so, holding fast to the rope, we will venture upon the depths of the argument. When questions of this sort are asked of me, my safest answer would appear to be as follows. Some one says to me, quote, O stranger, are all things in rest, and nothing in motion? Or is the exact opposite of this true? Or are some things in motion, and others at rest? Close quote. To this I shall reply that some are in motion, and others at rest. Quote, and do not things which move, move in place, and are not the things which are at rest in place? Close quote. Certainly. Quote, and some move in one place, and some in more places than one? Close quote. You mean to say, we shall rejoin, that those things which rest on a centre move in the same place, like revolving circles, which are said not to move? Quotes, yes. And we observe that in the revolution, the motion which carries round the larger and the lesser circle at the same time is proportionally distributed to greater and smaller, and is greater and smaller in a certain proportion? And this is a source of infinite wonder, that the same motion should impart swiftness and slowness in due accord to larger and lesser circles, and is a sort of phenomenon seemingly impossible. Quote, that is very true. Close quote. And when you speak of bodies moving in many places, you seem to me to mean those which move from one place to another, and sometimes have one centre of motion, and sometimes several in the course of their revolutions, and sometimes impinging upon each other that come against bodies which are at rest, and are divided by them, and meeting other bodies, which are coming violently from an opposite direction, unite with them and interpenetrate them. Quote, I admit the truth of this. Close quote. Also, when they unite, they grow, and when they are divided, they waste away. That is supposing the constitution of each to remain; or if that fails, then there is a second reason of their dissolution. Quote, and how are things affected when they are created? Close quote. Clearly, they are created when the principle of motion receives increase and attains the second dimension, and from this arrives at the one which is neighbour to this, and after reaching the third, becomes perceptible to sense. Everything which is thus changing and moving is in process of generation, and has real existence only when at rest, but when passing into another state is destroyed utterly. Have we not mentioned all the kinds of motion, and by the help of number comprehended them under their kinds, with the exception, my friends, of two? Cleinias. Which are they? Athenian Stranger. Just the two, my good friends, with which our present inquiry is concerned. Cleinias. Speak plainer. Athenian Stranger. I suppose that our inquiry has reference to the soul? Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. Let us assume that there is a motion able to move other things, but not to move itself. That is one kind, and there is another kind which can move itself as well as other things, working in composition and decomposition, by increase and diminution, and generation and destruction. That is also one of the many kinds of motion. Cleinias. Let us suppose that. Athenian Stranger. And we will assume that which moves other, and is changed by other, to be the ninth, and that which changes itself and others, and has a place in every action, and in every passion, and is the true principle of change in all that truly is, that we shall be inclined to call the tenth. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And which of these 10 motions ought we to prefer as being the mightiest and most efficient? Cleinias. I must say that the motion which is able to move itself is 10,000 times superior to all the others. Athenian Stranger. Very good. But may I make one or two corrections in what I have been saying? Cleinias. What are they? Athenian Stranger. When I spoke of the 10th sort of motion, that was not quite correct. Cleinias. What was the error? Athenian Stranger. According to the true order, the 10th was really the first in generation and power. Then follows the second, which was improperly termed the 9th by us. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. I mean this. When one thing moves another, and that another, will there be any primary changing element? Can there be, considering that what changes first will always have been changed by another? There cannot. And when the self-moved changes other, and that again other, and thus thousands upon tens of thousands of bodies are set in motion, must not the beginning of all this motion be the change of the self-moving principle? Cleinias. Very true, and I quite agree. Athenian Stranger. Or, to put the question in another way, if, as most of these philosophers have the audacity to affirm, all things were at rest in one mass, which of the above-mentioned principles of motion would first spring up among them? Cleinias. Clearly the self-moving, for there could be no change in them arising out of any external cause, if there had been no previous change in themselves. Athenian Stranger. Then we must say that self-motion, being the origin and beginning of motion, as well among things at rest as among things in motion, is the eldest and mightiest principle of change, and that which is changed by another, and yet moves other, is second. Cleinias. That is very true. Athenian Stranger. At this stage of the argument, let us put a question. Cleinias. What question? Athenian Stranger. If I were to see this power existing in any earthy, watery, or fiery substance, simple or compound, what should I say that the power is? Cleinias. You mean to ask whether I should call the self-moving power life? Athenian Stranger. I do. Cleinias. Yes, I certainly should. Athenian Stranger. And when we see soul in anything, must we not do the same? Must we not admit that this is life? Cleinias. We must. Athenian Stranger. And now, I beseech you, reflect. You would admit that we have a threefold knowledge of things? Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. I mean that we know the essence, and that we know the definition of the essence, and the name. These are the three, and there are two more questions which may be raised about anything. Cleinias. How two? Athenian Stranger. Sometimes a person may give the name, and ask the definition, or he may give the definition, and ask the name. I may illustrate what I mean in this way. Cleinias. How? Athenian Stranger. Number, like other things, is capable of being divided into equal parts. When thus divided, number is termed even, and the definition of the term even is number divisible into two equal parts. Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. I mean to say that when we are asked about the definition and give the name, or when we are asked about the name and give the definition, in either case we are dividing number in two equal parts, and the name and definition of even have the same import. Cleinias. Quite true. Athenian Stranger. And what is the definition of that which is named soul? Can we conceive of any other than that which has been already given, the motion which is self-moved? Cleinias. You mean to say that the essence which is defined as the self-moved is identical with that which we call soul? Athenian Stranger. Yes, and if this is true, do we still maintain that there is anything wanting in the proof that the soul is the first origin and moving power of all that is, or has been, or will be, and their contraries, when she has been clearly shown to be the source of change and motion in all things? Cleinias. Certainly not. The soul, as being the source of motion, has been most satisfactorily shown to be the oldest of all things. Athenian Stranger. And is not that motion which takes place in another, or by reason of another, but never has any self-moving power at all, being in truth the change of an inanimate body, to be reckoned in the second degree, or in any lower degree which you may prefer? Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. Then we are right, and speak the most perfect and absolute truth, when we say that the soul is prior to the body, and that the body is second and comes afterwards, and is born to obey the soul, which is the ruler. Cleinias. That is very true. End of Part 1 of Book 10. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 2 of Book 10 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part 2 of Book 10. Athenian Stranger. Do you remember our old admission that if the soul was prior to the body, the things of the soul were also prior to those of the body? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And characters, and manners, and wishes, and reasonings, and true opinions, and reflections, and recollections, are prior to length, and breadth, and depth, and strength of bodies, if the soul is prior to the body. Cleinias. Of course. Athenian Stranger. In the next place, must we not of necessity admit that the soul is the cause of good and evil, base and honourable, just and unjust, and of all other opposites, if we suppose her to be the cause of all things? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And as the soul orders and inhabits all things moving every way, must we not say that she orders also the heavens? Cleinias. Of course. Athenian Stranger. One soul or more? More than one. I will answer for you. At any rate, we must not suppose that there are less than two, one the author of good, and the other of evil. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. Yes, very true. The soul then directs all things in heaven and earth and sea by her movements, and these are described by the terms will, consideration, attention, deliberation, opinion true and false, joy and sorrow, confidence, fear, hatred, contentment, and other primary motions akin to these, which again receive the secondary motions of corporate substances, and guide all things to growth and decay, to composition and decomposition, and to the qualities which accompany them, such as heat and cold, heaviness and lightness, hardness and softness, blackness and whiteness, bitterness and sweetness, and all those other qualities which the soul uses, herself a goddess, when truly receiving the divine mind and disciplining all things rightly to their happiness, but when the companion of folly, doing the very contrary of all this. Shall we assume this, or do we still entertain doubts? Cleinias. There is no room at all for doubt. Athenian Stranger. Shall we say then that soul is the nature which controls heaven and earth, and the whole circumference, the principle of wisdom and virtue, or that which has neither wisdom nor virtue? Suppose that we make answer as follows. Cleinias. How would you answer? Athenian Stranger. If, my friend, we say that the whole path of heaven, and the movement of all that is therein, is by nature akin to the movement and revolution and calculation of mind, and proceeds by kindred laws, then, as is plain, we must say that the best soul takes care of the world, and guides it along the good path. Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. But when the world moves wildly and irregularly, then the evil soul guides it. Cleinias. That again is true. Athenian Stranger. Of what nature is the movement of mind? That is indeed a hard question, my friends, to determine wisely, and therefore I ought to assist you in framing the answer. Cleinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. Then let us not answer as if we would look right at the sun, making ourselves darkness from excess of light. I mean as if we were under the impression that we could see with mortal eyes, or know adequately the nature of mind. It will be safer to look at the image only. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. Let us select of the 10 motions the one which mind chiefly resembles. This I will bring to your recollection, and will then request you to assist me in giving the answer. Cleinias. That will be excellent. Athenian Stranger. You will surely remember our saying that all things were either at rest or in motion. Cleinias. Yes. Athenian Stranger. And that of things in motion, some were moving in one place, and others in more than one. Cleinias. That is true. Athenian Stranger. Of these two kinds of motion, that which moves in one place must move about a centre after the manner of a top, and is most entirely akin and similar to the circular movement of mind. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. In saying that both mind and the motion which is in one place move in the same and like manner, in and about the same, and in relation to the same, and according to one law and order, and are like the motion of a top, we invented a fair image, which did no discredit to our ingenuity. Cleinias. That is very true. Athenian Stranger. And the motion of the other sort, which is not after the same manner, nor in the same, nor about the same, nor in relation to the same, nor in one place, nor in order, nor according to any rule or proportion, may be said to be akin to senselessness and folly. Cleinias. That is most true. Athenian Stranger. Then, after what has been said, there is no difficulty in distinctly stating that since soul carries all things round, either the best soul or the contrary must of necessity carry round, and order and arrange the revolution of the heaven. Cleinias. And, judging from what has been said, Stranger, there would be impiety in asserting that any but the most perfect soul or souls carries round the heavens. Athenian Stranger. You have understood my meaning right well, Cleinias. And now let me ask you another question. Cleinias. What are you going to ask? Athenian Stranger. If the soul carries round the sun and moon and the other stars, does she not carry round each individual of them? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. Then of one of them let us speak, and the same argument will apply to all. Cleinias. Which will you take? Athenian Stranger. Every one sees the body of the sun, but no one sees his soul, nor the soul of any other body, living or dead. And yet there is great reason to believe that this nature, unperceived by any of our senses, is circumfused around them all, but is apprehended by mind only, and only by reflection do we ascertain what I am about to mention. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. If the soul carries round the sun, we shall not be far wrong in supposing one of 3 alternatives. Cleinias. What are they? Athenian Stranger. Either the soul which moves the sun this way and that resides within the circular and visible body, just as the soul in us carries us about every way, or the soul provides herself with an external body of fire or air, as some affirm, and violently propels body by body, or, thirdly, being incorporeal, she has some extraordinary and wonderful guiding power. Cleinias. Yes, certainly, the soul can only order all things in one of these 3 ways. Athenian Stranger. And this soul of the sun, which is therefore better than the sun, whether taking the sun about in a chariot to give light to men, or acting from without, or in whatever way, ought by every man to be deemed a god. Cleinias. Yes, by every man who has the least particle of sense. Athenian Stranger. And of the stars too, and of the moon, and the years, and months, and seasons, must we not say in like manner, that since a soul or souls are the causes of all of them having every sort of excellence, those souls are divine, whether they are living beings and reside in bodies, and in this way order the whole heaven, or whatever be the place and mode of their existence? And will any one who admits all this venture to deny that all things are full of gods? Cleinias. No one, stranger, would be such a madman as to do that. Athenian Stranger. And now, Megillus and Cleinias, let us offer an alternative to him who has hitherto denied the existence of the gods, and leave him. Cleinias. What alternative? Athenian Stranger. Either he shall teach us that we were wrong in saying that the soul is the original of all things, and what followed upon this; or, if he be not able to say anything better, then he must yield to us, and live for the remainder of his life in the belief that there are gods. Let us see, then, whether we have said enough, or not enough, to those who deny that there are gods. Cleinias. Certainly, quite enough, stranger. Athenian Stranger. Then we will say no more to them. And now we are to address him who, believing that there are gods, believes also that they take no heed of human affairs. O thou best of men! This is what we will say to him. In believing that there are gods, you are led by some affinity to them, which attracts you towards your kindred, and makes you honor and believe in them. But the fortunes of evil and unrighteous men in private as well as public life, which, though not really happy, are wrongly counted happy in the judgment of men, and are sung or spoken of by poets and prose writers, draw you aside from your natural piety. Perhaps you have seen impious men growing old and leaving their children's children in high offices, and that shakes your faith. You have known or heard or been yourself an eyewitness of many monstrous impieties, and have beheld men, by these criminal means, from small beginnings, reaching the pinnacle of greatness, and considering all these things you do not like to accuse the gods of them, because they are your relatives. And so, from some want of reasoning power, and also from an unwillingness to find fault with them, you are led to believe that they exist indeed, but have no thought or care of human things. Now, that your present evil opinion may not grow to still greater impiety, and that we may, if possible, use arguments which may drive away the pollution of error, we will add another argument to that which we address to him who utterly denied the existence of the gods. And do you, Megillus and Cleinias, answer for the young man as you did before, and if any difficulty arises in the course of the argument, I will take the word out of your mouths, and carry you over the river as I did before. Cleinias. Very good. Do as you say, and we will help you as well as we can. Athenian Stranger. There will surely be no difficulty in proving to him that the gods care about the small as well as about the great, for he was present and heard what was said, that they are perfectly good, and that the care of all things is most entirely natural to them. Cleinias. He certainly heard that. Athenian Stranger. Let us consider together, in the next place, what we mean by this virtue which we ascribe to them. Surely we should say that to possess mind belongs to virtue, and the contrary to vice? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. Yes, and courage is a part of virtue, and cowardice of vice? Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. And the one is dishonorable, and the other honorable. Cleinias. To be sure. Athenian Stranger. And the one, like other meaner things, is a human quality, but the gods have no part in anything of the sort. Cleinias. No one will deny that. Athenian Stranger. But do we imagine carelessness and idleness and luxury to be virtues? What do you think? Cleinias. Certainly not. Athenian Stranger. They rank under the opposite class? Cleinias. Yes. Athenian Stranger. And their opposites would fall under the opposite class? Cleinias. Yes. Athenian Stranger. But can we suppose that one who takes care of great and small will be luxurious and heedless and idle, like those whom the poet compares to stingless drones? Cleinias. And the comparison is a most just one. Athenian Stranger. Surely God must not be supposed to have a nature which he himself hates. And if any one dares to say anything of that sort, he must not be allowed for a moment. Cleinias. He must not. Of course not. Athenian Stranger. Should we not on any principle be entirely mistaken in praising any one who has some special business entrusted to him, he having a mind which takes care of great matters and no care of small ones? Reflect. He who acts in this way, whether he be God or man, must act from one of two principles. Cleinias. What are they? Athenian Stranger. Either he must think that the neglect of the small matters is of no consequence to the whole, or if they are of consequence, and he neglects them, his conduct must be attributed to carelessness and indolence. Is there any other way in which his neglect can be explained? For surely he will not neglect anything, whether small or great, from any impossibility of taking care of all, or be careless about those things of which an inferior being, who has not the power, whether God or man, might be unable to take care. Cleinias. Impossible. Athenian Stranger. Now then, let us examine the offenders, who both alike confess that there are gods, but with a difference; the one saying that they may be appeased, and the other that they have no care of small matters. There are three of us, and two of them, and we will say to them, in the first place, you both acknowledge that the gods hear, and see, and know all things, and that nothing can escape them, which is matter of sense and knowledge. Do you admit this? Cleinias. Yes. Athenian Stranger. And do you admit also that they have all power which mortals and immortals can have? Cleinias. They will, of course, admit this also. Athenian Stranger. And surely we three, and they two, 5 in all, have acknowledged that they are good and perfect. Cleinias. Assuredly. Athenian Stranger. But if they are such as we conceive them to be, can we possibly suppose that they ever act in the spirit of carelessness and indolence? For in us inactivity is the child of cowardice, and carelessness of inactivity and indolence. Cleinias. Most true. Athenian Stranger. Then not from inactivity and carelessness is any god ever negligent, for he has no cowardice in him. Cleinias. That is very true. Athenian Stranger. Then the alternative which remains is, that if the gods neglect the lighter and lesser concerns of the universe, they neglect them because they know that they ought not to care about such matters. What other alternative is there but that they have no knowledge? Cleinias. There is none. Athenian Stranger. And, O most excellent and best of men, do I understand you to mean that they are ignorant, and do not know that they ought to take care, or that they know, and yet, like the meanest sort of men, knowing the better, choose the worse, because they are overcome by pleasures and pains? Cleinias. Impossible. Athenian Stranger. Do not all human things partake of the nature of soul? And is not man the most religious of all animals? Cleinias. That is certainly true. Athenian Stranger. Surely we say that all mortal creatures are the property of the gods, to whom also the whole of heaven belongs. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And now, whether a person says that these things to the gods are great or small, in either case the gods, who own us, and who are the most careful, and the best of owners, are not likely to neglect us. There is also a further consideration. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. Sensation and power are in an inverse ratio to each other in respect to their ease and difficulty. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. I mean that there is greater difficulty in seeing and hearing the small than the great, but more facility in moving them and controlling them and taking care of them than of their opposites. Cleinias. Far more. Athenian Stranger. Suppose the case of a physician who is willing and able to cure some living thing as a whole. How will the whole fare at his hands, if he takes care only of the greater, and neglects the lesser? Cleinias. Certainly not well. Athenian Stranger. No better would be the result with pilots, or generals, or householders, or statesmen, or any other class, if they neglected the small and regarded only the great. As the builders say, the larger stones do not lie well without the lesser. Cleinias. Of course not. Athenian Stranger. Let us not then deem God inferior to human workmen, who, in proportion to their skill, finish and perfect their works, small as well as great, by one and the same art; or that God, the wisest of beings, who is willing and able to extend his care to all things, like a lazy good-for-nothing, wants a holiday, and takes no thought of smaller and easier matters, but of the greater only. Cleinias. Never, Stranger, let us admit such a supposition about the gods, which is both impious and false. Athenian Stranger. I think that we have now said enough to him who charges the gods with neglect. Cleinias. Yes. Athenian Stranger. He has been forced to acknowledge that he is in error, but he still seems to me to need some consolation. Cleinias. What consolation will you offer him? Athenian Stranger. Let us say to the youth, the ruler of the universe has ordered all things with a view to the preservation and perfection of the whole, and each part has an appointed state of action and passion, and the smallest action or passion of any part affecting the minutest fraction has a presiding minister, and one of these portions of the universe is thine own, stubborn man, which, however little, has the whole in view; and you do not seem to be aware that this, and every other creation, is for the sake of the whole, and in order that the life of the whole may be blessed, and that you are created for the sake of the whole, and not the whole for the sake of you. For every physician and every skilled artist does all things for the sake of the whole, directing his effort toward the common good, executing the part for the sake of the whole, and not the whole for the sake of the part. And You are annoyed because you do not see how that which is best for you is, as far as the laws of the creation admit of this, best also for the universe. Now, as the soul, combining first with one body and then with another, undergoes all sorts of changes, either of herself or through the influence of another soul, all that remains to the master of the game is that he should transpose the pieces, sending the better nature to the better place, and the worse into the worse, and so assigning to them their proper portion. Cleinias. How do you mean? Athenian Stranger. I am proposing a plan which may be supposed to make the care of all things easy to the Gods. For if any one did not form or fashion all things with a view to the whole, if, for example, he formed a living element of water out of fire, instead of forming many things out of one, or one out of many, not at random, but in regular order of the first or second or third degree, the transmutation would have been infinite. But now the ruler of the world has a wonderfully easy task. Cleinias. How is that? Athenian Stranger. In this way. When the king saw that our actions had life, and that there was much virtue in them, and much vice, and that the soul and body, although not eternal, were indestructible, like the Gods of popular opinion, for if either of them had been destroyed, there would have been no generation of animals, and when he observed that the good of the soul was by nature designed to profit men, and the evil to harm them, he, seeing all this, contrived so to place them in each of the parts, that their position might in the easiest and best manner procure the victory of good and the defeat of evil in the whole. And he contrived a general plan, by which a thing of a certain nature found a certain seat and room. But the formation of qualities he left to the wills of individuals. For every one of us is made pretty much what he is by the bent of his desires, and the nature of his soul. Cleinias. Yes, that is probably true. Athenian Stranger. Then all things which have a soul change and possess in themselves a principle of change, and in changing move according to law, and the order of destiny. Lesser changes of nature move on level ground, but greater crimes sink into the abyss, that is to say, into Hades, and other places in the world below, of which the very names terrify men, and about which they dream that they live in them absent from the body. And when the soul changes greatly, either for the better or worse, by her own impulse or the strong influence of others, when she has communion with divine virtue, and becomes divine, she is carried into another and better place, which is also divine and perfect in holiness. And when she has communion with evil, then she also changes the place of her life. Quote, for that is the justice of the Gods, who inhabit heaven. Close quote. O youth or young man, who fancy that you are neglected by the Gods, know that if you become worse, you shall go to the worse souls, or if better, to the better, and in every succession of life and death you will do and suffer what like may fitly suffer at the hands of like. This is a divine justice, which neither you nor any other unfortunate will ever glory in escaping, and which the ordaining powers have specially ordained. Take good heed of them, for a day will come when they will take heed of you. If thou sayest, I am small, and will creep into the depths of the earth, or I am high, and will fly up to heaven, you are not so small or so high but that you shall pay the fitting penalty, either in the world below, or in some yet more savage place, still to which thou shalt be conveyed. This is also the explanation of the fate of those whom you saw, who had done unholy and evil deeds, and from small beginnings had become great, and you fancied that from being miserable they had become happy, and in their actions, as in a mirror, you seemed to see the universal neglect of the Gods, not knowing how they make all things work together and contribute to the great whole. And thinkest thou, bold man, that thou shouldst not know this? He who knows not this can never see any true form, or say any true word touching the happiness or unhappiness of life. If Cleinias and this reverend company succeed in proving to you that you know not what you say of the Gods, then will God help you. But should you desire to hear more, listen to what we say to the third opponent, if you have any understanding left in you. For I think that we have sufficiently proved the existence of the Gods, and that they have a care of man. That they are appeased by wicked men and take gifts is what I will not allow, and what every man should disprove to the utmost of his power. Cleinias. Very good. Let us do as you say. Athenian Stranger. Well then, by the Gods themselves I conjure you to tell me, if they are to be propitiated, how are they to be propitiated? Who are they, and what is their nature? Must not the eternal administrators of heaven be at least rulers? Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. And to what earthly rulers can they be compared, or who to them? How in the less can we find an image of the greater? Are they charioteers of contending pairs of steeds, or pilots of vessels? Perhaps they might be compared to the generals of armies, or they might be likened to physicians providing against the strife of bodily disease, or to husbandmen observing anxiously the effects of the seasons on the growth of plants, or perhaps to shepherds of flocks. For as we acknowledge the heaven to be full of many goods, and also of evils, and of more evils than goods, there is, as we affirm, an immortal conflict going on among us, which requires marvellous watchfulness, and in that conflict the Gods and demigods are our allies, and we are their property. Injustice and insolence and folly are the destruction of us, and justice and temperance and wisdom are the salvation of us, and the place of these latter is in the life of the Gods, and of their virtues some vestige may occasionally be discerned among mankind. But upon this earth there dwell souls who have an unjust spirit, and they, like brute animals, fawn upon their keepers, who may be dogs or shepherds, or may be the best and most perfect masters, and upon these, as the wicked declare, they prevail by flattery and prayers and incantations, and are allowed to make their gains with impunity. And this sin, which is termed dishonesty, is the same evil as that which is called disease in living bodies, or blight in the seasons, and in cities and governments has another name, which is injustice. Cleinias. Quite true. Athenian Stranger. That is what he must say who declares that the Gods are always lenient to the doers of unjust acts, who divide the spoil with them. That is as if wolves might be supposed to toss a portion of their prey to the dogs, and they, mollified by the gift, suffer them to tear the flocks. What but this will he say who maintains that the Gods are to be propitiated? Cleinias. That is what he will say. Athenian Stranger. And to whom of the above-mentioned classes of guardians would any man gravely compare the Gods? Will he say that they are like pilots who are themselves turned away from their duty by draughts of wine and the savour of fat, and at last overturn both ship and sailors? Cleinias. Certainly not. Athenian Stranger. And surely they are not like charioteers who are bribed to give up the victory to other chariots? Cleinias. That would be a fearful image of the gods. Athenian Stranger. Nor are they like generals, or physicians, or husbandmen, or shepherds, and no one would compare them to dogs who have been silenced by wolves? Cleinias. Do not be profane. Athenian Stranger. And are not all the gods the chiefest of all guardians? And do they not guard our highest interests? Cleinias. Yes, the chiefest. Athenian Stranger. And shall we say that those who guard our noblest interests, and are the best of guardians, are inferior in virtue to dogs, and to men even of moderate excellence, who would never betray justice for the sake of gifts which unjust men impiously offer them? Cleinias. Certainly not, nor is such a notion to be endured, and he who holds this opinion may be fairly singled out and characterized as of all impious men the wickedest and most impious. Athenian Stranger. Then are the three assertions, that the gods exist, and that they take care of men, and that they will not be entreated to injustice, now sufficiently demonstrated? May we say that they are? Cleinias. You have our entire assent to your words. Athenian Stranger. I have spoken with vehemence because I was jealous of evil men, and I will tell you, dear Cleinias, what is the reason of my jealousy. I would not have them suppose that the wicked, having the superiority in argument, may do as they like in accordance with their various imaginations about the gods. And this zeal has led me to speak more vehemently. But if we have at all succeeded in persuading the men to hate themselves and love their opposites, the preamble of our laws about impiety will not have been spoken in vain. Cleinias. So let us hope. And even if we have failed, the style of our argument will not discredit the lawgiver. Athenian Stranger. After the preamble shall follow a discourse, which will be the interpreter of the law. This shall proclaim to all impious persons that they must depart from their ways, and go over to the pious. And to those who do not obey them, let the law about impiety be as follows. If a man is guilty of any impiety in word or deed, any one who happens to be present shall give information to the rulers in aid of the law, and let the rulers who receive the information bring them before the appointed court, according to the law. And if the magistrate, after receiving information, refuses to act, he shall be tried for impiety at the instance of any one who is willing to vindicate the laws. And if he be cast, the court shall estimate the punishment of each act of impiety, and let all such criminals be imprisoned. There shall be 3 prisons in the state. The first of them is to be the common prison in the neighbourhood of the agora, for the safekeeping of the generality of offenders. Another is to be in the neighbourhood of the nocturnal council, and is to be called the House of Reformation. Another to be situated in some wild and desolate region in the centre of the country, shall be called by some name expressive of retribution. Now, men fall into impiety from 3 causes, which have been already mentioned, and from each of these causes arise 2 sorts of impiety. In all, 6, requiring judicial decision, but differing greatly in their degree of guilt. For he who does not believe in the gods, and yet has a righteous nature, hates the wicked, and dislikes and refuses to do injustice, and avoids unrighteous men, and loves the righteous. But they who, besides believing that the world is devoid of Gods, are intemperate, and have at the same time good memories and quick wits, are worse, although both of them are unbelievers; much less injury is done by the one than by the other. The one may talk loosely about the Gods, and about sacrifices and oaths, and perhaps, by laughing at other men, he may make them like himself, if he be not punished. But the other unbeliever, who is deemed a superior person, is full of stratagem and deceit. Men of this class are prophets and jugglers of all sorts, and out of their ranks sometimes come tyrants and demagogues, and generals and hierophants of private mysteries, and the ingenuities of so-called sophists. Of these there may be altogether many kinds, but two only for whom legislation is required: one, the hypocritical sort, whose crime is deserving of death many times over; the other having need of bonds and admonition. In like manner also the notion that the Gods take no thought of men produces two other sorts of crimes, and the notion that they may be propitiated produces two more. Assuming these divisions, let those who have been made what they are only from want of understanding, and not from malice or an evil nature, be placed by the judge in the house of reformation, and ordered to suffer imprisonment during a period of not less than 5 years. And in the meantime let them have no intercourse with the other citizens, except with members of the nocturnal council, and with them let them converse touching the improvement of their soul's health. And when the time of their imprisonment has expired, if any of them be of sound mind, let him be restored to sane company; but if not, and if he be condemned a second time, let him be punished with death. As to that class of monstrous natures who not only believe that there are no Gods, or that they are negligent or to be propitiated, but conjure the souls of the living, and say that they can conjure the dead, and promise to charm the Gods with sacrifices and prayers, and will utterly overthrow whole houses and states for the sake of money, let him who is guilty of any of these things be condemned by the judge to be bound according to law in the prison which is in the centre of the land, and let no freeman ever approach him, but let him receive the rations of food appointed by the magistrates from the hands of slaves, and when he is dead, let him be cast out of the borders unburied, and if any freeman assist in burying him, let him pay the penalty of impiety to any one who is willing to bring a suit against him. But if he leaves behind him children who are fit to be citizens, let the guardians of orphans take care of them, just as they would of any other orphans, from the day that their father was convicted. In all these cases there should be one law, which will make men in general less liable to transgress in word or deed, and less foolish, because they will not be allowed to practice religious rites contrary to law. And let this be the simple form of the law: no man shall have sacred rites in a private house, but when he is disposed to sacrifice, let him place his offerings in the hands of the priests and priestesses, who have under their care the holy rite, and let him pray himself, and let any one who pleases join with him in prayer. The reason of this is as follows. Gods and temples are not easily established, and to establish them rightly is the work of a mighty intellect, and women especially, and men too, when they are sick, or in danger, or in any sort of difficulty, or again, on their receiving any good fortune, have a way of consecrating the occasion, offering up prayers and sacrifices, and promising statues to Gods, demigods, and sons of Gods. And when they are awakened by terrible apparitions, and have dreams, or remember visions, they find in altars and temples the remedies of them, and will fill every house and village with them, placing them in the open air or in any chance place. And with a view to all these cases, we should act as the law enacts. The law has also regard to the impious, and would not have them fancy that by the secret performance of these actions, by raising temples and altars in private houses, they can propitiate the gods secretly with sacrifices and prayers, while they are really multiplying their crimes infinitely, bringing guilt from heaven upon themselves, and also upon those who permit them, who are better men than they are, and the consequence is that the whole state reaps the fruit of their impiety, which in a certain sense is deserved. Assuredly, God will not blame the legislator. Let this, then, be the language of the law. No one shall possess shrines of the gods in private houses, and he who is found to possess them and perform any sacred rites not publicly authorized, supposing the offender to be some man or woman who is not guilty of any other great and impious crime, shall be informed against by him who is acquainted with the fact, which shall be announced by him to the guardians of the law, and let them issue orders that he or she should carry away his private rites to the public temples. And if they do not persuade them, let them inflict a penalty on them until they comply. And if a person be proven guilty of impiety, not merely from childish levity, but such as grown-up men may be guilty of, whether he have sacrificed publicly or privately to any gods, let him be punished with death, for he has offered impure sacrifices. And whether the deed has been done in earnest, or only from childish levity, let the guardians of the law determine before they prosecute the offender for impiety. End of Book 10. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 1 of Book 11 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part 1 of Book 11. In the next place, dealings between man and man require to be suitably regulated. The principle of them is very simple. Thou shalt not touch that which is mine, if thou canst help, or remove the least thing which belongs to me without my consent. And may I, being of sound mind, do to others as I would that they should do to me. First, let us speak of treasure trove. May I never pray the gods to find the hidden treasure which a man has laid up for himself and his family, he not being one of my ancestors, nor lift if I should find such a treasure. And may I never have any dealings with the diviners, as they are called, who in any way or manner counsel me to take up the deposit entrusted to the earth. For I should not gain so much in the increase of my possessions, if I take up the prize, as I should grow in justice and virtue of soul, if I abstain. And this will be a better possession to me than the other. For the possession of justice in the soul is preferable to the possession of wealth. And of many things it is well said, move not the immovables. And this may be truly regarded as one of them. And we shall do well to believe the common tradition which says that such deeds prevent a man from having a family. Now, as to him who is careless about having children, and regardless of the legislator, taking up that which he neither deposited, nor any ancestor of his, without the consent of the depositor, violating the simplest and noblest of laws, which was the enactment of no mean man, who said, "Take not up that which you have not laid down." Of him, I say, who despises these two legislators, and takes up, not some small matter which he has not deposited, but perhaps a great heap of treasure. What he ought to suffer at the hands of the Gods, God only knows. But I would have the first person who sees him go and tell the wardens of the city, if the occurrence has taken place in the city; or if the occurrence has taken place in the agora, he shall tell the wardens of the agora; or if in the country, he shall tell the wardens of the country and their officers. When information has been received, they shall send to Delphi, and whatever the God answers about the money and the remover of the money, that the city shall do in obedience to the oracle. The informer, if he be a free man, shall have the honour of doing rightly; or, if he inform not, the dishonour of doing wrongly. And if he be a slave who gives information, let him be freed, as he ought to be, by the state, which shall give his master the price of him. But if he do not inform, he shall be punished with death. Next in order shall follow a similar law, which shall apply equally to matters great and small. If a man happens to leave behind him some part of his property, whether intentionally or unintentionally, let him who may meet with the left property suffer it to remain, reflecting that such things are under the protection of the Goddess of Ways, and are dedicated to her by the law. But if any one defies the law, and takes the property home with him, let him, if he be a slave of little worth, be beaten with many stripes by him who meets him, being a person of not less than 30 years of age. Or if he be a free man, in addition to being thought a mean man who has no share in the laws, let him pay 10 times the value of the treasure which he has moved to the lever. And if some one accuses another of having anything which belongs to him, whether little or much, and he admits that he has this thing, but says that the property in dispute is not the other's, if the property be registered with the archons according to law, he shall summon the possessor, who shall appear before the magistrates; and when the matter is cleared up, if it be registered in the public registers, to which of the litigants it belonged, let him take it and go his way. Or if the property be registered as belonging to some one who is not present, whoever will give sufficient surety on behalf of the absent person that he will give it up to him, let him take it away as the representative of the other. But if the property which is deposited be not registered with the archons, let it remain until the time of trial, with 3 of the eldest of the archons; and if that for which bail is given be an animal, then he who loses the suit shall pay the archons for its keep, and the archons shall determine the cause within 3 days. Any one who is of sound mind may carry off his own slave, and do with him whatever he will of such things as are lawful; and he may carry off the runaway slave of any of his friends or kindred with a view to his safe keeping. And if any one takes away him who is being carried off as a slave, intending to liberate him, he who is carrying him off shall let him go; but he who takes him away shall give 3 sufficient sureties. And if he give them, and not without giving them, he may take him away; but if he take him away after any other manner, he shall be guilty of violence, and, being convicted, shall pay double the penalty of the loss to him from whom he has taken the slave. Let him also carry off the freedman if he do not pay respect, or not sufficient respect, to him who freed him. Now the respect shall be, that the freed man go 3 times in the month to the house of the person who freed him, and offer to do whatever he can and ought to do, and he shall agree to make such a marriage as his former master pleases. He shall not be permitted to have more property than he who gave him liberty, and what more he has shall belong to his master. The freed man shall not remain in the state more than 20 years, but, like other foreigners, shall go away, taking his entire property with him, unless he have the consent of the magistrates and of his former master to remain. If a freed man, or any other stranger, have a property greater than the census of the third class at the expiration of 30 days from the day on which this comes to pass, he shall take that which is his and go his way, and in this case he shall not be allowed to remain any longer by the archons. And if any one disobeys this regulation, and is brought into court and convicted, he shall be punished with death, and his property shall be confiscated. Suits about these matters shall take place before the tribes, unless the plaintiff and defendant have got rid of the accusation, either before their neighbours or before arbitrators. If a man lay claim to any animal or anything else which he declares to be his, let him who is the possessor refer to some honest and trustworthy person, who has sold, or given, or in some legitimate way made over the property to him. If he be a citizen or a metic, sojourning in the city, within 30 days, or if the property have been delivered to him by a stranger, within 5 months, of which the middle month shall be the summer solstice. When goods are exchanged by selling and buying, a man shall deliver them, and receive the price of them at a fixed place in the agora, and have done with the matter. But he shall not buy or sell anywhere else, nor give credit. And if in any other manner, or in any other place, there be an exchange of one thing for another, and the seller with whom he is dealing give him credit, he must do this on the understanding that the law gives no protection in cases of things sold not in accordance with these regulations. Again, as to contributions, any man who likes may contribute as a friend with friends. But if any difference arises about the contribution, he is to act on the understanding that the law gives no protection in such cases. He who sells anything up to the value of 50 drachmas shall be required to remain in the city for 10 days, and the purchaser shall be informed of the house of the seller, with a view to the sort of charges which are apt to arise in such cases, and the restitutions which the law allows. And let legal restitution and illegal be on this wise. If a man sells a slave who is in a consumption, or who has the disease of the stone, or of strangury, or epilepsy, or some other tedious and incurable disorder of body or mind, which is not discernible to the ordinary man, if the purchaser be a physician or trainer, he shall have no right of restitution, nor shall there be any right of restitution if the seller has told the truth beforehand to the buyer. But if a skilled person sells to another who is not skilled, let the buyer appeal for restitution within 6 months, except in the case of epilepsy, and then the appeal may be made within a year, and shall be determined by such physicians as the parties may agree to choose. And he who loses the suit shall pay double the price at which he sold. If a private person sell to another private person, he shall have the right of restitution, and the decision shall be given as before. But he who loses the suit shall only pay back the price of the slave. If a person sells a homicide to another, and they both know of the fact, let there be no restitution in such a case. But if he do not know of the fact, there shall be a right of restitution whenever a buyer makes the discovery, and the decision shall rest with 5 of the youngest guardians of the law. And if the decision be that the seller was cognizant of the fact, he shall purify the house of the purchaser according to the law of the interpreters, and shall pay back 3 times the purchase money. He who exchanges either money for money, or anything whatever for anything else, either with or without life, let him give and receive them genuine and unadulterated, in accordance with the law. And let us have a preamble about all this sort of roguery, like the preambles of our other laws. Every man should regard adulteration as a particular kind of falsehood, concerning which the many are too fond of saying that at proper times the practice may often be right. But they leave the time, and place, and occasion undefined and unregulated, and from this want of definiteness in their language they do a great deal of harm to themselves and to others. Now, a legislator ought not to leave the matter undefined. He ought to prescribe some limit, either greater or less. Let this, then, be the limit prescribed. No one shall call the gods to witness when he says or does anything false or deceitful or dishonest, unless he would be the most hateful of mankind to them. And he is most hateful to them who takes a false oath, and never thinks of the gods. And in the second place, he who tells a falsehood in the presence of his superiors. Now, better men are the superiors of worse men, and in general, elders are the superiors of the young. Wherefore also parents are the superiors of their children, and men of women and children, and rulers of their subjects, and all men ought to reverence any one who is in any position of authority, and especially those who are in political offices. I have made this remark in reference to our present discourse. For every one who is guilty of adulteration in the agora tells a falsehood and deceives, and when he invokes the gods, according to the customs and cautions of the wardens of the agora, he is perjured, and has no respect either for God or man. Certainly it is an excellent rule, not lightly, to profane the names of the gods after the fashion of men in general, who care little about piety and purity in their actions. But if a man will not conform to this rule, let the law be as follows. He who sells anything in the agora shall not ask 2 prices of that which he sells, but he shall ask 1 price, and if he do not obtain this, he shall take away his goods, and on that day he shall not value them, either at more or less, and there shall be no praising of any goods, or oath taken about them. If a person disobeys this command, any citizen who is present, not being less than 30 years of age, may chastise and beat the swearer, and he shall be guiltless. But if he takes no heed and disobeys, he shall be liable to the charge of having betrayed the laws. If a man sell any adulterated goods, and will not obey these regulations, he who knows and can prove the fact, and does prove it in the presence of the magistrates, if he be a slave or a metic, shall have the adulterated goods; but if he be a citizen, and do not prove it, he shall be disgraced, and deemed to have robbed the gods of the agora; or if he prove the charge, he shall dedicate the goods to the gods of the agora. He who is proved to have sold any adulterated goods, in addition to losing the goods themselves, shall be beaten with stripes, a stripe for a drachma, according to the price of the goods, and the herald shall proclaim in the agora the offence for which he is going to be beaten. The wardens of the agora and the guardians of the law shall obtain information from experienced persons about the rogueries and adulterations of the sellers, and shall write up what the seller ought and ought not to do in each case. And let them inscribe their laws on a column in front of the court of the Agora, that they may be clear instructors of those who have business in the Agora. Enough has been said in what has preceded about the wardens of the city, and if anything seems to be wanting, let them communicate with the guardians of the law, and write down the omission, and place on a column in the court of the city the first and second regulations which are laid down for them about their office. After the practices of adulteration, naturally follow practices of retail trade. Concerning these, we will first of all give a word of counsel and reason, and the law shall come afterwards. Retail trade in a city is not by nature intended to do any harm, but quite the contrary. For is not he a benefactor who reduces the inequalities and immeasurabilities of goods to equality and measure? And this is what the power of money accomplishes, and the merchant may be said to be appointed for this purpose. The hireling and the tavern keeper, and many other occupations, some of them more and others less seemly, all alike have this object. They seek to satisfy our needs and equalize our possessions. Let us then endeavour to see what is this dishonour and appearance of unseemliness, and what is the accusation brought against retail trade, in order that if not entirely, we may yet partially remove the objection by law. To effect this is no easy matter, and implies a great deal of virtue. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. Dear Cleinias, the class of men is small. They must have been rarely gifted by nature, and trained by education, who, when compelled by wants and desires of every sort, are able to hold out and observe moderation, and when they might make a great deal of money, are sober in their wishes, and prefer a moderate to a large gain. But the mass of mankind are the very opposite. Their desires are unbounded, and when they might gain in moderation, they prefer gains without limit. Wherefore, all that relates to retail trade and merchandise and keeping of taverns is denounced and numbered among dishonourable things. For if, what I trust may never be, and will not be, we were to compel, if I may venture to say a ridiculous thing, the best men everywhere to keep taverns for a time, or carry on retail trade, or do anything of that sort; or if, in consequence of some dire necessity, the best women were compelled to take to a similar calling, then we should know how agreeable and pleasant all these things are. And if they were carried on according to pure reason, all such occupations would be held in honour, and those who practised them would be deemed parents or nurses. But now that a man goes to desert places and builds houses which can only be reached by long journeys, for the sake of retail trade, and receives strangers who are in need at the desired resting places, or gives them sweet calm when they are tossed by the storm, or cool shade in the heat, and then, instead of behaving to them as friends, and showing the duties of hospitality to those whom he has received under his roof, treats them as enemies and captives who are at his mercy, and will not release them until they have paid the highest, most exorbitant and base price. These are the sort of practices, and foul evils they are, which cast a reproach upon the succour of adversity. And the legislator ought always to be devising a remedy for evils of this sort. There is an ancient saying, which is also a true one: to fight against two opponents is a difficult thing. As is seen in diseases, and in many other cases. And in this case also the war is against two enemies, wealth and poverty, one of whom corrupts the soul of man with luxury, while the other drives him by pain into utter shamelessness. What remedy can a city of sense find against this disease? In the first place, they must have as few as possible of the retail class, and in the second place, they must assign the occupation to that class of men whose corruption will be the least injury to the state, and in the third place, they must devise some way whereby the followers of these occupations themselves will not readily fall into habits of unbridled shamelessness and meanness. After this preface, let our law run as follows, and may fortune favour us. No landowner among the magnates, whose city the god is restoring and resettling, no one, that is, of the 5,040 families, shall become a retail trader either voluntarily or involuntarily. Neither shall he be a merchant, or do any service for private persons who are not his equals, except for his father or his mother, and their fathers and mothers, and in general for his elders who are free men, and whom he serves as a free man. Now it is difficult to determine accurately the things which are worthy or unworthy of a free man. But let those who have obtained the prize of virtue give judgment about them in accordance with their feelings of right and wrong. He who in any way shares in the illiberality of retail trades may be indicted by any one who likes for dishonouring his race, before those who are judged to be the first in virtue. And if he appear to throw dirt upon his father's house by an unworthy occupation, let him be imprisoned for a year, and abstain from that sort of thing. And if he repeat the offence, for 2 years, and every time that he is taken, let the time of his imprisonment be doubled. This shall be the second law. He who engages in retail trade must be either a metic or a stranger. And a third law shall be, that with a view to this class of retail traders who dwell with us in our city, being as good or as little bad as possible, the guardians of the law ought to remember that they are guardians not only of those who may be easily watched and prevented from becoming lawless or bad, because they are well born and bred, but still more should they have a watch over those who are of another sort, and follow pursuits which have a very strong tendency to make men bad. And therefore, in respect of the multifarious occupations of retail trade, that is to say, in respect of such of them as are allowed to remain, because they seem to be quite necessary in a state, about these the guardians of the law should meet and take counsel with those who have experience of the several kinds of retail trade, as we before commanded concerning adulteration, which is a matter akin to this. And when they meet, they should consider what receipts and what expenditure will produce a moderate gain, and they should fix in writing and strictly observe the ratio of receipt and expenditure. This should be done by the wardens of the agora, and by the wardens of the city, and by the wardens of the country. In this way, retail trade will benefit every one, and do the least possible injury to those in the state who practice it. When a man makes an agreement which he does not fulfill, unless the agreement be of a nature which the law or a vote of the assembly does not allow, or which he has made under the influence of some unjust compulsion, or which he is prevented from fulfilling against his will by some unexpected chance, the other party may go to law with him in the courts of the tribe, for not having completed his agreement, if the parties are not able previously to come to terms before arbiters or before their neighbours. The class of craftsmen who have furnished human life with the arts is dedicated to Hephaestus and Athene, and there is a class of craftsmen who preserve the works of all craftsmen by arts of defence, the votaries of Ares and Athene, and they also deserve to be dedicated to the gods. All these continue through life, serving the country and the people. Some of them are leaders in battle, others make for hire implements and works, and they ought not to deceive in such matters out of respect to the gods, who are their ancestors. If any craftsman through indolence omit to execute his work in a given time, not reverencing the God who gives him the means of life, but considering, foolish fellow, that he is his own God, and will let him off easily, in the first place he shall pay a penalty to the God, and in the second place the law shall follow in a similar spirit. He shall owe to him who contracted with him the price of the works which he has failed in performing, and he shall begin again and execute them gratis in the given time. When a man undertakes a work, the law gives him the same advice which was given to the seller, that he should not attempt to raise the price, but simply ask the value. This the law enjoins also on the contractor, for the craftsman assuredly knows the value of his work. Wherefore, in free states, the man of art ought not to attempt to impose upon private individuals by the help of his art, which is by nature a true thing, and he who is wronged in a matter of this sort shall have a right of action against the party who has wronged him. And if any one lets out work to a craftsman, and does not pay him duly according to the lawful agreement, disregarding Zeus, Polyacus, and Athene, who are the partners of the state, and overthrows the foundation of society for the sake of a little gain, in his case let the law and the gods maintain the common bonds of the state, and let him who, having already received the work in exchange, does not pay the price in the time agreed, pay double the price; and if a year has elapsed, whereas usury in general is not to be taken on money lent in our state, let him, for every drachma which he owes to the contractor, pay a monthly interest of an obol. Suits about these matters are to be decided by the courts of the tribes. And, by the way, now that we are mentioning craftsmen, we must not forget to speak of generals and tacticians, who are the craftsmen of our art of safety, which is war, and, like other craftsmen, undertake some public work, either of their own accord, or because they are appointed by the state. And if they execute their work well, the law will never be tired of praising him who gives them those honours which are the just rewards of the soldier. But if any one, having already received the benefit of any noble service in war, does not make the due return of honour, the law will blame him. Let this then be the law, having an ingredient of praise, not compelling, but advising the great body of the citizens to honour the brave men who are the saviours of the whole state, whether by their courage or by their military skill. They should honour them, I say, in the second place, for the first and highest tribute of honour is to be given to those who in a special manner honour the good words of the legislator. The greater part of the dealings between man and man have been now regulated by us, with the exception of those that relate to orphans and the supervision of guardians of orphans. These follow next in order, and must be regulated in some way. They all begin with the testamentary wishes of the dying, and the case of those who make no disposition of their property. And when I said, Cleinias, that we must regulate them, I had in my mind the difficulty and perplexity in which they are entangled. You cannot leave them unregulated, for individuals would make regulations at variance with one another, and repugnant to the laws and habits of the living, and to their own previous habits. If a person were simply allowed to make any will which he pleases, and this were to take effect in whatever state he may be at the end of life, for most of us lose our senses in a manner, and are prostrated in mind when we think that we are soon about to die. Cleinias. What do you mean, stranger? Athenian Stranger. Oh, Cleinias, a man, when he is about to die, is a fearful thing, and may cause a great deal of anxiety and trouble to the legislator. Cleinias. How is that? Athenian Stranger. He wants to have the entire control of all his property, and will use angry words. Cleinias. What words? Athenian Stranger. O ye gods, he will say, how monstrous that I am not allowed to give, or not to give, my own to whom I will, less to him who has been bad to me, and more to him who has been good to me, and whose badness or goodness has been tested by me in time of sickness, or in old age, and in every other sort of fortune. Cleinias. Well, stranger, and may he not very fairly say that? Athenian Stranger. I think, Cleinias, that the ancient legislators were too good-natured, and that they made laws without sufficient observation or consideration of human things. Cleinias. How do you mean? Athenian Stranger. I mean, my friend, that they were afraid of the testator's reproaches, and so they passed a law to the effect that a man should be allowed to dispose of his property in all respects as he likes. But you and I, if I am not mistaken, will have something better to say to our departing citizens. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. O my friends, we will say to them, hard is it for you who are creatures of a day to know what is yours. Hard, too, to know yourselves, as the Pythian oracle says at this hour. Now I, as the legislator, regard you and your possessions not as belonging to yourselves, but as belonging to your whole family, both past and future. And yet more do I regard both family and possessions as belonging to the state. Wherefore, if some one steals upon you with flattery when you are tossed on the sea of disease or old age, and persuades you to dispose of your property in a way that is not for the best, I will not, if I can help, allow this, but I will legislate with a view to the whole, considering what is best both for the state and for the family, esteeming as I ought the feelings of an individual at a lower rate. And I hope that you will depart in peace and kindness towards us, as you are going the way of all mankind. And we will impartially take care of all your concerns, not neglecting any of them if we can possibly help. Let this be our warning and consolation of the living and dying, Cleinias, and let the law be as follows. He who makes a disposition in a testament, being a father and having children, shall first of all inscribe as his heir any one of his sons whom he may think fit. And if he have given any of his children to be adopted by another citizen, let him inscribe the adoption. And if he has a son remaining over and above, who has not had any portion assigned to him, and who may reasonably be expected to go out to a colony according to law, to him his father may give as much as he pleases of the rest of his property, with the exception of the paternal lot and the property on the lot. And if there are more sons than one, let the father distribute what there is more than the lot in any way that he pleases. And if one of the sons has the family inheritance, he shall not give him of the money, nor shall he give money to a daughter who is betrothed to a husband. But if she is not betrothed, he may give her money. And if any of the sons or daughters shall be found to have a lot of land in the country which has accrued after the testament has been made, he shall leave the lot which he has inherited to the heir of the man who has made the will. If the testator has no sons but only daughters, let him choose the husband of any one of his daughters, and leave and inscribe him as his son and heir. And if a man have lost his son when he was a child, and before he came to be reckoned among grown-up men, whether his own or an adopted son, let the testator make mention of the circumstance, and inscribe whom he will to be his second son, in hope of better fortune. And if the testator has no children at all, he may select and give to any one whom he pleases the 10th part of the property which he has acquired. Let him, as he ought, give all the rest to his adopted son, and make a friend of him according to the law. If the sons of a man require guardians, and he dies, and makes a will appointing guardians who are agreeable and willing to take charge of his children, whoever they are, and as many as he pleases, let the choice of the guardians have force according to what he has written. But if he dies and has made no will, or a will in which he has appointed no guardians, then the next of kin, 2 on the father's and 2 on the mother's side, and one of the friends of the deceased, shall have the authority of guardians, whom the guardians of the law shall appoint when the orphans require guardians. And 15 of the eldest of the guardians of the law, according to seniority, shall have the whole care and charges of the orphans, and shall divide themselves into threes, a body of 3 for 1 year, and then another body of 3 for the next year, until the cycle is complete. And this, as far as possible, is to continue always. If a man dies having made no will at all, and leaves sons who require the care of guardians, they shall share in the protection which is afforded by these laws. And if a man, dying by some unexpected fate, leave daughters behind him, let him pardon the legislator if he gives his daughter in marriage, having a regard only to 2 out of 3 conditions, nearness of kin, and the preservation of the lot, and omits the 3rd condition, which a father would naturally consider, for he would choose out of all the citizens a son for himself, and a husband for his daughter, with a view to his character and disposition. He shall forgive him, I say, if he neglects this, which to him is an impossible consideration. Let the law about these matters, where practicable, be as follows. If a man dies without making a will, and leaves behind him daughters, let his brother, being the son of the same mother, having no lot, marry the daughter, and have the lot of the dead man. And if he have no brother, but only a brother's son, in like manner let them marry, if they be of suitable age. And if there be not even a brother's son, but only the son of a sister, let them do likewise, and so in the 4th degree, if there be only a father's brother, or in the 5th degree, a father's brother's son, or in the 6th degree, the child of a father's sister. Let kindred be always reckoned in this way. If a person leaves daughters, the relationship shall proceed upwards through brothers and brothers' son, and first the males shall come, and after them the females in the same family. The judge shall consider and determine the suitableness or unsuitableness of age in marriage. He shall make an inspection of the males naked, and of the women naked down to the navel. And if there be a lack of kinsmen in a family extending to grandchildren of a brother, or to the grandchildren of a grandfather's children, the maiden may choose, with the consent of her guardians, any one of the citizens whom she will, and he shall be the heir of the dead man, and the husband of his daughters. Circumstances vary, and there may sometimes be a still greater lack of relations within the limits of the state, And if any maiden has no kindred living in the city, and there is some one who has been sent out to a colony, and she is disposed to make him the heir of her father's possessions, if he be of her kindred, let him proceed to her lot according to the regulation of the law. But if he be not of her kindred, and there be no kinsman within the pale of the city, let him be chosen by the daughter of the dead man, and empowered to marry by the guardians, and let him return home, and take the lot of him who died intestate. And he who has no children, either male or female, and dies without making a will, shall act in such a case in accordance with the previous laws. And let a man and a woman go forth from the family, and share the deserted house, and let the lot belong absolutely to them, and let the heiress in the first degree be a sister, and in the second degree a daughter of a brother, and in the third a daughter of a sister, in the fourth degree the sister of a father, and in the fifth degree the daughter of a father's brother, and in the sixth degree of a father's sister, and these shall dwell with their male kinsmen according to the degree of relationship and right as we enacted before. Now we must not conceal from ourselves that such laws are apt to be oppressive, and that there may sometimes be a hardship in the lawgiver commanding the kinsman of the dead man to marry his relation. He may be thought not to have considered the innumerable hindrances which may arise among men in the execution of such ordinances. For there may be cases in which the parties refuse to obey, and are ready to do anything rather than marry, when there is some bodily or mental malady or defect among those who are bidden to marry or be married. Persons may fancy that the legislator never thought of this, in which, however, they are mistaken. Wherefore, let us make a common prelude on behalf of the lawgiver and of the subjects, the law begging the latter to forgive the legislator in that he, having to take care of the common weal, cannot order at the same time the various circumstances of individuals, and begging him to pardon them if they are sometimes unable to fulfill the act which he in his ignorance imposes upon them. Cleinias. And what, stranger, can we do that is fairest under the circumstances? Athenian Stranger. There must be arbiters chosen to deal with such laws, and the subjects of them. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian Stranger. I mean to say that a case may occur in which the brother's son, having a rich father, will be unwilling to marry the daughter of his uncle. He will have a feeling of pride, and he will wish to look higher. And there are cases in which the legislator will be imposing upon him the greatest calamity, and he will be compelled to disobey the law, if he is required, for example, to take a wife who is mad, or has some other terrible malady of soul or body, such as makes life intolerable to the sufferer. Let our law, then, concerning these cases be on this wise. If any one find fault with the established laws respecting testaments, both as to other matters, and especially in what relates to marriage, and declares that the legislator, if he were alive, would not compel him to obey, that is to say, would not compel those who are by our law required to marry, or be given in marriage, to do either, and some kinsman or guardian assent to this, let them say that the legislator left the 15 guardians of the law to be arbiters and fathers to orphans, male or female, and to them let the disputants have recourse, and by their aid determine any matters of this sort, admitting their decision to be final. But if any one thinks that too great power is thus given to the guardians of the law, let him bring his adversaries into the court of the select judges, and there have the points in dispute determined. And he who loses the cause shall have censure and blame from the legislator, which by a man of sense is felt to be a penalty far heavier than a great loss of money. Thus will orphan children have a second birth. After their first birth we spoke of their nurture and education, and after their second birth, when they have lost their parents, we ought to take measures that the misfortune of orphanhood may be as little sad as possible to them. In the first place, as we are saying, we appoint them the guardians of the law, to be fathers to them, not inferior to their natural fathers. Moreover, we bid them take charge of them in each year as their own kindred, and have given a suitable admonition to them and to the guardians concerning the nurture of orphans. And we seem to have spoken opportunely in our former discourse, when we said that the souls of the dead have the power, after their death, of taking an interest in human affairs, about which there are many tales and traditions, long indeed, but true. And seeing that they are so many, and so ancient, we must believe them, and we must also believe the lawgivers who tell us that these things are true, if they are not to be regarded as utter fools. But if these things are really so, in the first place, men should have a fear of the gods above, who regard the loneliness of the orphans, and in the second place of the souls of the departed, who by nature incline to take an especial care of their own children, and they are friendly to those who honor them, and unfriendly to those who do not. Men should also fear the living who are aged. Wherever a city is well ordered and prosperous, their descendants cherish them, and so live happily, and they are quick to see and hear all that relates to them, and are propitious to those who are just in the fulfilment of these duties, and they punish those who wrong the orphan and the desolate, considering that they are the greatest and most sacred of deposits. To all which matters the guardian and magistrate ought to apply his mind, if he has any, and take heed of the nurture and education of the orphans, seeking in every possible way to do them good, and contributing to his own good and that of his children. He who obeys the tale which precedes the law, and does no wrong to an orphan, will never have experience of the wrath of the legislator. But he who is disobedient and wrongs any one who is bereft of father or mother shall pay twice the penalty which he would have paid if he had wronged one whose parents had been alive. As touching other legislation concerning guardians in their relation to orphans, or concerning magistrates, and their superintendence of the guardians, if they did not possess examples of the manner in which children of freemen should be brought up in the bringing up of their own children, and of the care of their property in the care of their own, or if they had not just laws fairly stated about these very things, there would have been reason in making laws for them under the idea that they were a peculiar class, and we might distinguish and make separate rules for the life of those who are orphans, and of those who are not orphans. But as the case stands, the condition of orphans with us is not different from the case of those who have a father, though in regard to honour and dishonour, and the attention given to them, the two are not usually placed upon a level. Wherefore, touching the legislation about orphans, the law speaks in serious accents, both of persuasion and threatening, and such a threat as the following will be by no means out of place. He who is the guardian of an orphan of either sex, and he among the guardians of the law who has the care of the guardians, shall love the unfortunate orphan as though he were his own child, and he shall be as careful and diligent as he would be in the management of his possessions, or even more careful than he would have been if they were his own. Let every one who has the care of an orphan observe this law. But if any one acts contrary to the law on these matters, if he be a guardian, the Archon may fine him, or if he be the Archon, the the guardian may bring him before the court of select judges, and punish him, if convicted, by a fine, which the court shall impose of double the amount. And if a guardian appears to the relations of the orphan, or to any other citizen, to act negligently or dishonestly, let them bring him before the same court, and whatever penalty is imposed upon him, let him pay fourfold, and let half belong to the orphan, and half to him who procured the conviction. If any orphan arrives at years of discretion, and thinks that he has been ill used by his guardians, let him, within 5 years of the expiration of the guardianship, be allowed to bring his guardian to trial, and if he be convicted, the court shall determine what he shall pay or suffer. And if the Archon shall appear to have wronged the orphan by his neglect, and he be convicted, let the court determine what he shall suffer or pay to the orphan. And if there be dishonesty in addition to neglect, besides paying the fine, let him be deposed from his office of guardian of the law, and let the state appoint another guardian of the law for the city and for the country in his room. End of Part I of Book 11. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part II of Book 11 of Laws by Plato. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part II of Book 11. Athenian Stranger. Greater differences than there ought to be sometimes arise between fathers and sons, on the part either of fathers, who will be of opinion that the legislator should enact that they may, if they wish, lawfully renounce their son by the proclamation of a herald in the face of the world; or of sons, who will be of opinion that they should be allowed to indict their fathers on the charge of imbecility when they are degraded by disease or old age. These things only happen, as a matter of fact, where the natures of men are very bad. For where only half is bad, as for example, if the father be not bad, but the son is bad, or conversely, there is no bad effect caused by this amount of hatred. In another state, a son disowned by his father would not of necessity cease to be a citizen; but in our state, of which these are to be the laws, the disinherited must necessarily emigrate into another country. For no addition can be made even of a single family to the 5040 households, and therefore he who deserves to suffer these things must be renounced not only by his father, who is a single person, but by the whole family, and what is done in these cases must be regulated by some such law as the following. He who in the sad disorder of his soul has a mind, justly or unjustly, to expel from his family a son whom he has begotten and brought up, shall not lightly or at once execute his purpose; but, first of all, he shall collect together his own kinsmen, extending to cousins, and in like manner his son's kinsmen by the mother's side, and in their presence he shall accuse his son, setting forth that he deserves at the hands of them all to be dismissed from the family; and the son shall be allowed to address them in a similar manner, and show that he does not deserve to suffer any of these things. And if the father persuades them, and obtains the suffrages of more than half of his kindred, exclusive of the father and mother and the offender himself, I say, if he obtain more than half the suffrages of all the other grown-up members of the family, of both sexes, the father shall be permitted to put away his son, but not otherwise. And if any other citizen is willing to adopt the son who is put away, no law shall hinder him. For the characters of young men are subject to many changes in the course of their lives. And if he has been put away, and in a period of 10 years no one is willing to adopt him, let those who have the care of the superabundant population that are sent out into colonies see to him, in order that he may duly share in the colony. And if disease or age or harshness of temper, or all these together, make a man to be more out of his mind than the rest of the world are, but this is not observable except to those who live with him, and he, being master of his property, is the ruin of the house, and his son doubts and hesitates about indicting his father for insanity, let the law in that case provide that he shall first of all go to the eldest guardians of the law, and tell them of his father's misfortune, and they shall duly look into the matter, and take counsel as to whether he shall indict him or not. And if they advise him to proceed, they shall be both his witnesses and his advocates. And if the father is cast, he shall henceforth be incapable of ordering the least particular of his life. Let him be as a child dwelling in the house for the remainder of his days. And if a man and his wife have an unfortunate incompatibility of temper, 10 of the guardians of the law, who are impartial, and 10 of the women who regulate marriages, shall look to the matter, and if they are able to reconcile them, they shall be formally reconciled. But if their souls are too much tossed with passion, they shall endeavour to find other partners. Now, they are not likely to have very gentle tempers, and therefore we must endeavour to associate with them deeper and softer natures. Those who have no children, or but a few at the time of their separation, should choose their new partners with a view to the procreation of children. But those who have a sufficient number of children should separate and form new connections, in order that one of the two partners may be able to take care of the other in old age. If a woman dies, leaving children, male or female, the law will advise, rather than compel the husband to bring up the children which they have, and not introduce into the house a stepmother. But if he have no children, then he shall be compelled to marry until he have begotten a sufficient number of sons to his family and to the state. And if a man die, leaving a sufficient number of children, the mother of his children shall remain with them, and bring them up. But if she appears to be too young to live virtuously without a husband, let her relations communicate with the women who superintend marriage, and do what they both think for the best in these matters. If there is a lack of children, let them make the choice with a view to children. 2 children, one of either sex, shall be deemed sufficient in the eye of the law. When a child is admitted to be the offspring of certain parents, and is acknowledged by them, but there is need of a decision as to which parent the child is to follow, in case a female slave have intercourse with a male slave, or with a free man or freed man, the offspring shall always belong to the master of the female slave. Again, if a free woman have intercourse with a male slave, the offspring shall belong to the master of the slave. But if a child be born either of a slave by her master, or of his mistress by a slave, and this be proven, the offspring of the woman and its father shall be sent away by the women into another country, and the guardians of the law shall send away the offspring of the man and the mother. Neither God nor a man who has understanding will ever advise any one to neglect his parents. To a discourse concerning the honour and dishonour of parents, a prelude, such as the following about the service of the gods, will be a suitable introduction. There are ancient customs about the gods which are universal, and they are of two kinds. Some of the gods we see with our eyes and honor them. Of others we honor the images, raising statues of them, which we adore; and though they be lifeless, yet we imagine that the living gods have a good will and gratitude to us on this account. Now, if a man has a father or mother, or their father or mother treasured up in his house, stricken in years, let him consider that no statue can be more potent to grant his requests than they are who are sitting at his hearth, if only he knows how to show true service to them. Cleinias. And what do you call the true mode of service? Athenian Stranger. I will tell you, O my friend, for such things are worth listening to. Cleinias. Proceed. Athenian Stranger. Oedipus, as tradition says, when dishonored by his sons, invoked on them the fulfilment of those curses from the god, which every one declares to have been heard and ratified by the gods. And Amintor, in his wrath, invoked curses on his son Phoenix, and Theseus upon Hippolytus, and innumerable others have also called down wrath upon their children, which is a plain proof that the gods listen to the imprecations of parents against their children. For the curses of a parent are, as they ought to be, mighty against his children, as no others are. And shall we suppose that the prayers of a father or mother who is specially dishonored by his or her children are heard by the gods in accordance with nature, and that if a man is honored by them, and in the gladness of his heart earnestly entreats the gods in his prayers to do them good, he is not equally heard, and that they do not minister to his request? If not, they would be very unjust ministers of good, and that we affirm to be contrary to their nature. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. May we not think, as I was saying just now, that we can possess no image which is more honored by the gods than that of a father or grandfather, or of a mother stricken in years, whom, when a man honors, the heart of the god rejoices, and he is ready to answer their prayers. And truly, the figure of an ancestor is a wonderful thing, far higher than that of a lifeless image; for when they are honored by us, they join in our prayers, and when they are dishonored, they utter imprecations against us; but lifeless objects do neither. And therefore, if a man makes a right use of his father and grandfather and other aged relations, he will have the best of all images which can procure him the favour of the gods. Cleinias. That is excellent. Athenian Stranger. Every man of understanding fears and respects the prayers of his parents, knowing well that many times and to many persons they have been accomplished. Now, these things being thus ordered by nature, good men think that they are the gainers by having aged parents living to the end of their life, or if they depart early, they are deeply lamented by them, and to the bad they are very terrible. Wherefore, let every man honor with every sort of lawful honor his own parents agreeably to what has now been said. But if this prelude be an unmeaning sound in the ears of any one, let the law follow, which may be rightly imposed in these terms. If any one in this city be not sufficiently careful of his parents, and do not regard and gratify in every respect their wishes more than those of his sons, and of his other offspring, or of himself, let him who experiences this sort of treatment either come himself, or send some one to inform the 3 eldest guardians of the law, and 3 of the women who have the care of marriages, and let them look to the matter, and punish the evildoers with stripes and imprisonment until they are 30 years of age; that is to say, if they be men; or if they be women, let them undergo the same punishment up to 40 years of age. But if, when they are still more advanced in years, they continue the same neglect of their parents, and do them any hurt, let them be brought before a court in which every single one of the eldest citizens shall be the judges; and if the offender be convicted, let the court determine what he ought to pay or suffer; and any penalty may be imposed on him which a man can do or suffer. If the person who has been wronged is unable to inform the Archons, let any freeman who hears of his case inform; and if he do not, he shall be deemed base, and shall be liable to pay damages on the requisition of any one who likes. And if a slave informs, he shall be free; and if he be the slave of the injurer or injured party, he shall be enfranchised by the magistrates; or if he belong to any other citizen, the public shall pay a price on his behalf to the owner; and let the Archons take heed that no one wrongs him out of revenge, and because he has given information. As to cases in which one injures another by poisons, where they are fatal, we have already spoken of them. But about other cases in which a person intentionally and of malice harms another with meats, or drinks, or ointments, nothing has as yet been determined. For there are two kinds of poisons used among men, which cannot clearly be distinguished. There is one kind of poison which injures bodies by the use of bodies according to nature, and of this we have spoken. But there is another kind which injures by sorceries, and incantations, and magic bonds, as they are termed, and induces one class of men to injure others as far as they can, and persuades others that they, above all persons, are liable to be injured by the powers of the magician. Now it is not easy to know the origin of all these things, nor, if a man do know, can he readily persuade others of his belief. And when men are disturbed at the sight of waxen images fixed either at the doors, or in a place where three ways meet, or in the sepulchres of parents, there is no use in trying to persuade them that they should despise all such things, because they have no certain knowledge about them. But we must have a law in two parts concerning poisoning, in whichever of the two ways the attempt is made; and we must entreat, and exhort, and advise men not to have recourse to such practices, by which they scare the multitude out of their wits, as if they were children, compelling the legislator and the judge to heal the fears which the sorcerer arouses, and to tell them, in the first place, that he who attempts to poison or enchant others knows not what he is doing, either as regards the body, unless he have a knowledge of medicine, or as regards his enchantments, unless he happens to be a diviner or a soothsayer. Let the law, then, run as follows about poisoning or witchcraft. He who employs poison to do any injury not fatal to a man himself, or to his servants, or any injury, whether fatal or not, to his cattle or his bees, if he be a physician and be convicted of poisoning, shall be punished with death; or if he be a private person, the court shall determine what he is to pay or suffer. But he who seems to be the sort of man who injures others by magic knots, or enchantments, or incantations, or any of the like practices, if he be a prophet or diviner, let him die; and if not being a prophet, he be convicted of witchcraft, as in the previous case, let the court fix what he ought to pay or suffer. when a man does another any injury by theft or violence, for the greater injury let him pay a greater penalty to the injured man, and a less penalty for the smaller injury; but in all cases, whatever the injury be, as much as will compensate the loss. And besides the compensation of the wrong, let a man pay a further penalty for the chastisement of his offence. He who has done the wrong through another's folly, and at his instigation, yielding to youthful impulsiveness or the like, shall pay a lighter penalty; but he who has injured another through his own folly, when overcome by pleasure or pain, in cowardice and fear, or lust or envy, or implacable anger, shall endure a heavier punishment. Not that he is punished because he did wrong, for that which is done can never be undone, but in order that in future times he and those who see him corrected may utterly hate injustice, or at any rate abate much of their evil doing. Having an eye to all these things, the law, like a good archer, should aim at the right measure of punishment, and in all cases at the deserved punishment. In the accomplishment of this the judge shall be a fellow worker with the legislator, whenever the law leaves to him to determine what the offender shall suffer or pay; and he, like a painter, shall fill up the outline with suitable details. This is what we must do, Megillus and Cleinias, in the best and fairest manner that we can, saying what the punishments are to be of all actions of theft and violence, and giving laws of such a kind as the gods and sons of gods would have us give. If a man be mad, he shall not be at large in the city, but his relations shall keep him at home in any way which they can, or if not, let them pay a penalty. He who is of the highest class shall pay a penalty of 100 drachmas, whether he be a slave or a free man whom he neglects; and he of the second class shall pay 4/5 of a mina; and he of the third class 3/5; and he of the fourth class 2/5. Now there are many sorts of madness, some arising out of disease, which we have already described, and there are other kinds which originate in an evil and passionate temperament, and are increased by education. Out of a slight quarrel, this class of madmen will often raise a storm of abuse against one another, and nothing of that sort ought to be allowed to exist in a well-ordered state. Let this, then, be the law about abuse, which shall relate to all cases. No one shall speak evil of another, and when a man disputes with another, he shall teach and learn of the disputant and the company, but he shall abstain from evil speaking; for out of the imprecations which men utter against one another, and the feminine habit of casting aspersions on one another, and using foul names, beginning in words light as air, they proceed to deeds, and the greatest enmities and hatreds spring up. For the speaker gratifies his anger, which is an ungracious element of his nature, and nursing up his wrath by the entertainment of evil thoughts, and exacerbating that part of his soul which was formerly civilized by education, he lives in a state of wild beast fury and moroseness, and pays a bitter penalty for his anger. And in such cases, almost all men have a way of saying something ridiculous about their opponent, and there is no man who is in the habit of laughing at another who does not miss virtue and earnestness altogether, or lose the better half of greatness. Wherefore, let no one say anything of that sort at the temple, or at the public sacrifices, or at the games, or in the agora, or in a court of justice, or in any public assembly. And let him who has the charge of such matters chastise an offender, and he shall be blameless; or if he fail, he shall not claim the prize of virtue, for he is one who heeds not the laws, and does not do what the legislator commands. And if in any other place any one indulges in these sort of revilings, whether he have begun the quarrel, or is only retaliating, let any elder who is present support the law, and control with blows those who give way to passion, which is another great evil. And if he fail, let him be liable to pay the appointed penalty. And we say further, that he who is engaged in the practice of reviling cannot revile without attempting to say what is ludicrous, and this is the use of ridicule, employed in a moment of anger, which we censure. Again, do we admit into our state the comic writers who are so fond of making mankind ridiculous, if they attempt in a good-natured manner to turn the laugh against our citizens? Or do we draw the distinction of jest and earnest, and allow a man to make use of ridicule in jest, and without anger about any thing or person? But, as we were saying, not if he be angry, and have a set purpose. We forbid earnest, that is unalterably fixed; but we have still to say who are to be sanctioned, or not to be sanctioned by the law in the employment of innocent humour. A comic poet, or maker of iambic or satirical lyric verse, shall not be permitted to ridicule any of the citizens, either by word or image, either in anger or without anger. And if any one is disobedient, the judges shall either at once expel him from the place, or he shall pay a fine of 3 mina, which shall be dedicated to the god who presides over the contests. Those only who have already received permission shall be allowed to write verses at one another without anger and in jest, but in anger and in serious earnest they shall not be allowed. The decision of this matter shall be left to the superintendent of the general education of the young, and whatever he may license, the writer shall be allowed to produce, and whatever he rejects, let neither the poet himself exhibit, nor ever teach any other, slave or free man, under the penalty of being dishonoured, and held disobedient to the laws. Now, he is not to be pitied who is only hungry, or who suffers anything of that sort; but he who is temperate, or has other virtues, and at the same time suffers from misfortune, he is to be pitied. And it would be an extraordinary thing if such a one, whether slave or freeman, were utterly forsaken, and fell into the extremes of poverty in any tolerably well-ordered city or government. Wherefore the legislator may safely make a law applicable to such cases in the following terms: Let there be no beggars in our state, and if anybody begs, seeking to collect the means of life by perpetual prayers, let the wardens of the agora turn him out of the agora, and the wardens of the city out of the city, and the wardens of the country send him out of any other part of the country over the border, that so the country may be cleared of this sort of animal. If a slave of either sex injure anything which is not his or her own, through inexperience or some improper practice, and the injured person be not in part to blame, the master of the slave who has done the harm shall either make full satisfaction, or give up the person who has done the injury. But if the master argue that the charge has arisen by collusion between the injured party and the injurer, with the view of depriving him of the slave, let him sue him who says that he has been injured for malpractices. And if he convict, let him receive double the value which the court fixes as the price of the slave. And if he lose his suit, let him make amends for the injury, and give up the slave. And if an animal, whether horse or dog, or any other beast, injure a neighbour, the owner shall in like manner pay for the injury. If any man voluntarily refuses to be a witness, he who wants him shall summon him, and he who is summoned shall come to the trial. And if he knows, and is willing to bear witness, let him bear witness; but if he says he does not know, let him swear by the three divinities, Zeus, and Apollo, and Themis, that he does not know, and have done with the cause. And he who is summoned to give witness, and does not answer to his summoner, shall be liable for the harm which ensues according to law. And if any one summons as witness one who is a judge, let him give his witness, but he shall not afterwards vote in the cause. A free woman may give her witness and plead, if she be more than 40 years of age, and may bring an action if she have no husband. But if her husband be alive, she shall only be allowed to bear witness. A slave of either sex and a child shall be allowed to give evidence and to plead, but they must produce sufficient sureties that they will certainly remain until the trial, if they are charged with false witness. And either of the parties in the cause may bring an accusation of false witness against them, touching their evidence in whole or in part, if he asserts that such evidence has been given previous to the final decision of the cause. The magistrates shall preserve the accusations of false witness, and have them kept under the seal of both parties, and produce them on the day when the trial for false witness takes place. If a man be twice convicted of false witness, he shall not be required, and if thrice, he shall not be allowed to bear witness. And if he dare to witness after he have been convicted 3 times, let any one who pleases inform against him to the magistrates, and let the magistrate hand him over to the court, and if he be convicted, he shall be punished with death. And in any case in which the evidence is found to be false, and yet to have given the victory to him who wins the suit, and more than half the witnesses are condemned, the decision which was gained by these means shall be rescinded, and there shall be a discussion and a decision as to whether the suit was determined by that false evidence or not. And in whichever way the decision may be given, the previous suit shall be determined accordingly. There are many noble things in human life, but to most of them attach evils which corrupt and spoil them. Has not justice been the civilizer of humanity, and is not that noble? And must not the profession of an advocate be also noble? And yet upon this has come an evil reputation, shielded under the fair name of art. In the first place, we are told that there is a contrivance of the law, which, by raising disputes, and the other arts of an advocate, is able to win a particular cause, whether just or unjust, and that both the art and the power of speech, which is thereby imparted, are at the service of him who is willing to pay for them. Now, in our state, this so-called art, whether really an art, or only an experience and practice destitute of any art, ought, if possible, never to come into existence, or, if existing among us, should listen to the request of the legislator, and go away into another land, and not speak contrary to justice. If the offenders obey, we say no more, but if they disobey, let them hear the voice of the law. If any one thinks that he will pervert the power of justice in the minds of the judges, and unseasonably litigate or advocate, let any one who likes indict him for malpractices of law and pleading, and let him be judged in the court of select judges; and if he be convicted, let the court determine whether he may be supposed to act from a love of money or from contentiousness. And if he be supposed to act from contentiousness, the court shall fix a time during which he shall not be allowed to institute or plead a cause; and if he be supposed to act as he does from love of money, in case he be a stranger, he shall leave the country, and never return, under penalty of death; but if he be a citizen, he shall die, because he is a lover of money, however gained; and equally, if he be judged to have acted more than once from contentiousness, he shall die. End of Book 11. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part I of Book 12 of Laws, by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part I of Book 12. If any herald or ambassador carry a false message to any other city, or bring back a false message from the city to which he is sent, or be proved to have brought back, whether from friends or enemies, in his capacity of herald or ambassador, what they have never said, let him be indicted for having offended, contrary to the law, in the sacred office and appointment of Hermes and Zeus, and let there be a penalty fixed, which he shall suffer or pay if he be convicted. Theft is a mean, and robbery a shameless thing, and none of the sons of Zeus delight in fraud and violence, or ever practised either. Wherefore, let no one be deluded by poets or mythologers into a mistaken belief of such things, nor let him suppose, when he thieves or is guilty of violence, that he is doing nothing base, but only what the gods themselves do; for that is untrue and improbable, and he who steals or robs contrary to the law neither is nor ever was a god or the son of a god. Of this the legislator ought to be a better judge than all the poets put together. Happy is he, and may he be forever happy, who is persuaded and listens to our words. But he who disobeys shall have the following law directed against him. If a man steals anything belonging to the public, whether that which he steals be much or little, he shall have the same punishment. For he who steals a little steals with the same wish as he who steals much, but with less power. He who takes up anything more than he has deposited is unjust in the highest degree, and therefore the law is not disposed to inflict a less penalty on the one than on the other, because his theft is less, but on the ground that the thief may possibly be in the one case still curable, and in the other case is incurable. If any one convict in a court of law a stranger or a slave of a theft of public property, let the court determine what punishment he shall suffer, or what penalty he shall pay, bearing in mind that he is probably not incurable. But the citizen who has been brought up, as our citizens will have been, if he be found guilty of robbing his country by fraud or violence, whether he be caught in the act or not, shall be punished with death, for he is incurable. Now, for expeditions of war, much consideration and many laws are required. The great principle of all is that no one of either sex should be without a commander, nor should the mind of any one be accustomed to do anything, either in jest or earnest, of his own motion; but in war and in peace he should look to and follow his leader, and in the least things be under his guidance. For example, he should stand, or move, or exercise, or wash, or take his meals, or get up in the night to keep guard and deliver messages when he is bidden. And in the hour of danger he should not pursue, and not retreat, except by order of his superior, and, in a word, not teach the soul, or accustom her to know or understand how to do anything apart from others. Of all soldiers the life should be in common and together. There neither is nor ever will be a higher, or better, or more scientific principle for the attainment of safety and victory than this. And from youth upwards we ought to practice this habit of commanding others, and of being commanded by others. Anarchy should have no place in the life of man, or of the beasts who are subject to man. I may add that all dances ought to be performed with a view to military excellence, and agility and ease should be cultivated with a similar view, and also endurance of the want of meats and drinks, and winter cold and summer heat, and hard couches, and above all, care should be taken not to destroy the natural qualities of the head and the feet by surrounding them with extraneous coverings, and so hindering their natural growth of hair and soles. For these are the extremities, and of all the parts of the body, whether they are preserved or not is of the greatest consequence. The one is the best servant which the body has, and the other is the lordly chief which by nature holds all the ruling senses. Let the young man, when I say this, imagine that he hears the praises of the military life, and the law shall be as follows. He shall serve in war who is enrolled or appointed to some special service, and if any one fails to serve from cowardice, and without the leave of the generals, he shall be indicted before the military commanders for failure of service when the army comes home, and in each case the soldiers shall be the judges, the heavy armed, and the cavalry, and the other arms of the service shall form separate courts, and they shall bring the heavy armed before the heavy armed, and the horsemen before the horsemen, and the others in like manner before their peers. And he who is found guilty shall never be allowed to compete for the prize of valour, or indict another for not serving on an expedition, or be an accuser at all about military matters. Moreover, the court shall determine further what punishment he shall suffer, or what penalty he shall pay. When the several suits for failure of service are completed, the generals shall once more hold an assembly, and they shall adjudge the prizes of valour, and he who likes shall give judgment in his own rank of the service, saying nothing about any former expedition, nor producing any proof or witnesses to confirm his statement, but speaking only of the actual expedition. The crown of victory shall be a branch, and the victor shall offer this up at the temple of any war god whom he likes, adding an inscription for a testimony to last during life, that such a one has received the first, the second, or the third prize. If any one goes on an expedition, and returns home before the appointed time, when the generals have not withdrawn the army, he shall be indicted for desertion before the same persons who took cognizance of failure of service, and if he be found guilty, the same punishment shall be inflicted on him. Now, every man who is engaged in any suit ought to be very careful of bringing false witness against any one, either intentionally or unintentionally, if he can help. For justice is truly said to be a modest virgin, and falsehood is naturally hateful to modesty and justice. A witness ought to be very careful not to sin against justice, especially in what relates to the throwing away of arms. He must distinguish the throwing them away when necessary, and not make that a reproach, or bring an action against some undeserving person on that account. To make the distinction may be difficult, but still the law must attempt to define the crime in some way. Let me endeavour to explain my meaning by the help of a story. If Patroclus had been brought to the tent still alive, but without his arms, and this has happened to innumerable persons, the original arms, which the poet says were given to Peleus by the gods as a nuptial gift when he married Thetis, remaining in the hands of Hector, then the base spirits of that day might have reproached the son of Menetius with having cast away his arms. Again, there is the case of those who have been thrown down precipices and lost their arms, and of those who at sea and in stormy places have been suddenly overwhelmed by floods of water, and there are numberless things of this kind which one might adduce by way of consolation, and with the view of glossing over a misfortune which looks suspicious. We must therefore endeavour to divide to the utmost of our power the greater and more serious evil from the lesser. And language admits of a distinction in the use of the opprobrious terms. A man does not always deserve to be called the thrower away of his shield. He may be only the loser of his arms, for there is a great or rather absolute difference between him who is deprived of his arms by a sufficient force, and him who voluntarily lets his shield go. Let the law, then, be as follows. If a person be overtaken by the enemy, having arms, and does not turn round and defend himself, but lets them go voluntarily, or throws them away, choosing a base life and a swift escape rather than a courageous and noble and blessed death, in such a case of the throwing away of arms, let justice be done. Yet the judge should not fail to consider the previous case, for the bad man ought always to be punished in the hope that he may be improved, but not the unfortunate, for there is no use in that. And what shall be the punishment suited to him who has thrown away his weapons of defence? Tradition says that Caeneus the Thessalian was changed by a god from a woman into a man, but the converse miracle cannot now be wrought, or no punishment would be more proper than that the man who throws away his shield should be changed into a woman. This, however, is impossible, and therefore let us make a law as nearly like this as possible, that he who loves his life too well shall be in no danger for the remainder of his days, but shall live forever under the stigma of cowardice. And let the law be in the following terms. When a man is found guilty of disgracefully throwing away his arms in war, no general or military officer shall allow him to serve as a soldier, or give him any place at all in the ranks of soldiers. And if he give him any place, he shall suffer a penalty which the public examiner shall exact of him. If he who has placed the coward be of the highest class, he shall pay 1,000 drachmas, or if he be of the second class, he shall pay 5 mina, or if he be of the third, 3 mina, or if he be of the fourth class, 1 mina. And he who is found guilty shall not only be dismissed from manly dangers, which is a disgrace appropriate to his nature, but he shall pay a penalty of 1,000 drachmas if he be of the highest class, and 5 mina if he be of the second class, and 3 if he be of the third class, and a mina, like the preceding, if he be of the fourth class. What regulations will be proper about examiners, seeing that some of our magistrates are elected by lot, and for a year, and some for a longer time, and from selected persons? Of such persons, who will be a sufficient censor or examiner, if any of them, weighed down by the pressure of office, and his own inability to support the dignity of his office, be guilty of any crooked practice? Who will be a sufficient examiner of these things? It is by no means easy to find a ruler who excels rulers in virtue, but still we must endeavour to discover some censor or examiner who is more than man. For the truth is that there are many elements of dissolution in a state, as there are also in a ship, or in an animal. They all have their cords, and girders, and sinews, and one nature diffused in many places, and called by many names. And the office of examiner is a most important element in the preservation and dissolution of states. For if the examiners are better than the magistrates, and their duty is fulfilled justly and without blame, then the whole state and country flourishes and is happy. But if the examination of the magistrates is carried on in a wrong way, then by the relaxation of that justice which is the uniting principle of all constitutions, every power in the state is rent asunder from each other. They no longer incline in the same direction, but fill the city with faction, and make many cities out of one, and soon bring all to destruction. Wherefore the censors ought to be admirable in every sort of virtue. Let us invent a mode of creating them, which shall be as follows. Every year, after the summer solstice, the whole city shall be required to meet in the common precincts of Helios and Apollo, and shall present to the god 3 men out of their own number, each citizen selecting not himself, but some other citizen whom he deems in every way the best, and who is not less than 50 years of age. And out of the selected persons who have the greatest number of votes, they shall make a further selection until they reduce them to 1/2, if they are an even number; but if they are not an even number, they shall subtract the one who has the smallest number of votes, and shall leave the rest, and then take the half which has the greater number of votes. And if 2 persons have an equal number of votes, and thus increase the number beyond 1/2, they shall deduct the younger, and so do away the excess, and then, including all the rest, they shall again vote, until there are left 3 having an unequal number of votes. But if all the 3, or 2 out of the 3, have equal votes, let them commit the election to good fate and fortune, and separate off by lot the first, and the second, and the third. These they shall crown with a branch, and give them the prize of excellence, at the same time proclaiming to all the world that the city of the Magnetes, by the providence of the gods, is again preserved, and presents to the sun her 3 best men as the first fruits of Apollo, dedicated, according to the ancient law, to him and to the sun, as long as their lives answer to the judgment formed of them. And these shall appoint in their first year 12 examiners, to continue until each has completed 75 years, and hereafter let 3 be added yearly, and let these divide all the magistracies into 12 parts, and prove the holders of them freely by every sort of test, and let them live, while they hold office, in the precinct of Helios and Apollo, in which they were chosen, and let each one form a judgment of some things individually, and of others in company with his colleagues, and let him place a writing in the agora about each magistracy, and what the magistrate ought to suffer or pay according to the decision of the examiners. And if a magistrate does not admit that he has been justly judged, let him bring the examiners before the select judges, and if he is acquitted by their decision, let him, if he will, accuse the examiners themselves; and if he be convicted, and have been condemned to death by the examiners, let him die, and of course he can only die once. But any other penalties which admit of being doubled, let him suffer twice over. And now let us pass under review the examiners themselves. When are they to be examined? And what rewards or punishments are to be assigned to them? During the life of these men, whom the whole state counts worthy of the rewards of virtue, they shall have the first seat at all public assemblies, and at all Hellenic sacrifices, and sacred missions, and other public and holy ceremonies in which they share. The chiefs of each sacred mission shall be selected from them, and they only of all the citizens shall be adorned with a crown of laurel. They shall all be priests of Apollo and Helios, and one of them, who is judged first of the priests created in that year, shall be chief priest, and they shall write up his name in each year to be a measure of time as long as the city lasts. And after their death, the manner of laying and carrying them out, and their sepulchres shall be different from the burial of the other citizens. They shall be decked in a robe all of white, and there shall be no cryings or lamentations over them, but a chorus of 15 youths, and another of men shall stand around the bier on either side, hymning the praises of the dead in alternate responses, the priests blessing them in song all day long. And in the morning 100 of the youths who practice gymnastic exercises, and whom the relations of the departed shall choose, shall carry the bier to the sepulchre, the young men dressed in the garb of warriors, marching first, the cavalry with their horses, the heavy armed with their arms, and the others in like manner. And the youths around the bier and in front shall sing their national hymn, and maidens shall follow behind, and with them the women who have passed the age of childbearing. Next shall follow priests and priestesses, unless the Pythian oracle forbid them, because this burial is free from pollution, although they are interdicted from other burials. The place of burial shall be an oblong chamber constructed of porous stones, which will last for ever, having stone couches placed side by side. And here they will lay the blessed person, and pile up the ground around, and plant a grove of trees on every side but one, and on that side the sepulchre shall be allowed to extend for ever, and will not need a mound for those who are buried there. Every year they shall have contests in music and gymnastics, and in horsemanship, in honour of the dead. These are the honours which shall be given to those who are acquitted by the examiners. But if any of them, trusting to the scrutiny being over, should, after the judgment has been given, manifest the wickedness of human nature, let the law ordain that he who pleases shall indict him, and let the cause be tried in the following manner. In the first place, the court shall be composed of the guardians of the law, and to them the surviving examiners shall be added, as well as the court of select judges. And let the pursuer lay his indictment in this form. He shall say that so and so is unworthy of the prize of virtue and of his office, and if the defendant be convicted, let him be deprived of his office, and of the burial, and of the other honours given him. But if the prosecutor do not obtain a 5th part of the votes, let him, if he be of the first class, pay 12 mina, and 8 if he be of the second class, and 6 if he be of the third class, and 2 mina if he be of the 4th class. The so-called decision of Rhadamanthus is worthy of all admiration. He knew that the men of his own time believed and had no doubt that there were gods, which was a reasonable belief in those days, because most men were the sons of gods, and, according to tradition, he was one himself. He appears to have thought that he ought to commit judgment to no man, but to the gods only, and in this way suits were simply and speedily decided by him. For he made the 2 parties at issue take an oath respecting the points in dispute, and so got rid of the matter speedily and safely. But now that a certain portion of mankind do not believe at all in the existence of the gods, and others imagine that they have no care of us, and the opinion of most men, and of the worst men, is that in return for a small sacrifice and flattering words, they will aid them in abstracting a great deal of money, and deliver them from great and diverse penalties, the art of Rhadamanthus is no longer suited to the needs of justice. For as the opinions of men about the gods are changed, the laws should also be changed. In the granting of suits, a rational legislation ought to do away with the oaths of the parties on either side. He who obtains leave to bring in a lawsuit should write down the charges, but not add an oath, and the defendant in like manner should give his denial to the magistrates in writing, and not swear. For it is a dreadful thing to know, when many lawsuits are going on in a state, that almost half the people who are in the habit of meeting one another at the public meals, and in other companies and relations of private life, are perjured. Let the law, then, be as follows. A judge who is about to give judgment shall take an oath, and he who appoints the magistrates of the state by oaths, or by the giving of votes, which he carries from the temple, shall take an oath, and the judge of dances and of all music, and the superintendents and umpires of gymnastic and equestrian contests, and any others in which, as far as men can judge, there is nothing to be gained by a false oath. But all cases in which a denial confirmed by an oath clearly results in a great advantage to the taker of the oath, shall be decided without the oath of the parties to the suit, and the presiding judges shall not permit either of them to use an oath for the sake of persuading, nor to call down curses on himself and his race, nor to use unseemly supplications or womanish laments. But he shall teach and learn what is just quietly, avoiding words of ill omen, or if he utter them, he shall be supposed to speak beside the point, and the judges shall again bring him back to the question at issue. On the other hand, strangers, in their dealings with strangers, shall legally give and receive oaths, for they will not grow old in the city, or leave a fry of young ones like themselves to be the sons and heirs of the land. Let there be no difference in the mode of granting suits to all persons who wish to prosecute others for offences against the laws, where the penalty is less than stripes, or imprisonment, or death. But as regards the attendance at choruses, or processions, or any other public shows or services, or the celebration of sacrifice in time of peace, or of raising contributions in war, in all of these cases, first, the necessity of providing for the loss has to be met, and by those who will not obey, there shall be security given to those who are empowered by the city and the law to exact the sum due, and if they forfeit their security, let the goods which they have pledged be sold, and the money given to the city. But if they ought to pay a larger sum, the several magistrates shall impose upon the disobedient a suitable penalty, and bring them before the court until they are willing to do what they are ordered. Now, a state which makes money from the cultivation of the soil only, and has no foreign trade, must consider what it will do about the emigration of its own people to other countries, and the reception of strangers from elsewhere. About these matters the legislator has to consider, and he will begin by using his influence as far as he can. The intercourse of cities with one another is apt to create a confusion of manners. Strangers are always suggesting novelties to strangers. When states are well governed by good laws, the mixture causes the greatest possible injury. But seeing that most cities are the reverse of well ordered, the confusion which arises in them from the reception of strangers, and from the citizens themselves expatiating in other cities, whenever any one, young or old, desires to travel abroad at any time, or to go anywhere, is of no consequence. And, on the other hand, the refusal to receive others, and to allow their own citizens to go to other places, is utterly impossible, and to the rest of the world is likely to appear ruthless and uncivilized. We call the practice by the name xenolasia, or banishment of strangers, which is a hard word, and is descriptive of hard and morose ways, as men think. And to be thought or not to be thought well of by the rest of the world is no light matter, for the many are not so far wrong in their judgment of who are bad and who are good, as they are removed from the nature of virtue in themselves. Even bad men have a divine instinct which guesses rightly, and very many who are utterly depraved form correct notions and judgments about the differences of good and bad. Wherefore also the generality of cities are right in exhorting men to value a good reputation in the world. For there is no truth greater and more important than this, that he who is really good, I am speaking of him who would be perfect, seeks for reputation with, but not without, the reality of goodness. And our Cretan colony ought also to acquire the fairest and noblest reputation for virtue from other men. And there is every reason to expect that, if the reality answers to the idea, there will be few like her among well-ordered cities, beholding the face of the sun and of the other gods. Wherefore, in the matter of emigration to other countries, and the reception of strangers, we enact as follows. In the first place, let no one be allowed to go anywhere at all into a foreign country who is less than 40 years of age, and no one shall go in a private capacity, but only in some public one, as a herald, or on an embassy, or on a sacred mission. Foreign travel, when on an expedition or in war, is not to be included among travels authorized by the state. To Apollo at Delphi, and to Zeus at Olympia, and to Nemea, and to the Isthmus, citizens should be sent to take part in the sacrifices and games dedicated to these gods. And they should send as many as possible, and the best and fairest that can be found. And they will make the city renowned at holy meetings in time of peace, procuring a glory which shall be the converse of that which is gained in war. And when they come home, they shall teach the young that the institutions of other states are inferior to their own. And they shall send spectators of another sort, if they have the consent of the guardians, being such citizens as desire to look a little more at leisure at the doings of other men, and these no law shall hinder. For a city which has no experience of good and bad men, or intercourse with them, can never be thoroughly and perfectly civilized. Nor again can the citizens of a city properly observe the laws by habit only, and without an intelligent understanding of them. And there always are in the world a few inspired men, whose acquaintance is beyond price, and who spring up quite as much in ill-ordered as in well-ordered cities. And he who lives in a well-ordered city should be ever tracking them out, going forth by sea and land to seek after him who is incorruptible, seeking to establish more firmly the good institutions which they have, and amending what is deficient. For without this examination and inquiry, a city will never continue perfect any more than if the examination is ill conducted. Cleinias. How can these two objects be attained? Athenian Stranger. In this way. In the first place, our spectator shall be of not less than 50 years of age. He shall be a man of repute, especially in military matters, who will exhibit to other cities a model of the guardians of the law. But when he is more than 60 years of age, he shall no longer continue in his office of spectator. And when he has carried on his inspection during as many out of the 10 years of his office as he pleases, on his return home, let him go to the assembly of those who review the laws. This shall be a mixed body of young and old men, who shall be required to meet daily between the hour of dawn and the rising of the sun. They shall consist in the first place of the priests who have obtained the rewards of virtue, and in the second place of guardians of the law, choosing the 10 eldest of them. The general superintendent of education shall also be a member, as well the last of them as those who have been released from the office, and each of them shall take with him as his companion a young man, whomsoever he chooses, between the ages of 30 and 40. These shall compose the assembly, and they shall always discourse about the laws of their own city, or any different ones of which they may hear existing elsewhere; also about kinds of knowledge which may appear to be of use, and will throw light upon the examination, or of which the want will make the subject of laws dark and uncertain to them. Any knowledge of this sort, which the elders approve, the younger men shall learn with all diligence. And if any one of those who have been invited appear to be unworthy, the whole assembly shall blame him who invited him. The rest of the city shall watch over those among the young men who distinguish themselves, having an eye upon them, and especially honouring them if they succeed, but dishonouring them above the rest if they turn out to be inferior to the rest. This is the assembly to which he who has visited the institutions of other men on his return home shall straightway go. And if he have discovered any one who has anything to say about the enactment of laws, or education, or nurture, or if he has himself made any observations, let him communicate his discoveries to the whole assembly. And if he be seen to have come home neither better nor worse, let him be praised at any rate for his enthusiasm. And if he be much better, let him be much praised, and not only while he lives, but after his death. Let the assembly honour him with fitting honours. Or if on his return home he appear to have been corrupted, pretending to be wise when he is not, let him be prohibited from speaking with any one, whether young or old. And if he will hearken to the rulers, then he shall be permitted to live as a private individual. But if he will not, let him die, if he be convicted in a court of law of interfering about education and the laws. And if he deserve to be indicted, and none of the magistrates indict him, let that be counted as a disgrace to them when the rewards of virtue are decided. Let such be the character of the person who goes abroad, and let him go abroad under these conditions. In the next place, the stranger who comes from abroad should be received in a friendly spirit. Now, there are 4 kinds of strangers, of whom we must make some mention. The first is he who comes and stays throughout the summer. This class are like birds of passage, taking wing in pursuit of commerce, and flying over the sea to other cities, while the season lasts. He shall be received in market places and harbours, and public buildings near the city, but outside, by those magistrates who are appointed to superintend these things. And they shall take care that a stranger of any sort makes no innovation, and that he duly receives justice. They shall hold the intercourse with him which is necessary, but this shall be as little as possible. The second kind is just a spectator who comes to see with his eyes and hear with his ears the spectacle of the Muses. Such ought to have entertainment at the temples provided them by hospitable persons, and the priests and ministers of the temple should see and attend to them. But they should not remain more than a reasonable time. Let them see and hear that for the sake of which they came, and then go away, neither having suffered nor done any harm. The priests shall be their judges, if any of them receives or does any wrong, up to the sum of 50 drachmas. But if any greater charge is brought against them, in such cases the suit shall come before the wardens of the agora. The third kind of stranger is he who comes on some public business from another land, and is to be received with public honours. He is to be specially received by the commanders of horse and foot, and the host by whom he is entertained, in conjunction with the prytanes, shall have a special care of what concerns him. There is a fourth class of persons answering to our spectators who come from another land to look at ours. In the first place, such visits will be rare, and the visitor should be at least 50 years of age. He may possibly be wanting to see something that is rich and rare in other states, or himself to show something in like manner to another city. Let such a one, then, go unbidden to the doors of the wise and rich, being himself one of them. Let him go, for example, to the house of the superintendent of education, confident that he is a fitting guest of such a host. Or let him go to the house of some of those who have gained the prize of virtue, and hold discourse with them, both learning from them and also teaching them. And when he has seen and heard all, he shall depart as a friend, taking leave of friends, and be honoured by them with gifts and suitable tributes of respect. These are the customs according to which our city should receive all strangers of either sex who come to them from other countries, and should send forth her own citizens, showing respect to Zeus, the god of hospitality, not driving away strangers at meats and sacrifices, and by savage proclamations, as is the manner which prevails among the children of the Nile. End of Part I of Book 12. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part II of Book 12 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part II of Book 12. Athenian Stranger. When a man becomes surety, let him give the security in a distinct form, acknowledging the whole transaction in a written document, and in the presence of not less than 3 witnesses, if the sum be under 1,000 drachmas, and 5 witnesses, if the sum be above 1,000 drachmas. He who sells for another who sells unlawfully, and is not able to make good the loss, shall himself be responsible. The agent and the principal shall be equally liable. If a person wishes to discover anything in the house of another, he shall enter naked, or having only a short tunic and no upper girdle, having first taken an oath by the customary gods that he hopes to find it. He shall then make his search, and the other shall throw open his house, and allow him to search things both sealed and unsealed. And if a person will not allow the searcher to make his search, he who is prevented shall go to law with him, estimating the value of the goods after which he is searching, and if he be convicted, he shall pay twice the value of the article. If the master be absent from home, the dwellers in the house shall let him search the unsealed property, and on the sealed property the searcher shall set another seal, and shall appoint any one whom he likes to guard them during 5 days. And if the master of the house be absent during a longer time, he shall take with him the wardens of the city, and so make his search, opening the sealed property as well as the unsealed, and then, together with the members of the family and the wardens of the city, he shall seal them up again as they were before. There shall be a limit of time in the case of disputed things, and he who has had possession of them during a certain time shall no longer be liable to be disturbed. This shall not, however, apply to houses and lands. But if a man has any other possessions which he has used and openly shown in the city and in the agora, and no one has put in a claim to them, and the other says that he was looking for the goods at the time, and the owner is proved to have made no concealment, if they have continued for a year, the one having the goods and the other looking for them, no one shall be permitted to claim them after the expiration of a year. Or if he does not use or show the lost property in the market, but only in the country, and no one offers himself as the owner during 5 years, at the expiration of the 5 years the claim shall be barred for ever after. Or if he uses them in the city, but in his own house, then the appointed time of claiming the goods shall be 3 years, or 10 years if he has them in the country in private. And if he has them in another land, there shall be no limit of time or prescription, and whenever any one finds them, he may claim them. If any one prevents another by force from being present at a trial, whether a principal party or his witnesses, if the witness prevented be a slave, whether his own or belonging to another, the suit shall be incomplete and invalid. But if he who is prevented be a freeman, besides the suit being incomplete, the other who has prevented him shall be imprisoned for a year, and may be made a slave by any one who pleases. And if any one hinders by force a competitor in gymnastic or music, or some other sort of contest, from being present at the contest, let him who has a mind inform the judges of the contest, and they shall liberate him who is desirous of contending. And if they are not able, and he who hinders the other from contending wins the prize, then they shall give the prize of victory to him who is prevented, and inscribe him as the conqueror in any temples which he pleases. And he who hinders the other shall not be permitted to make any offering or inscription having reference to that contest, and he shall be liable for the injury done, whether he be defeated or whether he conquer. If any one knowingly receives anything which has been stolen, he shall undergo the same punishment as the thief. And if a man receives an exile, he shall be punished with death. Every man should regard the friend and enemy of the state as his own friend or enemy. And if any one makes peace or war with any on his own account, and without the authority of the state, he shall in like manner undergo the penalty of death. And if any fraction of the city declare war or peace against any, the generals shall indict the authors of this proceeding, and if they are convicted, death shall be the penalty. Those who serve their country ought to serve without receiving gifts, and there ought to be no excusing or approving the saying, quote, Men should receive gifts as the reward of good, but not of evil deeds. Close quote. For to know what is good, and to persevere in what we know is no easy matter. The safest course is to obey the law, which says, quote, "Do no service for a bribe," close quote, and let him who disobeys, if he be convicted, simply die. With a view to taxation, and for many reasons, every man ought to have his property valued. The tribesmen ought to bring in a register of the yearly produce to the wardens of the country, that in this way there may be two valuations, and the public officers may use annually whichever, on consideration, they deem the best, whether they prefer to take a certain proportion of the whole value, or of the annual revenue, after subtracting what is paid to the common tables. Touching offerings to the gods, the moderate man should offer moderate ornaments. Now, the land and the hearth of the house of all men is sacred to all gods, wherefore let no man dedicate a second shrine to the gods. In other cities, gold and silver, whether possessed by private persons or in temples, is an invidious thing, and ivory, the product of a dead body, is not a proper offering. Brass and iron, again, are instruments of war. Let a man, therefore, offer what he likes, which is made of wood only, and in like manner of stone, to the public temples; but of woven work let him not offer more than one woman can execute in a month. White colours are suitable to the gods, especially in woven works, but dyes should only be used for the adornments of war. The most divine of gifts are birds and images, and they should be such as one sculptor can execute in a single day, and let other offerings follow the same rule or pattern. Now that the whole city has been divided into parts, of which the nature and number have been described, and laws have been given about all the most important contracts, as far as this was possible, the next thing will be to have justice done. In the first place, there shall be elected judges in the courts, who shall be chosen by the plaintiff and defendant in common. These shall be called arbiters rather than judges. And in the second place, there shall be judges taken from the village and tribe, a 12th part of whom will be selected. And before these, the litigants shall go to contend for greater damages. If the suit be not decided before the first judges, and the defendant, if he be defeated the second time, shall pay the 5th part of the damages mentioned in the indictment. And if some one finds fault with his judges, and would try a third time, let him carry the suit before the select judges, and if he be again defeated, let him pay the whole of the damages, and half as much again. And if the plaintiff, when defeated before the first judges, will persist in going on to the second, if he wins, he shall receive a 5th part of the damages, and if he be defeated, he shall pay in a similar proportion. But if he is not satisfied with the previous decision, and will insist on proceeding to a third court, then the defendant, if he be beaten, shall pay the damages, and, as I said before, as much again, and the plaintiff shall pay half the damages. Now, of the assignation of courts, and completion of the number of the judges, and the appointment of servants to the different magistrates, and the times at which the several causes should be heard, and the votings and delays, and all the things that necessarily concern suits, and the order of causes, and the time in which answer is to be given, and parties are to appear, of these and other things akin to these we have indeed already spoken, but there is no harm in repeating what is right, twice or thrice. All lesser and easier matters, which the elder legislator has omitted, may be supplied by the younger one. Private courts will be sufficiently regulated in this way, and the public and state courts, and those which the magistrates must use in the administration of their several offices, exist in many other states. Many very respectable institutions of this sort have been framed by good men, and from them the guardians of the law may by reflection derive what is necessary for the order of our new state, considering and correcting them, and bringing them to the test of experience, until every detail appears to be satisfactorily determined, and then putting the final seal upon them, and making them irreversible, they shall use them for ever afterwards. As to what relates to the silence of judges, and the abstinence from words of evil omen, and the reverse, and the differences that there are in the notions of the just and good and honourable which exist in other states, they have been partly mentioned already, and another part of them will be mentioned in their place toward the end. To all these matters, he who would be an equal judge shall justly look, and he shall possess writings about them that he may learn them. For of all kinds of knowledge, the knowledge of good laws has the greatest power of improving the learner. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in the divine and admirable law possessing a name akin to mind (nous, nomos), and of all other words, such as the praises and censures of individuals which occur in poetry and also in prose, whether written down or uttered in daily conversation, whether men dispute about them in the spirit of contention, or weakly assent to them, as is often the case. Of all these, the one sure test is the writings of the legislator, which the righteous judge ought to have in his mind as the antidote of all other words, and thus make himself and the city stand upright, procuring for the good the continuance and increase of justice, and for the bad, on the other hand, a conversion from ignorance and intemperance, and in general from all unrighteousness, as far as their minds can be healed. But to those whose web of life is in reality finished, giving death, which is the only remedy for souls in their condition, as I may truly say again and again. And such judges and chiefs of judges will be worthy of receiving praise from the whole city. When the suits of the year are completed, the following laws shall regulate their execution. In the first place, the judge shall assign to the party who wins the suit the whole property of him who loses, with the exception of mere necessaries. After the votes have been announced by the herald in the hearing of the judges, and when the month arrives following the month in which the courts are sitting, unless the gainer of the suit has been previously satisfied, the court shall follow up the case, and hand over to the winner the goods of the loser. But if they find that he has not the means of paying, and the sum deficient is not less than a drachma, the insolvent person shall not have any right of going to law with any other man until he have satisfied the debt of the winning party. But other persons shall still have the right of bringing suits against him. And if any one, after he is condemned, refuses to acknowledge the authority which condemned him, let the magistrates, who are thus deprived of their authority, bring him before the court of the guardians of the law. And if he be cast, let him be punished with death, as a subverter of the whole state and of the laws. Thus is a man born and brought up, and begets and brings up his own children, and has his share of dealings with other men, and suffers if he has done wrong to any one, and receives satisfaction if he has been wronged. And so at the appointed time, under the dominion of the laws, he grows old, and meets his end in the order of nature. Concerning the dead of either sex, the religious ceremonies which may fittingly be performed, whether appertaining to the gods of the underworld or of this, shall be decided by the interpreters with absolute authority. Their sepulchres are to be in places which are not cultivated, and there shall be no monuments to them, either large or small, but they shall occupy that part of the country which is naturally adapted for receiving and concealing the bodies of the dead with as little hurt as possible to the living. No man, living or dead, shall deprive the living of the sustenance which the earth, our mother, is naturally inclined to bear to them. And let not the mound be piled higher than would be the work of 5 men completed in 5 days, nor shall the stone which is placed over the spot be larger than would be sufficient to receive the praises of the dead included in 4 heroic lines. Nor shall the laying out of the dead continue for a longer time than is sufficient to distinguish between him who is in a trance only and him who is really dead. And, speaking generally, the 3rd day after death will be a fair time for carrying out the body to the sepulchre. Now we must believe the legislator when he tells us that the soul is in all respects superior to the body, and that even in life what makes each one of us to be what we are is only the soul, and that the body follows us about in the likeness of each of us, and therefore when we are dead, the bodies of the dead are rightly said to be our shades or images, for that the true and immortal being of each one of us, which is called the soul, goes on her way to other gods, that before them she may give an account, an inspiring hope to the good, but very terrible to the bad, as the laws of our fathers tell us, which also say that not much can be done in the way of helping a man after he is dead. But the living, he should be helped by all his kindred, that while in life he may be the holiest and justest of men, and after death may have no great sins to be punished in the world below. If this be true, a man ought not to waste his substance under the idea that all this lifeless mass of flesh, which is in process of burial, is connected with him. He should consider that the son, or brother, or the beloved one, whoever he may be, whom he thinks he is laying in the earth, has gone away to complete and fulfill his own destiny, and that his duty is rightly to order the present, and to spend moderately on the lifeless altar of the gods below. But the legislator does not intend moderation to be taken in the sense of meanness. Let the law, then, be as follows. The expenditure on the entire funeral of him who is of the highest class shall not exceed 5 mina, and for him who is of the second class 3 mina, and for him who is of the third class 2 mina, and for him who is of the fourth class 1 mina will be a fair limit of expense. The guardians of the law ought to take especial care of the different ages of life, whether childhood or manhood, or any other age. And at the end of all, let there be some one guardian of the law presiding, who shall be chosen by the friends of the deceased to superintend, and let it be glory to him to fulfill well, and with moderation, the offices of the dead, and a discredit to him if they are not well fulfilled. Let the laying out and other ceremonies be in accordance with the law, and the lawgiver, who is also a citizen, may concede something to custom. It would be monstrous to command any man to weep or abstain from weeping over the dead, but he may forbid cries of lamentation, and not allow the voice of the mourner to be heard outside the house. Also, he may forbid the bringing of the dead body into the open streets, or the processions of mourners in the streets, and may require that before daybreak they should be outside the city. Let these, then, be our laws relating to such matters, and let him who obeys be free from penalty, but he who disobeys even a single guardian of the law shall be punished by them all in a fitting penalty. Other modes of burial, or again of denial of burial, which is to be refused in the case of robbers of temples, and parricides, and the like, have been described and embodied in the preceding laws, so that now our work of legislation is pretty near an end. But in all cases the end does not consist in doing something, or acquiring something, or building something, but the end should be considered to be attained and finally accomplished when we have provided for the perfect and lasting continuance of our institutions. Until then, the work is incomplete. Cleinias. That is very good, stranger, but I wish you would tell me more clearly what your meaning is in saying this. Athenian Stranger. O Cleinias, many things of old time were well said and sung, and the saying about the Fates was one of them. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian Stranger. The saying that Lachesis, or the giver of the lots, is the first of them, and that Clotho, or the weaver, is the second of them, and that Atropos, or the unchanging one, is the third of them, and that she is the preserver of the things which are woven, which may be compared in a figure to the welding power of fire working an unchangeable force in them. I am speaking of the things which in a state and government give not only health and salvation to the body, but law, or rather preservation of the law, in the soul. And if I am not mistaken, this seems to be still wanting in our laws. We have still to see how we can implant in them this irreversible power. Cleinias. That will be a great matter, if there is any way of discovering how such a power can be implanted in anything. Athenian Stranger. But that is not impossible. So much I can quite clearly see. Cleinias. Then let us not think of desisting until we have imparted this quality to our laws. For it is ridiculous, after a great deal of labour has been spent, to place a thing at last on an insecure foundation. Megillus. I approve of your suggestion, and am quite of the same mind with you. Cleinias. Very good. And now what, according to you, is to be the salvation of our government and of these laws, and how is this to be effected? Athenian Stranger. Were we not saying that there must be in our city a council which was to be of this sort? 10 of the oldest guardians of the law, and all those who have obtained prizes of virtue, were to meet, and the council was also to include those who had visited foreign countries, in the hope of hearing something that might be of use in the preservation of the laws, and who having come safely home, and having been tested in these same matters, proved themselves to be worthy to take part in the meeting. Each of the members was to select some young man of not less than 30 years of age, he himself judging in the first instance whether the young man is worthy by nature and education, and then introducing him to the others, and if he seemed to them also to be worthy, he was to be adopted by them, but if not, they are forbidden to elect him, and still more is he forbidden to accept their nomination. The meeting of the council was to be held early in the morning, when everybody was at leisure from all other business, whether public or private. Something of that sort was said by us before. Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. Then now, returning to the council, I would say further, that this institution, having all the required conditions, might save us all, and be the anchor of the state, if let down into the sea. Cleinias. How is that? Athenian Stranger. Now is the time for me to speak the truth in all earnestness. Cleinias. Well said, and I hope that you will fulfill your intention. Athenian Stranger. Know, Cleinias, that every work has a saviour. As of the animal, the life and the head are the chief saviour. Cleinias. Once more, what do you mean? Athenian Stranger. Their virtue is obviously the preservation of every living thing? Cleinias. How is that? Athenian Stranger. The soul, besides other things, contains mind, and the head, besides other things, contains sight and hearing, and the mind, mingling with the noblest of the senses, and becoming one with them, may be truly called the salvation of all things. Cleinias. That seems reasonable. Athenian Stranger. Yes, quite reasonable. But with what is that intellect concerned which, mingling with the senses, is the salvation of ships in storms as well as in fair weather? In the ship is not that the mind of the pilot, and the sailors, uniting their perceptions with the piloting mind, preserve themselves and the ship? Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. We do not want many illustrations about such matters. Let us take the example of armies. What aim would the general or the physician purpose to himself if he were seeking to attain salvation? Cleinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. Does not the general aim at victory and superiority in war? And do not the physician and his underlings aim at producing health in the body? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And a physician who is ignorant about the body, that is to say, who knows not that which we just now called health, or a general who knows not victory, or any others who are ignorant of the particulars of the arts which we mentioned, cannot be said to have understanding about any of these matters? Cleinias. Impossible. Athenian Stranger. And what would you say of the state, if a person proves to be ignorant of the aim to which the statesman should look? Ought he to be called a ruler at all? And further, will he ever be able to preserve that of which he does not even know the aim? Cleinias. Impossible. Athenian Stranger. And therefore, if our settlement of the country is to be perfect, we ought to have some institution which, as I was saying, will tell what is the aim of the state, and will inform us how we are to attain this, and what law or what man will advise us with that view. Any state which has no such institution is likely to be devoid of mind and sense, and in all her actions will proceed by mere chance. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. In which then of the parts or institutions of the state is any such guardian power to be found? Can we say? Cleinias. I am not quite certain, Stranger, but I have a suspicion that you are referring to the assembly which you just now said was to meet at night. Athenian Stranger. You have answered rightly, Cleinias, and we must assume, as the argument implies, that this council possesses all virtue, and the beginning of virtue is not to make mistakes by guessing many things, but to look at one thing, and on this to fix all our aims. Cleinias. Quite true. Athenian Stranger. Then now we shall see why there is nothing wonderful in states going astray. The reason is that their legislators have such different aims, nor is there anything wonderful in some laying down as their rule of justice that certain individuals should bear rule in the state, whether they be good or bad; and others, that the citizens should be rich, not caring whether they are the slaves of other men or not. The tendency of others, again, is towards freedom, and some legislate with a view to both at once. They want to be at the same time free and the lords of other states; but the wisest men, as they deem themselves to be, look to all these and similar aims, and there is no one of them which they exclusively honour, and to which they would have all things look. Cleinias. Then, stranger, our old assertion will hold. For we were saying that laws generally should look to one thing only, and this, as we admitted, was rightly said to be virtue. Athenian Stranger. Yes. Cleinias. And we said that virtue was of four kinds? Athenian Stranger. Quite true. Cleinias. And that mind was the leader of all four, and to her the three other virtues and all other things ought to have regard? Athenian Stranger. You follow me capitally, Cleinias, and I would ask you to follow me to the end. For we have said that the pilot, and the general, and the physician have a single aim to which they ought to look; and now we turn to the statesman, and are about to interrogate him, as though he were a living man. To him we say, O wonderful being, and to what are you looking? The physician is able to tell his single aim in life; but you, the superior, as you declare yourself to be of all intelligent beings, when you are asked, are not able to tell. Can you, Megillus, and you, Cleinias, say distinctly what the aim of the statesman is, in return for the many explanations of things which I have given you? Cleinias. We cannot, stranger. Athenian Stranger. Well, but ought we not to desire to see it, and to see in what it is found? Cleinias. For example, in what? Athenian Stranger. For example, we were saying that there are four kinds of virtue, and as there are four of them, each of them must be one. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And further, all four of them we call one; for we say that courage is a virtue, and that prudence is a virtue, and the same of two others, as if they were in reality not many, but one. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. There is no difficulty in seeing in what way the two differ from one another, and have received two names, and so of the rest. But there is more difficulty in explaining why we call these two, and the rest of them, by the single name of virtue. Cleinias. How do you mean? Athenian Stranger. I have no difficulty in explaining what I mean. Let us distribute the subject into questions and answers. Cleinias. Once more, what do you mean? Athenian Stranger. Do you ask me what is that one thing which I call virtue, and then again speak of as two? That is to say, courage and wisdom? I will tell you how that occurs. One of them has to do with fear. In this the beasts also participate, and quite young children. I mean in courage; for a courageous temper is a gift of nature, and not of reason. But without reason there never has been, or is, or will be a wise and understanding soul; and this implies that courage and wisdom are different. Cleinias. That is true. Athenian Stranger. I have now told you in what way the two are different, and do you in return tell me in what way they are one and the same. Conceive of me as asking you in what way the four are one; and when you have shown that, you will have a right to ask of me in return in what way they are four. And then let us proceed to inquire whether, in the case of things which have a name, and also a definition to them, true knowledge consists in knowing the name only, and not the definition. Can he who is good for anything be ignorant about great and glorious matters without discredit? Cleinias. I suppose not. Athenian Stranger. And is there anything greater to the legislator, and the guardian of the law, and to him who thinks that he excels all other men in virtue, and has the rewards of virtue, than these very qualities of which we are now speaking: courage, temperance, wisdom, justice? Cleinias. How can there be anything greater? Athenian Stranger. And ought not the interpreters, the teachers, the lawgivers, the guardians of others, to excel all other men, and perfectly to show him who desires to learn and know, or whose evil actions require to be punished and reproved, what is the nature of virtue and vice? Shall the teacher be some poet who may find his way into the city, or some chance instructor of youth who professes to be better than him who has won the palm in every virtue? And can we wonder that when the guardians are not adequate in speech or action, and have no adequate knowledge of virtue, the city, being unguarded, should experience the common fate of cities in our day? Cleinias. That is not wonderful. Athenian Stranger. Well then, as I was saying just now, what are we to do? How can we provide our guardians with a more excellent virtue in speech or action than is usual? Or in what way can our city be truly likened to the head and senses of rational beings, because possessing such a guardian power? Cleinias. What, stranger, is the meaning of this comparison? Athenian Stranger. Do we not see that the city is the trunk, and are not the younger guardians, who are chosen for their natural gifts, placed in the head of the state, having their souls all full of eyes, with which they look around the whole city? They keep watch, and hand over their perceptions to the memory, and inform the elders of all that happens in the city, and those whom we compared to the mind, because they have many wise thoughts; that is to say, the old men take counsel, and, making use of the younger men as their ministers, and advising with them, in this way both together truly preserve the whole state. Shall this be the order of our state, or shall we have some other order? Shall we say that they are all alike the owners of the state, and not merely individuals among them who have had the most careful training and education? Cleinias. That, my good sir, is impossible. Athenian Stranger. Then we ought to proceed to some more exact training than that which has preceded. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And must not that of which we are in need be the one to which we were just now alluding? Cleinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. Did we not say that the workman or guardian, if he be perfect in every respect, ought not only to be able to see the many aims, but he should press onward to the one which he should know, and, knowing, order all things with a view to that? Cleinias. True. Athenian Stranger. And can any one have a more exact way of considering or contemplating anything than the being able to look at one idea gathered from many different things? Cleinias. Perhaps. Athenian Stranger. Not perhaps, but yes, truly, my good sir, is the right answer. There never has been a truer method than this discovered by any man. Cleinias. I bow to your authority, stranger. Let us proceed in the way which you propose. Athenian Stranger. Then, as would appear, we must compel the guardians of our divine state to perceive in the first place what that principle is which is the same in all the four. The same, as we affirm, in courage, and in temperance, and in justice, and in prudence, and which being one, we call, as we ought, by the single name of virtue. To this, my friends, we will, if you please, hold fast, and not let go until we have sufficiently explained what that is to which we are to look, whether to be regarded as one, or as a whole, or as both, or in whatever way. Are we likely ever to be in a virtuous condition if we cannot tell whether virtue is many, or four, or one? Certainly, if you will take our advice, we shall in some way contrive that this principle has a place amongst us. But if you have made up your mind that we should let the matter alone, we will. Cleinias. We must not, stranger. I swear by the God of strangers that we must not, for in our opinion you speak most truly, but we should like to know how you will accomplish your purpose. Athenian Stranger. Wait a little before you ask that, and let us first of all be quite agreed with one another that the purpose has to be accomplished. Cleinias. Certainly, if that is possible. Athenian Stranger. Well, and about the good and the honourable, are we to take the same view, that each of them are many, but that our guardians are to regard them as in some sense one? Cleinias. We must endeavour to ascertain in what sense. Athenian Stranger. Are we only to consider that, and be unable to set forth our conceptions in words? Cleinias. Certainly not. That would be the state of a slave. Athenian Stranger. And may not the same be said of all good men, that the true guardians of the laws ought to know their truth, and to be able to interpret them in words, and carry them out in action, judging of what is, and of what is not well, according to nature? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. Is not the knowledge of the gods one of the noblest sorts of knowledge? To know that they are, and know how great is their power, as far as in man lies. We do indeed excuse the majority of mankind, who only follow the voice of the laws, but refuse to admit as guardians any who do not labour to obtain every possible evidence that there is respecting the gods. They are forbidden and not allowed to choose as a guardian of the law, or to place in the select order of virtue him who is not an inspired man, and has not laboured at these things. Cleinias. It is certainly just, as you say, that he who is indolent about such matters, or incapable, should be rejected, and that things honourable should be put away from him. Athenian Stranger. Are we assured that there are two things which lead men to believe in the gods, as we previously stated? Cleinias. What are they? Athenian Stranger. One is the argument about the soul, which has been already mentioned, that it is the eldest and most divine of all things, to which motion attaining generation gives perpetual existence. The other was an argument from the order of motion of the heavens, and of all things of which the mind that ordered the universe is the author. If a man look upon the world not lightly or foolishly, there was never any one so godless who did not experience an effect opposite to that which the many imagine, for they think that those who handle these matters by the help of astronomy, and the accompanying arts of demonstration, may become godless, because they see, as far as they can see, things happening by necessity, and not by an intelligent will accomplishing good. Cleinias. But what, then, is the fact? Athenian Stranger. Just the opposite of that opinion which once prevailed among men, that the sun and stars are without soul. Even at that time men wondered about them, and that which is now ascertained was then conjectured by those who attained exact knowledge of them, that if they had been things without soul, and had no mind, they could never have moved according to such exact calculations; and even at that time some ventured to hazard the conjecture that mind was the orderer of all things that there are in heaven. But these same persons again, mistaking the nature of the soul, which they conceived to be younger and not older than the body, once more overturned the universe, or rather, I should say, themselves; for what they saw before their eyes in heaven all appeared to be full of stones, and earth, and many other lifeless bodies, which divided between them the causes of the world. Such studies gave rise to much atheism and perplexity, and the poets took occasion to be abusive, comparing the philosophers to she-dogs, uttering vain howlings, and saying other nonsense of the same sort. But now, as I said, the case is reversed. Cleinias. How is that? Athenian Stranger. No man can be a true worshipper of the gods who does not know these two principles: that the soul is the eldest of all things which are born, and is immortal, and rules over all bodies. Moreover, as I have now said several times, he who has not contemplated the mind of nature which is said to exist in the stars, and acquired the previous knowledge, and seen the connection of them with music, and harmonized them all with laws and institutions, is not able to give a reason of such things as have a reason. And he who is unable to acquire this in addition to the ordinary virtues of a citizen can hardly be a good ruler of a whole state, but he should be the subordinate of other rulers. Wherefore, Cleinias and Megillus, let us consider whether we may not add to all the other laws which we have discussed this further one: that the nocturnal assembly of the magistrates, which has also been associated with us in our whole scheme of education, shall be a guard set according to law for the salvation of the state. Shall we propose this? Cleinias. Certainly, my good friend, we will make that addition, if possible. Athenian Stranger. Let us strive to the utmost that we may succeed in this. I shall be eager to give you assistance. Of these matters I have had much experience, and have often considered them, and I dare say that I shall be able to find others who will also help. Cleinias. I agree, stranger, that we should proceed along the road in which God is guiding us, and how we can proceed rightly has now to be investigated and explained. Athenian Stranger. O Megillus and Cleinias, about these matters we cannot legislate further until the city is established. When that is done, then we will determine what authority the citizens shall have of their own. But the explanation of how this is all to be ordered would only be given rightly in a long discourse. Cleinias. What is the meaning of this? Athenian Stranger. In the first place, a list would have to be made out of those who, by their ages and studies, and dispositions and habits, are well fitted for the duty of a guardian. In the next place, it will not be easy for them to discover themselves what they ought to learn, or become the disciple of one who has already made the discovery. Furthermore, to write down the times at which and during which they ought to receive the several kinds of instruction would be a vain thing, for the learners themselves do not know what is learned to advantage until the knowledge which is the result of learning has found a place in the soul of each. Hence, what relates to these matters, although they would not be truly said to be secret, might be said to be incapable of being stated beforehand, because, when stated, they would have no meaning. Cleinias. What then are we to do, stranger, under these circumstances? Athenians. There is a proverb of universal application, which may also be applied to us. We must risk the whole constitution on the chance of throwing thrice six, or thrice ace, and I am willing to share with you the danger of stating and explaining to you my views about education and nurture, which is the question coming to the surface again. The danger is not a slight or ordinary danger, and I would advise you, Cleinias in particular, to see to the matter. For if you order rightly the city of the Magnetes, or whatever name God may give it, you will obtain the greatest glory, or at any rate you will be thought the most courageous of men in the estimation of posterity. Dear companions, if this our divine assembly can only be established, to them we will hand over the city. None of the present company of legislators, as I may call them, would hesitate about that, and the state will be perfected and become a waking reality, which a little while ago we attempted to create as a dream, and in idea only, mingling together reason and mind in one image, in the hope that our citizens might be duly mingled and rightly educated, and being educated and dwelling in the citadel of the land, might become perfect guardians, such as we have never seen in all our previous life, for their saving virtue. Megillus. Dear Cleinias, after all that has been said, either we must detain the stranger, and by supplications, and in all manner of ways, make him share in the foundation of the city, or we must give up the undertaking. Cleinias. That is very true, Megillus, and you must join with me in detaining him. Megillus. I will. End of Book 12, and end of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett, read by Geoffrey Edwards, meta-coordinated by Carolyn, proof listened by Lauren, Rapunzelina, Nadia, and Caio. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards.